What's up? Ghost Fictions is here. This is a story where Izuku was summoned and married with Mount Lady, Nejire, and Toga. On a typical day, our main character found themselves transported to a different realm, accompanied by a number of acquaintances. After several years, they managed to return, but not without incurring the wrath of some gods. To their astonishment, merely 10 minutes had elapsed during their time away, leading to uncomfortable situations upon their return. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. It was a day like any other at the prestigious UA Academy, where daily student life is typically characterized by a busy schedule of internships and school activities. It's not uncommon for events to occur that push students out of their comfort zone, whether for personal reasons or due to an external force. Unfortunately for them, this story will begin with the second option. On this particular day, Class 2 was missing several students because it was break time. Some of the class were eating their lunches at their desks, as the cafeteria was currently under renovation, while others were attending to personal matters elsewhere in the school. Izuku Midoriya, on this occasion, was comfortably eating his beloved katsudon while chatting with some of his classmates. Among them were Ichiko Uraraka, Ejiro Kirishima, and Tsuyu Asui, who, like the green-haired boy, were eating lunches prepared by their families. As I was saying, Kirishima said, eating his energy bar. Today has been the most boring day we've had. Not even the League of Villains has made a move. I guess they're not in the mood for their misdeeds. What do you think, Izuku? Excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom, said the green-haired boy, quickly getting up from his seat. While Kirishima was receiving instructions from his teammate to look after his food while he was gone, Uraraka felt quite nervous. She felt that familiar sensation of butterflies in her stomach. There was only one real culprit. The feeling called love. She already knew what it meant, but she had never experienced it firsthand until now. Being drawn to various aspects of him, even the scent he left behind whenever he was near, didn't help at all. This whole storm of emotions stemmed from a chemical infatuation. When someone is in love, the human body begins to secrete chemical compounds in industrial quantities. These can make the person in love feel a surge of energy, excitement, and happiness, or, conversely, the most absolute and painful crash. In other words, only he could make her feel this way. Unfortunately, there was never a good time to take the initiative and ask him out. Until today. The reason for this was that it was a wonderful day for doing mundane things that there's usually no time for. She was certain that he wouldn't have any errands to run either, and that increased the chances that he would agree to go out with her for coffee in the afternoon. Nothing could ruin this moment. Even his friends beside him were aware of the situation and would help give them privacy when he returned from the bathroom. The timing and the casual moment were key to finally having their moment. When the moment came to see the boy she liked walk through the wooden door of the hall, she was quite confused. Instead, a knight had walked through, in the literal sense of the word. His armor was silver, his breastplate bore a carved wolf's mark, his helmet obscured his identity, and his eyes were barely visible. His shoulder guards held a cloak of a strange green fabric. Last but not least, he carried an impressive sword, which gleamed faintly in the sunlight. Clearly, his presence had provoked a negative reaction from those present. They didn't hesitate to abruptly stand up from their desks and activate their quirks in response, maintaining a fighting stance and awaiting his next move. The subject's silence was brief, suggesting that he was simply observing those in front of him. This has to be a damn joke. The stranger exclaimed in frustration, his voice a little youthful. This has to be a trap. I'd better check if they're not fake. Suddenly, the stranger summoned a circle of light, extending his hand forward. This circle expanded across the floor around its perimeter, reaching directly over the students' feet. For the first time, they witnessed this strange kind of power, and what was even stranger were the various runes that had formed on parts of the classroom floor. He was faster and seemed to have them at his mercy, as if they had fallen into a rather obvious trap. While this didn't mean they would lose all hope of escape, they felt overwhelmed by his sudden, unfamiliar power. Attacking quickly was their only option. What do you want? Uraraka exclaimed, preparing to attack by levitating some desks in her direction. Suddenly, the circle shone brighter, casting an almost blinding light. It vanished instantly, just like the circle itself, leaving the knight on his knees, his head bowed, as if in shock. The fact that the intruder knelt down was one of the many surprises of this encounter. But by far, the most striking were his words. It's a shame you had to see me like this again. The knight said, his voice trembling. After so long, it was obvious I had to make a good impression. Perhaps more casual clothes, like the ones I had in my room, would have been more appropriate than this armor. But anyway, my things were probably taken out of my room by my mother. Suddenly, the charismatic classmate Kirishima answered the unknown subject. You talk like you're from around here. I don't know what you're thinking, but we've never seen you around here before. He said, pointing at the man. It wasn't a good idea to come here, especially dressed like you're at a Renaissance fair. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped the gentleman. As if he found it amusing. If I were you, I'd be suspicious too. Age changes you in so many ways that you don't even recognize yourself anymore. If I said I was your partner, you wouldn't believe me, that's a fact. But, fortunately, I have inside information. Fortunately, my memory still holds some memories with you all. Asui, for her part, was a little curious about what the man was saying. He'd really have to be a fool to expose himself like that, dropping to his knees. Especially as an intruder in a potential attack. So, any information he gave them would probably reveal why he was there. What do you know about us? Kiro. In my first month here, I helped you buy your little sister a birthday present. When we bought that hamster at the store, you confessed that your whole family avoids going to stores because they sell toads or frogs, and that makes them uncomfortable. I remember you telling me that in your particular case, it gives you a lot of anxiety, even if you see them on television. Without warning, Asui was shocked. This was her most embarrassing secret, one she hadn't even told Achako-san. Simply because it was something that deeply ashamed her. Is that you? Asui said, drawing her own conclusions. Not content with seeing his classmates' surprised reactions to Asui's distraught state, he continued with his uncomfortable revelations. Injiro-san, you told me you hate clowns. That's why you skipped your little American cousin's birthday party. Even though she had a pretty blonde babysitter your age. That's not right, you didn't have to say it in front of everyone. Midoriya-san. Kirishima exclaimed. Without another word, the knight stood up and removed his helmet, revealing green hair and a more mature face of the companion they had just seen heading to the bathroom. Hello. She said, greeting them somewhat nervously. I've missed you all so much. What? They all exclaimed at the same time. Hard to believe, isn't it? It's impossible. Uraraka exclaimed, startled by the revelation. You must be a very handsome impostor. My Izuku is in the bathroom. He only left 10 minutes ago. Wait. You're saying I only went to the bathroom 10 minutes ago? Hasn't it been months? Years? Yes. Uraraka answered nervously. Suddenly, the older Izuku was in shock again. Being back home after so long was already a surprise. But returning almost at the exact moment he left was as if most of his expectations had been shattered. You lying, useless goddess. She said in a low voice. Just remembering her and her silly laugh gave him a headache. What did you say? Asui asked, believing he had said something. Nothing. Izuku said nervously. This is awkward because I spent years thinking everyone noticed we'd disappeared. As you can see, when I went to the bathroom on the 4th floor, some divine force pulled me into another world. For the love of gold. Izuku exclaimed, clutching his head as if he had a migraine. We'd even gotten used to the idea that so much time had passed that they'd probably lived their lives without us. Suddenly, Uraraka, who was still in shock, interrupted the green-haired boy. Wait. By us, you mean that? You weren't the only one. Without warning, another knight in armor similar to Izuku's burst through the classroom door. Now helmetless, his face was clearly visible. It was none other than their class representative, Tenyu Iida. Boss. We're home. The useless goddess kept her word. Iida exclaimed with the excitement of a kid in a candy store. Besides, our world is rich. Look, there's soft toilet paper. Now an excited Iida was holding a small package of toilet paper rolls in his hands. Boss, do you remember how much it cost us to recreate toilet paper for the Empire? Iida said, showing Izuku the package he was holding. It was really hard, haha. Izuku said, nervously scratching the back of his neck. This paper is everywhere in the school's administrative storeroom. This world is rich. We are rich in resources. Here. Everyone deserves to have paper. Suddenly, each of the 3 people in the room received a roll. As if they were handing out a hefty reward. Give me one, Iida. I missed it too. Using tree troll leaves isn't something I dare to do again. Izuku said, quite embarrassed. Me neither. Here, chief. Iida said, handing Izuku the scroll he had asked for. Tenyu-san. Kirishima asked, still in shock at his partner's unexpected behavior. Yes, the same one. Iida, weren't you helping Professor Aizawa with some paperwork? Uraraka said nervously. Yes, but I was interrupted when I was summoned to another world while I was going to get a file the teacher forgot in this very classroom. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one. Iida said, bumping fists with Izuku. At least I didn't feel alone. Said the green-haired boy with a smile, which showed that he was remembering good times. Then Asui Tsuyu asked the duo what everyone wanted to ask. Who else besides you was transported to another world? Kiro. Unexpectedly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud noise, and at the same time the floor shook briefly. "Oh no," Izuku said, putting his hand to his forehead in embarrassment. "It's her. Didn't you tell her not to do it when she got here? You said she wouldn't." Iida said with the same feeling of embarrassment. "We both know her, we're naive to think she'd listen to anything we said. What's going on here?" Uraraka exclaimed, confused, as were the others. Suddenly, the school speakers had been easily hacked by someone in order to play a particular song throughout the school. The song is called Welcome in the Jungle by the band Guns N' Roses. Then both men quickly looked out the window and saw a swarm of drones in the school's main courtyard. They were all arranged in a giant M. And the panels attached to their structures added color to the image. As the music played, a girl who was very well known at school appeared, levitating along with the drones she had operated. Now she had a microphone and with it she could address the entire academy. "Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen. Today is the day Mei Hatsune will finally accomplish what she has set out to do for years. To show what she has become to those who belittled her. To show why she is the best technomage in all of reality." Uraraka and her friends also witnessed a beautiful woman dressed in pure steampunk style emerge from behind the curtains to perform at the academy. She was athletic and fit, a result of constantly testing and calibrating her products for optimal use. She had shoulder-length wavy pink hair and yellow eyes. The only noticeable difference from the Mei they knew was that she no longer had the unique cross-shaped iris that was the hallmark of her quirk. Instead, her eyes were now entirely red and more oval-shaped. Meanwhile, Izuku watched her actions with frustration and embarrassment. But at the same time, he felt a surge of positivity seeing her so happy to be there and finally able to boost her ego, even if just for a moment. She deserved it after everything she and the others had gone through to get here. "Your wife is uncontrollable, did you know that?" Iida said, also finding the positive side of this and at the same time giving a slight smile. "That's just how she is, but if she weren't like that, we wouldn't even have been able to invent pizza delivery in the Empire. You grow to love her once you get to know her well, and you quickly forget that she kept us awake with explosions for years," Izuku said, looking at Mei through the window with a love-struck expression. What neither of them saw was Uraraka fainting from the sudden revelation, while Asui tried to help her. Meanwhile, Kirishima couldn't help but feel uneasy about who his friends were. He doubted they were the same ones who had supposedly left this world more than 10 minutes ago, leaving him uncertain about what will happen to them and their friendship. Chapter 1. It just can't be. The beautiful girl from the Academy's advertising department was severely shaken by what had just happened right before her eyes. She lay on the floor, paralyzed by fear. It had all started because a member of the famous Class 2 of the Hero section had invited her out, presumably to openly confess his feelings and ask her out on a date. At first, she thought it would be one of the handsome boys in that class, such as the mysterious Shoto Todoroki, the aggressive Katsuki Bakugo, or the sweet Izuku Midoriya. So, without hesitation, she accepted the mysterious anonymous letter that had been left in her locker. What intrigued her most about the letter was the beautiful poetry that had been written. It praised her beauty and other attributes. It seemed at that moment that whoever had written it could have been a good poet or writer if they hadn't chosen to be a hero. That invitation to meet became the beginning of a romantic novel come to life. Obviously, for a girl who dreamed of dating handsome guys who were also sensitive and passionate, this was the perfect opportunity. Plus, she had the time because it was the regular break for all classes. Naively, she went to a private area near the maintenance building, dressed in her best outfit, hoping to surprise her mysterious suitor. Unfortunately, the one waiting for her wasn't any of the handsome boys in her class, but the most perverted dwarf that generation had ever conceived. Minoru Mineta. He had more than earned his bad reputation by harassing the most beautiful girls in the entire academy with disgusting behavior. Furthermore, he'd often been told that his confessions were the most pathetic anyone had ever made. However, she couldn't deny that she had class in using poetry to attract her and being with flowers that probably cost someone earning the national minimum wage a year's salary. To Shigawara-senpai. Mineta said, bowing and holding the flowers in front of her. "You're a beauty far surpassing that of a star in the sky. So, I would like to ask if you could go with me to the Musafatsu amusement park this weekend." Although she would come to respect him for the thoughtfulness of the invitation, she was still angry about the wasted time of getting there and how easily her expectations had been dashed. So, she had no qualms about being as direct as possible. "Minoru, I hate to break it to you, but your reputation precedes you, and I don't know you well enough to say I'd date you. You're just not my type. What I could recommend is that." When I was about to tell him that poetry and attention to detail were probably what could improve his reputation, Mineta's frustration suddenly became apparent at his response. "Damn it. Damn you, Midoriya-san. Your advice, your mother's, and the internet's didn't help me at all," he said, roughly throwing the flowers to the floor. I improved my physique by taking private bodybuilding classes, I improved my hygiene, I had to work extra hours as a waiter to get the expensive things they like, I had to take an online course for poets, and read a ton of cheesy romance novels. Fuck. I had to quit pornography. Did I miss 2 seasons of Californication because of this? Amidst all of Minetta's complaints, she couldn't help but think that perhaps she might have judged him a little too hastily. She had to admit that the dwarf was trying harder. After all, she had to acknowledge that his perversion and her complaints against him had lessened in recent weeks. I was rejected by 30 girls in 4 weeks. One even pepper sprayed me when I tried to give her some chocolates. How could I give her bad vibes? This is outrageous. Minoru-san. She said, adding an honorific out of respect. Calm down. Suddenly, while trying to calm Minetta's incessant chatter about his complaints and relationships with women, she hadn't noticed in time that a circle was slowly forming around him. This circle was emitting particles of whitish light into the air, something that didn't initially attract much attention. I thought everything would be different with you, Toshigawara-senpai. But now I realize that changing is pointless. What's the point? She couldn't help but answer him. At some point, she felt as if she were talking to a friend who was complaining about her failed love life. I guess the path to finding a partner is the same as becoming a hero. Was it easy for you to get into the academy or gain the fame you and your class achieved? Of course not. It's the same thing. As my older sister would say, girls our age are going to be guided by looks, and when we grow up, we'll look at other things besides that, and no, it won't be money or whether you're handsome. I am, and many of us are, dreamers, so you're not like that. So, keep trying. There are girls who have different tastes than the typical idols. Suddenly Minetta's chatter stopped abruptly and he looked directly at her. You sound exactly like Midoriya-sen's mom. I can't believe they're the same words. She gave you good advice. She exclaimed. To which Minetta replied. Pure nonsense. Reaching 30 girls isn't exactly motivating. Minetta said with great frustration, unaware that his feet were attracting the mysterious light particles. He was really showing signs of giving up on this. Even though I have doubts because of his reputation and past actions, it wouldn't be moral to let someone who had clearly put in the effort collapse. Just change your strategy. You almost succeeded with me, you really got my hopes up. If you give up. Wait. Minoru-san. Your hands. Toshigawara-senpai. What's happening to me? I'm feeling sleepy. Minetta said in a weak voice, while admiring his pale hands. Minetta realized too late that his body was being covered by the particles. In a matter of minutes, he had been caught in some kind of event that had cruelly trapped him. Minoru-san. What do I do? She said in a panic. She wasn't the hero type. She was just a trainee advertising executive. She couldn't even react to the imminent danger her colleague was in. He was pleading for help and she rushed to his aid. Help me. Help me. I can't move. Toshigawara-senpai, I'm scared. Minetta said, who had been paralyzed. She witnessed Minetta's expression of horror and fear. She also saw him slowly disintegrating into particles of light, like ash flying in all directions. Her only attempt was to grab him, but she simply passed through him as if he were a hologram of light. Consequently, she felt a helplessness unlike anything she had ever experienced, unable to save her companion from disintegration. Even though they didn't know each other very well, she had to save him. The last thing he saw was Minetta disappearing along with the light particles, leaving behind a lawyer's scream that he clearly heard. After that, all he could do was lie on the floor, the shock of the event flooding his mind. It only took a few minutes for him to disappear, and she never found out why. The shame of not having done anything and the fear were all she had to go on. She remained silent for a few more minutes, alone with her thoughts. Thinking about the boy's family and their suffering. About how she would have to explain this to the police without being accused of being a crazy woman who had made up the whole thing. A multitude of variables that simply painted a bleak picture of her future. What she didn't expect was that the circle that had made Minetta disappear had reappeared in the same place, leaving her completely confused. It took only a few seconds for the light particles to unexpectedly materialize a short armored knight. His helmet completely covered his face, his breastplate bore the figure of a wolf carved in relief, his shoulder guards were made of a strange black metal, and he wore a metal chainmail shirt that reached his knees. Finally, he held a large, heavy-looking mace. Obviously, the fear she felt upon seeing the mysterious man was 1,000 times worse than what she had felt before with Minetta's disappearance. She even feared for her life in the face of the imposing armor and bearing of the man who had come from the same place. Just as she was about to run to alert the teacher's presence so they could help her, the man's voice interrupted her sudden escape. Toshigawara-senpai? Asked the knight in surprise, whose voice was quite familiar. She recognized him clearly, even though his voice sounded more mature. It was still Minetta's. The same boy who had disappeared was now with her again, wearing this strange armor worthy of the Lord of the Rings. Minoru? She asked nervously. Yes. Mineta said in a rather excited tone. How is this possible? I saw you disappear. I'm back. Mineta said, setting his mallet down on the grass of the perimeter belonging to the building they were in. Suddenly, Mineta continued talking to himself. He couldn't contain his excitement about a return, as it was more than just good news for him. From what I can see, the useless goddess kept her word. Although, she seemed to transport us just moments after we left. Without warning, she chuckled a little. Some people aren't going to like it, even the boss. Upon hearing that, she quickly stood up, intrigued. She was a fan of both isekai and romance novels, though not particularly fond of harem anime. Some of these novels featured originality in their plots, particularly in how they handled their protagonists in the new world. A prime example was the novel Grimgar, which was one of her favorites. That dwarf had gone to another world. There was no doubt about it from what he was saying and the teleportation incident. For a moment, she felt foolish for not noticing that he wasn't disintegrating, and even more so for not knowing what happened in that instant. Then he focused on the girl in front of him. You know, Toshigawara-senpai, for a long time I've thought about what I would do if I ever made it back, and I even have a list of it. In fact, the people who came with me have lists too. Anyway. Talking to you and thanking you was one of the first things I decided to do, and honestly, I was afraid that so much time had passed that you wouldn't even be here anymore, except as an adult somewhere I'll never know, or that you'd practically already be dead from the cycle of life. But thankfully, you're here, right at the moment I left. Isn't that great? Thank you for what? She asked curiously. Without your advice, I wouldn't even have what I have today. I mean, after all, I didn't have to give up and you took away that sadness I had. Thank you. Wait. He has a partner? She thought in surprise. You're welcome. She said with a slight nervous pause. Suddenly, Mineta's reaction was as if he had made a mistake. Oh, right. My mistake. It turns out I haven't properly introduced myself. Time has passed and I didn't greet you correctly. I know it hasn't been long for you, but in my case, it's been years. Let's just say a little formality would be good in this case, since I'm not the same person, don't you think? Mineta said, somewhat worried, before removing his helmet. Don't worry. She said, understanding what he meant. What the hell? She encountered a Mineta quite different from the one she knew. The grapes on his head were gone, replaced by a wild curly mane of purple hair. He now had more defined, delicate features and a slightly upturned nose. Add to that a scar across his left eye and a prominent wolf tattoo on his neck. The girl concluded that he was no longer the Mineta she had known before. All of this happened in the span of more than 15 minutes. My name is Minoru Arc Mineta. He said, offering his hand to the tall girl, all from his position. Honorary member of the dwarf race. Master blacksmith recognized by the demon race. And last but not least, I am a proud member of the wolf clan. He exclaimed proudly, since one's introduction in the other world was very important. On the other hand, she saw that he seemed to take pride in all of this. As if these titles were a part of him. Something that would always accompany him wherever he went. Her surprise was hard to contain. He was the outcast of the girls at UA, and with this, his bad reputation would probably vanish if they saw the new dwarf man standing before her. Even she couldn't help but be mesmerized by the change. His muscles were so defined they were even visible in his neck. How is this possible? She said bluntly. I simply survived. He said, shrugging his shoulders and downplaying the matter. How did it happen? They were suddenly interrupted by a commotion. A slight tremor was felt, and seconds later, a song by the band Guns N' Roses and the voice of the controversial girl Mei Hatsum were heard through the school's loudspeakers. Oh, Mei-sen seems to be doing what she told us, even though we said no. He said with a wistful, nostalgic tone. I have to meet with the boss. I might even catch her show. They're usually good, you should go. Anyway. I have to go, Toshigawara-senpai. Thanks for helping me cross something off my list. We'll talk later to catch up, maybe I'll introduce you to the others. Without another word, Mineta put his helmet back on and then grabbed his mace to head towards the center of all the commotion Mei was causing. Obviously, she wasn't going to miss the chance to learn the reason for her strange day and finally meet a real traveler from another world. So she would stay close to him for now. Minoru-san. Wait. I want to see Mei-san's show too. Finally, he ran back to where he was headed. He's waiting to hear what just happened. Chapter 2. While Mei Hatsum's sudden theatrical appearance was taking place, surprises kept coming for UA Academy and probably for the world. In this particular instance, a candy machine near the cafeteria under renovation was being raided by 2 individuals. Wrappers were scattered across the floor, while more sweets were being relentlessly extracted from the machine. Laughter added to the light-hearted atmosphere created by the new intruders at the academy. This is so delicious. I haven't had Pocky in years, said a very animated female voice, with her mouth full. Don't be selfish. Leave me the alien chocolates. Exclaimed the man next to her. To which she replied. You damn bard. You're hoarding all the spicy sweets. Are you calling me a hoarder? Mina, you're the first in the clan to eat up almost all the demonic pig meat we managed to hunt. Suddenly, Mina Ashita, as she finished swallowing her last bite of her beloved Pocky, looked at her companion with great indignation. Hunger is hunger. Denki, sometimes you exaggerate. Gluttony is another thing, you're exaggerating. Said the aforementioned boy, complaining to his counterpart. Speaking of sins, you're hardly the one to point fingers. Mr. Lust. She said mockingly. I just can't help it. Denki said, feigning guilt. They were suddenly interrupted by the light of a lamp as the place was pitch black. The owner of the flashlight was none other than the security guard who was on duty to prevent students or intruders from entering and causing trouble. Unfortunately, his shift was about to get even worse. To his surprise, the intruders did not react as he expected. Hey. This area is off limits. Go back to class. Did you steal the candy machine? The guard said, surprised and angry. Taesuk-san, the guard. I haven't seen you in years, how have you been? Mina said, recognizing the guard in front of her. Then, she quickly stood up, leaving her sweets on the ground, to shake his hand. This left the guard perplexed, as it didn't take him long to recognize that friendly girl from class 2 of the hero section. Ashido-san. What are you doing here? I just greeted you in the hallway a few minutes ago. Mina Ashido has won the affection of the UA maintenance and security staff, as she was the only one to greet each of them with genuine kindness and treat them with respect. Last Christmas, she even brought them food for their break, a particularly difficult month for those whose shifts involve snow. He never imagined she would do something as foolish as brazenly stealing a candy machine or entering an area off limits to students. The surprises didn't end there for the confused man, as her appearance was very different from the girl he had greeted just minutes before. She looked more mature and developed than a teenager of her supposed age, leading him to believe she might be in her early 20s. She wore armor with a very strange appearance and exotic elements, made of materials that, at first glance, appeared to be of a rare kind. His shoulder guards were covered with a soft padded fabric, as were his metal wristbands. His armor, which covered most of his torso, was made of a very flexible material, and the clothing beneath it appeared to be made of some unknown scales. Suddenly Mina said, with a hint of annoyance in her expression. Taesuk-san, has it really been a few minutes? Yes. He answered, confused. Now Mina's angry expression more or less worsened. So, a few minutes, huh? That useless goddess lied to us shamelessly. Mina's sudden complaint made Denki also feel annoyed by the surprise, but unlike her, he had a saying that always accompanied him. Anything was a gain. We're home, that's what's important. Yes, you're right. Mina sighed heavily. At least I know we arrived at a good time. Suddenly the guard asked them. Are we there yet? Ashido-san, did you go somewhere? What happened? The man said with some concern. If you'll allow me, sir. Denki said, taking the floor. I'll summarize it for you. My partner and I were transported to another world. Not in the most pleasant way, it seems. This last thing brought back unpleasant memories for him. How can that be possible? That would be a typical situation from an isekai manga, the same plot my girlfriendless nephew reads. The guard said in dismay. Of course it is. Taesuk-san, tell your nephew that it's possible. Where we went, there were beings that have appeared in most manga of that genre. There are quite a few elves, orcs, giants, and unicorns, although in real life those are just pretentious scum. Did you know that one of them still owed me gold coins before we got here? Mina said, quite excited, even chattering about it. Hearing about this genre helped them a lot to see several facts and falsehoods about being invoked. Denki soon joined the conversation more fully. Meanwhile, Taesuk analyzed everything Mina was saying. If you're worried about your nephew not having a girlfriend, I could personally help him find one in no time. Denki said in a somewhat self-centered tone and with a rather boastful smile. Aha. Mina said, incredulous at her companion's words. You're going to turn that boy into a person whose habit is to almost be killed by the women who discovered they were deceived. It only happened once. Multiplied by 24, idiot. That's not true. Denki said indignantly. Without warning, the guard now took the floor, interrupting the duo. Guys. Miss Hatsune just showed up in a really strange outfit, saying even stranger things than usual. That's why some teachers told me to check if she had any more surprises in store, and I found you all eating the sweets. And then, knowing that you were apparently transported to another world. I'd say that's no coincidence, would you? Mina answered quickly. Yes, there are many more of us, in fact. I'd say more than 20 people. Obviously, the man's reaction was as expected. What? This is serious. If everything you're telling me is true, we need to go to the principal. The guard said, worried. I understand it was a difficult experience for you. But we need you to explain yourselves. I suppose your families need to know too. Fortunately, they had time to think about what might happen. No problem. Mina said, downplaying the matter. My husband already warned us that this could happen, and I think it would be best. Besides, they could help us locate the others because it seems we've retraced our steps. Husband? The guard asked in surprise. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, she said with a slight blush. The boy who let himself be beaten up by student Shoto Todoroki at last year's festival. That guy. Denki said, amused. He's our boss now. Life surprises us sometimes, don't you think? Yeah. Something inside him told him that it would probably be a long day for the people of this academy. Then. I need you to come with me. Of course, just let me pick up the candy. Denki said, gathering the candy into a cloth bag. They're not yours. Leave them. Exclaimed the guard, remembering that he had initially caught them robbing the candy machine. We already paid, but that machine wouldn't accept the coins. So we opened it and left the money inside. Suddenly the guard turned around and saw a pile of gold coins inside the machine, replacing the candy. Did you know that those gold coins are worth the equivalent of a house? The guard said, perplexed. What? Denki said, confused. I thought I had counted out the exact change to pay for the sweets. Mina said, scratching her head, equally confused. Whatever. Said the guard, sounding frustrated. We have to notify the director. It's not necessary, Mr. Taisuke-san. Unexpectedly, an imposing figure appeared behind the trio. It was a man who, not long ago, had announced his retirement. Guys, you're really enjoying the sweets. I'd like to have some, since I haven't tried them either. Mr. Yagi. The two boys exclaimed excitedly. The guard obviously turned around, stunned. It was the former symbol of peace, All Might. His youth seemed to have been restored to the point that he looked like the man he had been in his glory days. Although he was currently dressed similarly to his usual outfit, there were some differences. For example, some parts were made of steel plates that provided protection, like armor. He also wore a large dark blue cape made of a material that was completely unknown to the naked eye. Mr. All Might, are you okay? Yes, it wasn't easy. The good thing is that I wasn't alone. The man said with a positive attitude. Without warning, the director, whose species was of dubious character, made his appearance, walking from behind the hero. Director Nezu. Sir, there's no need to notify anyone, as I'm already aware. By a twist of fate, the master disappeared just as I was speaking with him, only to unexpectedly reappear 10 minutes later, looking completely refreshed. He was kind enough to explain to me what happened at my academy. Therefore, I deemed it necessary to gather all the abducted students to speak with them. Fortunately, you were the first to be found. We just need to calm Miss Hatsume down a bit in the courtyard. Then the hero spoke. Sir, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to speak with these boys alone. Hi. Said the guard, making the typical Japanese bow. See you later, Taisuke-san. Mina said, waving goodbye politely. I'll bring you more dice. It won't be necessary, Ashido-san. Said the guard, politely declining before leaving the place. Once they were alone, the headmaster couldn't help but look at his students' changed appearance, giving him a glimpse into what they might have been through. Meanwhile, he was incredibly curious about what had happened right under his nose. I know you're not the same as before. So it would be a good idea to reintroduce yourselves. Think of it as a new welcome. They both had no problem doing so. Especially since, over time, they've developed a habit of being very theatrical in their performances. Mina, for her part, had summoned her weapon through a magic circle beneath the ground. It manifested as a rather large mace with various unknown functions. Director. My name is Mina Shido. Member of the Wolf Clan, former elite hunter, and an honorary member of the dragon race. Denki, for his part, had only managed to pull out the equivalent of an electric guitar and a pose in the style of several rock stars recommended by his friend, Kyoka Jiro. My name is Denki Kaminari. A bard who tells the best stories to those who need them. A member of the Wolf Clan and good company for the ladies. During the presentations between the two boys, a teacher known for being strict and mostly reserved, and also for being a heavy sleeper who uses a sleeping bag, was present. Aizawa Shouda wondered how much longer his sanity would hold, given that his sleep was constantly interrupted by the slightest incidents at the academy, sometimes for rather trivial reasons. For him, sleep was the most sacred activity of his day. What the hell did Hatsume do now? Aizawa said grumpily as he continued to hear Guns N' Roses playing over the speakers. It's well known that his mood worsens when he's suddenly woken up, and Mei Hatsume is the only one who's broken the record for waking him up on multiple occasions. Afterward, it wasn't surprising to her that this time he'd gone too far by giving away strange artifacts to a crowd going wild for her. From the teacher's lounge window, one could observe the atmosphere reminiscent of a rock concert and, at the same time, a lecture similar to one given by the famous Apple founder, Steve Jobs. The constant shouts of Mei's new fans filled the air. "You're the best, Mei. Thanks to you I can carry twice my weight," said a boy wearing an exoskeleton made of a strange material, but it was as light as plastic. "Now I can fly," said a girl with hoverboards. "Who wants a machine that makes pizzas infinitely? Who wants a love potion?" Mei exclaimed, excited by her new fans. As expected, the crowd was getting out of control. They were chanting his name repeatedly. All this chaos was concentrated in the school's main courtyard, right where the gardens were located. "For some reason I expected it someday," Aizawa said, concluding that he would now have to calm the girl down a bit before she caused a bigger disaster. "Aizawa-san." Suddenly, a youthful girl's voice interrupted his thoughts about the troubled girl. "Who's asking?" "No. It's not possible." Suddenly, turning his head, he couldn't help but be shocked to see Eri walking through the door of the teacher's lounge. The little girl who had recently been left in his care after the events against the mafia last year. The same girl who had unexpectedly grown fond of him and had even considered asking the Japanese government for custody. Seeing her again felt like reliving a nightmare he knew was real. Eri, whom he'd left playing with her Pokemon card collection in her own room, was now a teenager whose development had given her a beauty one would expect. To him, it was as if he'd missed years of her life by not taking care of her. This resulted in a somewhat devastating feeling, like any new father would experience. At first she looked at him seriously, but it wasn't long before she let go of some of the emotion she'd been holding inside. With tears in her eyes, she unexpectedly ran to him, giving him the roughest, strongest hug she'd ever received. "Dad. You're here. You're finally here." Aizawa didn't know how to respond. He simply didn't know what to do about his life change, since he was now probably the father of a teenage girl. One he had to get to know and take care of. Uraraka Achako was in an unfamiliar place. It didn't take her long to realize she had woken up in a beautiful forest of lush red trees, shrouded in a mysterious mist that made walking on the forest floor a little difficult. The sun barely reached where she could see, but even so, its beauty was still evident. She had hazy memories of why she had fainted. She could only recall that it was because of some unpleasant news, and it just happened. To her surprise, she had woken up in this mysterious forest. As expected, she had to muster all her self-control to avoid succumbing to panic. So her first action was to try to get out of the forest. Unfortunately, her complete lack of survival skills worked against her. From a young age, she had always failed in any attempt to learn, despite her father's pleas to teach her the wonders of nature. "Where am I? What is this place?" Uraraka asked herself as she leaned against a tree to rest a bit from her unexpected walk. She gradually feared that her walk would be pointless and that this forest would become a nightmarish labyrinth for her, leaving her with only the option of hoping it wouldn't be so. "I must continue." Suddenly, after walking a few steps through the cold wooded ground, a child's laughter was heard very close to their position. "What?" Uraraka said, turning around looking for the source of the noise. Unexpectedly, the source of that laughter had made other noises that alerted others to its presence in various places, such as the sound of a branch breaking or leaves being stepped on. "Who is it? If you're a child, don't worry. I won't hurt you," said Uraraka, who was concerned about finding a child in the middle of a mysterious forest. She even hoped that if she managed to get in touch with him, she might find out where he was. But to her surprise, he contacted her first. "You're funny. Your hair is a funny hairstyle. Is it the same style as your whole family's?" Uraraka, for her part, was unable to quickly determine the origin of that sound. I inherited it from my mom. She told me that even my grandmother had that shape," she said sincerely so that he would gradually gain her trust. "You have a strange uniform. Do you go to school?" the boy asked once more, still unseen. "Yes, I actually belong to an academy. It's the mandatory uniform that we students have to wear." "It sounds boring. Wearing the same thing every day." Without warning, a child appeared face down, clinging tightly with his legs to a tree branch from a low height. He appeared very close to the girl's face, almost giving her a heart attack due to the sudden fright. "What?" Uraraka exclaimed, frightened. "Haven't you ever seen a child? We're small, and we make life impossible for adults. You know." Upon closer inspection, she found him anything but ordinary. He had silver hair that fell downwards due to gravity, greenish skin the color of leaves, and he wore a suit similar to that of the fictional character Robin Hood. Finally, he had a red cape made of a strange material. Meanwhile, his age appeared to be around number of years missing. "Yes, I know, ha ha ha," the girl said with a nervous laugh. "Sometimes I stay to look after my cousins. I think they're the same age as you." "I doubted," the boy said sharply. "What?" Uraraka said, confused by the boy's statement. "My name is Diaresis plus or minus Asuo. And what's yours?" said the mysterious boy, offering his hand. "Excuse me, I didn't catch your name. Could you repeat it?" Uraraka said, even more confused. I don't have a last name. But you can make up any one you want. What does that name mean? She asked with some curiosity. It's a common name where I come from, and I'm surprised you don't understand what it is. We're speaking the same language now. Said the boy, also confused, as he tried to walk in one direction, struggling to keep his balance. Another language. Everything the boy was saying was filling her with a latent curiosity. Uraraka Achako. It's also a pleasure to meet you. Uraraka said, trying to pronounce the strange name. Diaresis plus or minus Asu, and from what I can see, they're already calling you. The boy said, seeing that a luminous circle with strange symbols had appeared beneath the girl's feet. What the hell? She said, startled when she saw light beneath her feet. Suddenly, the boy let himself fall and nimbly landed on the wooded ground. He then watched more closely as the new girl was being pulled down. Help me. Diaresis plus or minus. Or whatever. He's dragging me. Uraraka said in a panic, trying to escape from where she was. Something tells me we'll see each other soon, Miss Uraraka. If you'd like, I could teach you how to pronounce my name. Help me. He was quickly falling and could only cling to the little vegetation that could support him. See you. Said Diaresis plus or minus Asa while waving goodbye in a very innocent way. After that, everything went dark. What Uraraka didn't expect was that without warning she felt an enormous pain in her left cheek. This caused her to wake up right there in the living room where she had fainted. Idiot. How dare you faint now? Midoriya-san showed up in that strange armor, and he's with the principal. Besides, he mentioned he's married. Married. You need to be awake. Her friend, Jiru-san, had given her a tremendous slap on her left cheek. This proved effective and restored all her senses. Right now, she was confused and had strange feelings because of that dream. It was as if she had experienced what had happened in that strange forest firsthand. She even felt the lingering panic of being dragged along the ground by that strange circle. Curiously similar to the one Izuku summoned when he threatened them, believing they were fake versions of themselves. This couldn't have been real. Maybe it was a figment of my imagination, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Right. Uraraka thought worriedly. Only the feeling of being devastated by the fact that the boy she likes is married to the eccentric girl, Mei Hatsume, is helping her dispel any questions she might have now. Come on, Achako-san. Ioka said, abruptly lifting the girl up and roughly pulling her arm. We have to go to Midoriya-san. We need to know who else was with him in that world he spoke to. Everyone else who was here has already left, and we're late. For now, the classroom was empty, and the others had gone to accompany their newly transferred classmates. It was vital for Kyoka and Uraraka that they didn't miss a thing amidst all the chaos caused by their classmates at the academy. The eccentric inventor had finally finished her performance for the academy masses, earning enthusiastic applause and numerous donations. However, these donations paled in comparison to her personal vault of gold coins, housed in a dragon skin leather pouch hanging from her waist. The money she possessed would only serve to feed her insatiable ego, a defining characteristic of hers. I can't believe it finally happened. I finally shut up all those idiots who told me I could never do it. Mei said, stretching slightly due to the awkward position she was in midair. Right there in the garden, as everyone else was leaving. Seeing her rivals in her class look at her with envy was a joy. The satisfaction of seeing their faces was something no one could take from her. Not even her past. Although I would have liked to stay longer, my husband already told me it was enough. Oh well, I'll have other opportunities to show off to the world. She said, shrugging her shoulders dismissively. Therefore, all that remained was to fulfill other goals. After so long, she could finally let go and do what she had always wanted. She was still excited. For now, I'll cross this off my list. Mei said, taking out a roll-up scroll from her other bag, the space of which is indeterminate. Suddenly, their moment of glory was interrupted by a vibration on their wrist. It was the equivalent of a telephone in the room where they were. A rare and legendary crystal, carved into a flat, hexagonal shape and attached to a wolfskin strap. Incredibly, the calls could be made anywhere in the world without the inconveniences of poor reception. Upon touching the glass and seeing who it was, his good mood immediately vanished like the wind. Mei. My dear rival, I see you've already put on a show and gone viral on HeroTube. The girl's voice said through the call, her tone mocking. I watched a video hoping you'd present your best inventions, but I was disappointed. Is that all the great technomaga Mei Hatsume has to offer? Shield, I see envy is consuming you. I'm surprised you haven't left Island yet, so I could see your spiteful face in action. Mei said through gritted teeth, a vein throbbing at her temple due to her obvious fury at hearing her. Drinking so much cheap mead must have affected your talent, which is why you have to resort to showing your rage over mine. Says the girl who overloads Mineta-san with work by making your faulty alloy of elven steel and divine metal. Every failure of yours is due to your inability to choose the right materials for your inventions. Look who's talking. I'm talking about Melissa Shield, who never stops drinking with the dwarves and selling inventions like crazy to the demon realms. You sold the mechanical rock monster to the dragons that we made. You got Mina-san into trouble with them to get its scales. You're the worst. Unexpectedly, May had shown that she had a short fuse when it came to that conceited blonde. If you don't calm down from your arrogant attitude, I'll go to Island and kick your ass with my mecha. We needed the gold for other important things, and you know it. Oh. Melissa said, feigning drama. I'm scared that faulty machine is going to destroy my state-of-the-art magical battle suit. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for you with your mecha that falls apart on its own. The suit that runs out of mana supplies in a minute, that cheap trinket. Without warning, a hand touched May's shoulder, forcing her to turn around to see who it was. Fortunately, she didn't instinctively draw her weapons, seeing that it was none other than Kendo Itsuka, another of the people who had been transported to the other world. Stop fighting already. This is a time for celebration, you two should be happy. Itsuka said, looking pleased to be back at the academy. Interestingly, she is considered the voice of reason when this duo gets into various troubles. Itsuka is right, May, let's prove who's the best another time. Melissa Shield said through the gem. Yes, we'll resume our conversation later. May said, beginning to calm down as did her counterpart. For now, we need to meet up with the others. Izuku told us through our gems that he's with the principal. We've probably scattered in different directions. Fortunately, most of them are nearby and at the academy. Did you run into any? I ran into Mineta-san and he's behind me. Itsuka said, pointing at the armored dwarf greeting the girls with a positive attitude, who was approaching with another unknown girl and other members of Class B, wearing armor or suits with special features. Itsuka-san, it's good that we're all getting together so quickly. Mineta said with his usual cheerful little attitude. The other companions who shared the same fate when they were transported were the silent beauty Yui Kadai, the charismatic Satsuna Tokage, the pacifist Tabara Shiozaki, and lastly there was Nido Monoma, who looked slightly changed since he was last seen in these parts. The first one is dressed in an outfit resembling that of a witch from popular fantasy. Its main features include a pointed black hat, a small cape covering her shoulders and part of her back, and a belt that allows her to carry several pouches containing her personal magical artifacts. This belt extends down to her thigh. In her hand, she holds a book that is always seen levitating. The second was Satsuna Tokage, whose appearance consisted of armor that covered most of her body and scales, tanned from some unknown reptilian creature. Unlike her companions, she possessed few belongings other than her personal bank, also stored in a bag at her waist. The third was Tabara Shiozaki, who was dressed in something reminiscent of a gypsy or a traditional costume from Eastern European cultures. The fabric featured intricate embroidery, creating beautiful patterns. Her magical powers remain a mystery to those unfamiliar with her. The fourth member present was Itsuka Kendo. Among the majority of those summoned, she was the only one who chose to maintain a style faithful to her hero training outfit. Although with notable differences, such as the added divine steel plates around her waist, her ogre hide gloves further enhanced her abilities. Finally, Nido Monoma. He was dressed in clothes similar to what a member of royalty would wear on a ceremonial day, with golden epaulets and a tailored suit. The most curious thing about him was that he wasn't carrying a weapon. May-san. This unknown girl who rejected Mineta-san 10 years ago seems to have taken an interest in us. Satsuna said, wrapping her arm around Toshigawara's neck, who couldn't hide his excitement at being in the presence of characters from a real isekai narrative plot. That girl hasn't stopped asking questions since we ran into her next to Mineta. Nido said with an amused smile. She reacted better than our classmates. Yui said seriously. Yui's words caused Tabara to make a withered flower bloom from the ground. Its petals slowly crumbled away. This left the group in a somewhat awkward silence, suggesting they likely expected a negative reaction upon their arrival. Toshigawara, for his part, couldn't help but think that things wouldn't be so easy for them. I can still remember their screams of terror when they saw us. Tabara said, a little distressed as she recalled the panic they caused upon their return. It wasn't until they were able to explain themselves that the threats to attack them stopped. However, not everyone reacted in the best way. Tabara-san, why should it matter what those weaklings think of us? We just have to live the life we've always wanted to live. Nido said with a carefree attitude. Then Mei resumed her role in the conversation. Nido's right, Tabara. I just showed up in my classroom and caused chaos. I didn't care and went out to do my thing. It's easy if you don't think they meant anything to us. It doesn't matter what they think. After all, they're not our loved ones, are they? To which Itsuka replied. They were our friends. It's not that simple. Itsuka said, remembering that she had once been president and a member of Class B. They were the ones we lived with before we were dragged into the other world. So what? You yourself told us that probably not everyone will be happy with our presence. We have to get over it and move on. Unfortunately, he's right, Itsuka-san. Mineta said, complimenting Nito. Meanwhile, Ibar remained silent, processing everything that had happened. Without warning, Yui advanced in the direction of the academy's administrative building. The only friends I consider are you. They're people we met 10 years ago. Yui said sharply, abruptly ending the conversation on that topic. Meanwhile, in various parts of the same city, confusion reigned due to the return of those who had been summoned. Chapter 4. Ryuko Tatsuma experienced one of the most stressful moments of her life when she saw that the girl under her command, Nejire Hado, had vanished. It was all due to an unexpected luminous circle that appeared right beneath her feet. Unable to do anything, her helplessness was expressed in a loud scream that echoed through the deserted street. Her fears intensified when she considered that some villain with a powerful teleportation quirk had kidnapped her for unknown purposes. Having been prepared for this, she quickly regained her composure and called her office to have the police notified. She would also involve the commission if necessary. Yes, her name is Nejire Hado. It's necessary to issue an Amber Alert. Ryuko said on the phone to a colleague from her office who has ties to the police. Suddenly, the same circle materialized behind her again. After a few seconds, a certain girl appeared. What do you mean I need to wait an hour? Are they on their break? This is ARGGGG. Ryuko exclaimed in frustration as they had abruptly hung up on her. Ryuko-sama. I'm finally with you, you haven't aged a bit. Without warning, a familiar voice sounded behind her, followed by a devastating embrace. Like a surprise attack, she was unable to defend herself and consequently dropped her phone, abruptly ending the call. Ryuko herself could even hear her spine crack from the tremendous force applied. Nejire-san, is that you? It didn't take long for her to turn around and see that her pupil was with her again. Part of her was quite happy that she was safe and seemingly unharmed. On the other hand, she couldn't help but notice that she was quite different from how she had been with her more than 10 minutes ago. From his height and physical development to his strange attire, worthy of a fantasy convention. I missed you so much. I have so many things to tell you. So many things to do. In fact, I think it would be a good time for a walk. She said, carefully lowering her superior, with an apparent backache. Meanwhile, Ryuko had many worries about what had just happened. Nejire-san, wait. You've just been abducted, I don't think it's a good idea. Without warning, Nejire's tremendous strength was once again evident when she was unable to break free from his grip on her hand. Nonsense. I want to take her out to lunch myself. It's one of the things on my list that I've always wanted to do. Nejire-san, we're on patrol. And I dropped my phone. I thought we could go to the sushi restaurant downtown, right next to the town hall. Nejire said excitedly. Wait. Ryuko said, trying to break free from his grip. It was no use, despite using her dragon strength. I've also wished you could meet my husband. Perhaps he could even join us for lunch. I believe you met him some time ago. Wait, what? Being dragged by her pupil in the middle of the street did not prevent her from being shocked by the news. Todoroki Shoto was on the phone just outside the academy. On the line was none other than his sister, Fujumi Todoroki, who sounded quite happy on the other end. What are you saying? I thought you were having breakfast with Dad at our house. Shoto said, puzzled by his older sister's unusual behavior. I just got back, brother. Although, I wish I hadn't almost given our father a heart attack. I didn't expect to return just minutes after I left. Apparently, I remember going to clean my blouse after spilling coffee and he was still waiting for me to heat up the food I'd made earlier. I was so excited I practically froze the place. Fujumi said sheepishly over the phone. Although, seeing my wedding ring on my hand didn't help either. I had to call emergency services and they barely managed to get him through the crisis he was having. The whole situation seemed unbelievable to the boy. More than anything, he had never known his sister to have an unusual sense of humor. Sister, you're joking, right? No, I'm married. Fujumi said with a hint of regret. I'm sorry you couldn't be at our wedding. There was no way you could have been there. Besides, I don't think you would have enjoyed being around dark elves. They're so tiresome. They would have irritated you. This isn't funny anymore, sis. Shoto said, tired of his sister's teasing. I need a good reason to leave the academy during school hours. Besides, there's a commotion with loud music and people going on there. They'll probably want all the students back in after break. Well. Fujumi said with her usual unusually jovial attitude. If you don't believe me, there's probably another reason that will make you come here. What? What do you want to tell me? Shoto asked, with some skepticism in his voice. What I didn't expect was the direct statement from her older sister. I've decided to be a hero alongside Dad and you. I also want to beat up our brother. Surprisingly, Shoto himself was speechless. As if what he had heard was so unthinkable it could be compared to the idea of world peace or the end of discrimination. I'm going there. I can't wait to see you, little brother. Meanwhile, at the Wild Pussycats main base, nestled atop their own rocky mountain, Kota Izumi was playing his beloved video games he remembered fondly from his childhood. A moment of relaxation in his room before rejoining the others was all he needed. "The graphics are more mediocre than I remembered," said Kota Izumi, eating the fries he had just poured into his bowl. "On the other hand, this game is harder than I thought." Meanwhile, the euphoria of her family could be heard downstairs. Her aunt and co-workers were there, celebrating everyone's return with a well-deserved glass of wine and reveling in their joy. When the game ended, Kota couldn't help but remember his beloved Eri, even though she has that fierce temper when any demon woman flirts with her. "Oh my beloved Eri, I wish we could go to Paris as we said," Kota said, losing touch with reality when it comes to the girl. "I would also like to meet my father-in-law, I'm sure he'll like me." By being honest with himself, he was able to determine that this part of his life that he would have to experience would probably be more terrifying than many experiences in the other world. In the city center, an eccentric student from Shiketsu Academy sat atop a pile of defeated villains' bodies. These villains had initially threatened her life, trying to eliminate her from their plan to rob a major bank in the financial district. Her tutor had been defeated, leaving her as the only one remaining. Fortunately for the criminals, she had vanished before they could harm her. 10 minutes were all it took for them to celebrate their victory and attempt the robbery again. Once that time was up, all hell broke loose when a girl with strange abilities nearly killed them. Once the newcomer had finished them off, she took a short break to contemplate the city and the people who praised her for her excellent work as a hero in training. "That's a heroine," exclaimed a citizen euphorically upon seeing her feat. Meanwhile, she rummaged through her things to get her scroll and with a phoenix ink quill crossed off one of the many things she wanted to do. "Okay, I've finished off these scumbags like I've always wanted. Now there are hundreds of other things to do. Like talking to my mother about this," she said, gazing fondly at her wedding ring. "Simply put, I now hope to feel whole after so much time had passed. I would cease to be Ankoku Maoi, the well-known traveler between realms." "I'm sorry you had to go through this nightmare," commented Principal Nezu upon hearing a preliminary version of events from the so-called leader of the summoned, Izuku Midoriya. "The past is the past, Director. We prefer to move on and continue with our lives," Izuku said nonchalantly. They soon met with the headmaster, who was accompanied by some of his comrades who had arrived from other parts of the academy. Izuku quickly spoke on behalf of the others to Nezu and explained what had happened to them. They continued walking through the academy's hallways, with students watching them curiously and spreading predictable rumors. Meanwhile, the other summoned individuals remained detached from the explanation, keeping a short distance from them, except for the occasional comment. "I also regret that you lost your quirks. Especially given the unfair circumstances you endured," Nezu said, looking at his students with a touch of pity. The same pity he rarely had the opportunity to experience. "Fortunately, we were able to compensate for that lack of power with the manipulation of mana, that is, magic," added Mina, who had summoned a bright light in her index finger, as they walked. After listening to Mina's explanation, Nezu turned back to look at Izuku, still uncertain about his situation. "By the way, I'm curious. What's the name of the other world they were taken to? Does it have a specific name?" Izuku answered the question politely. The locals officially named their world in their own language I_A acute O umlaut plus or minus diaresis thorn O U acute diaresis superscript 2 plus or minus O umlaut diaresis E circumflex A acute est set 3/4. This can be translated into our language as land of creation. There is, however, a shorter name commonly used. I_A acute O umlaut plus or minus diaresis thorn O umlaut U acute diaresis plus or minus asu, which also translates as land of the tree. We, for our part, shortened the name even further and called it Terheim because it was the easiest way to pronounce it when we didn't know much about the language. Interestingly, the pronunciation of both versions of the name depends on the race you belong to. Demons, for example, have a more pronounced accent, much like the French in their language. From what I can see, it also depends on the culture, so there can also be variations of the word, right? Yes, but not all races are open to sharing their linguistic knowledge or knowledge in general, so I'm not sure I know all the variations. Unfortunately, 10 years wasn't enough time to get to know that world in detail. While Izuku was explaining the issues surrounding the former world to the principal, chaos and confusion reigned among the students of Class A. They were following the group of summoned individuals accompanying the principal, positioned behind the group of newcomers, maintaining a considerable distance. The only ones who hadn't joined the rest of the class were Jiro Kyoka, Uraraka Achako, and Todoroki Shoto. Those present couldn't help but stare in astonishment at how much their vanished classmates had changed, without anyone having had a chance to know beforehand. The worst part was that this event had taken them completely by surprise, and unfortunately, it had taken them longer to catch up with the summoned individuals than it had taken for them to disappear. Each of them had mixed feelings about what was happening. Some were curious about what had become of their companions, others wanted to stay out of it, and there were those who didn't welcome their return. Added to this was a deep mistrust that led them to judge before anyone had a chance to explain. Bakugo Katsuki was the first to refuse to accept that it was them and that there was something behind the events. Meanwhile, Injiro Kirishima was the one who wavered between distrust and understanding. She simply began to doubt whether they were still the same people or if they would still be her friends. Regardless of whether they looked the same, something had changed within them. That much was certain. Is it really you? Ijiro wondered to himself, his doubts flooding his mind. Without warning, the director stopped walking down the corridors and stood before a window offering a breathtaking view of Musafatu. As expected, he remained gazing at the scenery. He didn't take long to break the brief silence he had made. How many more are out there? How much more of you can we expect? Then Iida spoke on behalf of his boss. There are 30 of us, director. Not all of us are from this world. Some of our guests are originally from there, but they decided to come with us. I hope there won't be any problems with this. Iida said with his characteristic seriousness. Don't worry, director. We know them very well, and they won't cause any trouble. Denki said in his jovial tone. If they knew them, they'd probably get along with everyone, right guys? Suddenly, Mina caught her classmates off guard and they couldn't quickly answer her question. Especially since she had smiled at them as she always did, reminding them that Mina probably still believed things could be like they used to be. Yes, probably. Toru Hagakure said, answering her friend before she knew the group's stance on the situation. At the same time, she did her best to make her fake smile look genuine. Then, after Iida's concrete answer, Nezu thought things over for a while and finally came up with a possible course of action on his part to deal with the situation. I would like to ask that you, including students and non-students here, allow me to invite your family members or loved ones to a private meeting in a few hours to prepare them for the news. Even if they already know because of the circumstances, they will probably need answers. To the world and to them, you are still the kids you once were. It won't be easy, and of course, it's imperative that everyone be together. So I would ask that you gather those who are missing and tell them about the meeting. For my part, I will prepare what is necessary. Is this alright with you? For a moment, silence reigned between the summoned and the students. The former were gripped by the uncertainty of seeing their families after so long. On the other hand, since it was inevitable and something they had eagerly awaited, it would be a sin to refuse Nezu's request. Especially since doing it alongside their comrades greatly increased their courage and gave them the strength to face reality. Sensing what his comrades were thinking, Izuku decided to speak up. But not before receiving a supportive look from All Might, who believed Izuku already knew what was right for the group. Yes, we accept your proposal, director. Izuku said, bowing. We'll take care of gathering everyone before the assembly, so we're ready to see you. Then, Nezu finally said. Excellent. I'll contact the administration to get the contact information for their families. Also, please encourage the others to extend the invitation themselves, in case I don't have the contacts, assuming not everyone is an alumnus. Hi. Izuku said in affirmation. Izu-kun. Itsuka Kendo exclaimed excitedly. Her voice could be heard from a few meters away. Without warning, the members of Class B, who had become summoned, appeared, entering from the other end of the hallway where Izuku and his friends were. The atmosphere among the summoned quickly turned festive, with celebrations of finally being home. Hugs and shouts of victory soon followed. We're finally home. Mineta said with an excited voice and his classic gesture of raising his hammer in the air. I can't wait to try Sake again. Setsuna said excitedly. Meanwhile, the others witnessed a spectacle so foreign to them that a barrier seemed to separate them from the summoned beings who were their companions. Unfortunately, there was no way for them to share in that joy if their absence was so brief as to be imperceptible. All that remained was mistrust, doubt, and curiosity about what had happened in that world. At the same time, Nezu said goodbye to All Might, leaving the boys to have their moment of celebration amongst themselves. After walking a few meters down the corridor, heading towards his office, he couldn't help but feel a deep concern for them. A concern that had troubled him ever since he learned of their existence from Toshinori. You were prepared to return to this world, the problem is there's no way of knowing if the world is prepared to receive you. Nezu thought, very worried about his students, even though they probably weren't the same anymore. Chapter 5. While Nezu's sudden announcement about the assembly for the families of the summoned was taking place, something even more interesting was happening at a secret base hidden deep within a forest. The event was so violent and frenetic that birds took flight as a sign of danger. Damn traitors. Exclaimed Spinner, a well-known member of the League of Villains, staggering on the verge of death from his injuries. Toga-chan, I think you went too far with the poor reptile. A familiar voice among the League of Villains members remarked casually. The bastard will die before we can hand him over to the commission, as the boss ordered. Although, come to think of it, his death won't exceed the number we're allowed to kill. Himiko Toga, listening to her comrade beside her, realized that she was probably right. The reptilian villain could barely stand due to the hundreds of cuts covering most of his body, which foreshadowed a grim future for his survival. Unfortunately for him, Toga's insatiable thirst for blood overwhelmed his ability to strictly obey orders. So, for the time being, he would take some liberties, exploiting a loophole in the law. In this case, since we're going to skip it and send him to Tartarus, I'll probably have another plate for breakfast in the morning. The girl said, licking her lips, which were dripping with blood, and looking predatorily at her winded old friend. You know what? When I first met you, I always wondered if your blood was as red as ours. Luckily, it is. You're crazy, said Spinner, scared of the one who had recently been his friend. Stay away from me, traitor. The reptile couldn't believe what was happening. His two comrades had betrayed the League, leaving a trail of death and destruction across the organization's main base. They were the most loyal to the cause, the ones who would lead the organization to final victory against the heroes. To his dismay, he had once considered them more than brothers, a bond he believed to be strong and unbreakable. They were even united against the hero society. It's a shame, Spinner. We had hoped you were older, or that the organization had been defeated by so-called good. Unfortunately, it hasn't been long since our departure to the other side, and you were still here, forcing us to obey the orders of our boss, who told us we had to put our affairs in order. The man said with a wicked smile. Behind the man, the base's main courtyard was littered with the scattered corpses of League army members. The vast majority were in a deplorable inhuman state. Not all had limbs reattached, their skin color intact, or the same muscle mass they once possessed. It was a terrifying sight that only the most deranged villains could endure. Among the victims were Muscular, Mustard, Magni, Moonfish, Twice, and Mr. Compress, who had no chance to do anything against the traitors. The only survivors were Dobby and hundreds of other specifically selected villains, who remained motionless like mannequins, under the effect of a mysterious magic, though they were aware of what was happening around them. All Spinner could do was hope that the betrayal would be punished, regardless of whether he died, as long as someone more powerful punished them. I know our leader, your adoptive father, won't be happy about this. He'll probably be back from the bar soon to see the mess you've made, you son of a bitch. Spinner threatened, brandishing his katana. Tamura Shigaraki remained unfazed by the possibility of his father's imminent arrival. He merely displayed a sadistic smile, witnessing the false hopes of his former comrade and the despair in his eyes. Although I would have liked to take care of my father myself, someone else reserved the right to confront him, just as others volunteered to confront other missing members of the League. For example, a good friend asked us to spare her beloved little brother until she arrived. Spinner responded with fury in his voice. Who betrayed us, Tamura-sama? The Commission. The heroes. That damn teenager. Each effort by Spinner cost him precious seconds of stability before he collapsed, weakened by the blood loss caused by Toga. Himiko Toga replied. It's nothing personal, Spinner. Circumstances changed, and we were transported to a miserable world for 10 years. It's a time when many things can happen, like re-evaluating your friendships, ideals, and allies. Now we are loyally serving Clan Wolf and following the orders of our leader, my beloved husband. Who are they serving? Spinner asked. You were right about your last question, my esteemed reptile, it is Izuku Midoriya. Tamura replied seriously. The enemy I swore to destroy is the one I now serve. They're crazy. Another world. It's all eyes, this is. Spinner said, stopping at the last second. Although he couldn't deny the undeniable change in appearance of those who had been his friends. Before this nightmare, he remembered them looking completely different. Tamura looked like an evil black magic sorcerer, and Toga dressed like a real vampire, in an outfit reminiscent of several vampire series. Another thing to consider in their story was the incredible power they demonstrated by killing many of those present. It had nothing to do with the powers their former allies were familiar with. The disaster is certainly unexpected. But what's truly surprising is seeing who caused it, said a familiar voice behind the duo. Without warning, a portal opened right behind them, and all for one, the criminal mastermind of several eras, the king of the underworld, legendary for his cruelty and intelligence, appeared. He was accompanied by his loyal ally Kurogiri, the master of portals. Hello, father. Tamura said with false politeness. Is this how you repay the man who gave you a life after you lost your cursed family? The one who saved you from a future on the dirty streets of Tokyo and gave you a purpose in this world so you could change the society we live in. Chief. Spinner interrupted his leader. They're traitors. They killed most of us, left others alive, and have powers that. Toga, make him be quiet. He's starting to irritate me. Tamura said seriously. Hi. She said cheerfully. Suddenly, Toga transformed into several bats that swooped down directly on Spinner. He screamed in pain as she attacked him, and it was easy for Toga to drain him of all his blood. There wasn't even much resistance from the villain. When Toga returned to her human form, she was disappointed by the small blood supply. It's a shame there was so little. It left me unsatisfied. Toga said as blood stained her lips near the reptile's lifeless neck. Having 2 quirks. Impossible. The boss never granted you such power. Unless you stole the blood of. Kurogiri remarked upon seeing Toga in action. It's not a quirk you see, Kurogiri. Tamura said with an amused smile. It's the result of abilities we acquired during our time in the other world. It turns out we were gone for 10 years. Meanwhile, Afo couldn't believe what was happening. Every single one of his plans was about to be ruined by his pupil's sudden betrayal. Not only that, but upon seeing Tamura, he realized that every trace of the power he had bequeathed to him had vanished, losing all influence over him. He couldn't stop his fury from growing. To him, his mind was like a storm unleashing its first destructive lightning bolts upon the innocent ground. It doesn't matter what stories you've concocted, son. You will die for your betrayal. Afo said, with a perceptible red aura. Tamura couldn't help but laugh at the situation and his father's pathetic threat. Freed from his control, he had the opportunity to see what his father truly wanted from him. A truth that would later prove to be an unpleasant surprise. You're furious because I won't be your vessel anymore, aren't you? What? Afo exclaimed in surprise. It was well known to him that Tamura was unaware of this point. Then, Tamura began to say what he had always wanted to say to his father. Every word had been carefully thought out and rehearsed over the years. It's pathetic that your body is so deteriorated that you can no longer maintain your reign. You needed me as an excellent vessel to preserve your youth. You didn't want an heir. You wanted a new body. You're an old man from the old days who didn't want to relinquish power and wouldn't let the young take the reins of the future. You're pathetic. More pathetic than some of the thousands of years old sorcerers I've known. TSK. Said Afo in frustration. Besides, you're quite ugly, Tamura-chan. I probably couldn't stand seeing your hideous face in a mirror. Toga said, mocking her former leader. Finally, the other world made me see the nightmare of being tied to strings that control me. I experienced the exact same thing with you, and I refuse to repeat it. I am a monster, and I will have my own path as such. Tamura said passionately, clutching his chest forcefully. Nonsense. You only talk nonsense. I'm free of you. I'll make my life here without you. This is the last time you'll see me, goodbye. Shut up. Afo exclaimed furiously, gathering a large amount of electricity in his hand. I don't know who influenced you with this nonsense. But as I said, I will not forgive any betrayal. You will die. Suddenly, a massive bolt of electricity shot from his hand toward them both. The attack seemed powerful and destructive, leaving cracks and chaos in its short path to its target. Surprisingly, Toga, the blood assassin, merely yawned at her former leader's attack. You're even more boring than I remembered. Tachinori Ajichan is going to be upset. The girl said disdainfully. Without warning, a low-level protective spell was projected through a magic circle that the girl activated by holding her left hand out in front of the villain's beam. The spell was effective, and the fearsome beam was quickly absorbed. Impossible. Exclaimed the villains in shock, unable to believe that their former lieutenant was capable of such a feat. What followed was even more unheard of. Superscript 2 est set 3/4 I umlaut plus or minus diaresis I umlaut diaresis superscript 2 o umlaut u acute o umlaut superscript 2 I umlaut plus or minus a acute superscript 2 ss. Toga said unexpectedly, reciting a spell in an unknown language. Without warning, the same magic circle appeared behind her, directing the beam towards Afo and Kurogiri, who were barely able to avoid it, causing great damage to the ground of the base courtyard and further deteriorating the corpses. TSK, damn it. Kurogiri exclaimed upon seeing the enormous power she possessed. How is this possible? Afo said, shocked by what he had just witnessed. Believe me, old friend, my grandchildren have been well trained. Said a charismatic voice, which was quite well known. The surprises kept coming from the League of Villains main base. All Might, in all his glory and with his youth restored, possessing new abilities like flight, returned. Damn it. You're supposed to be retired, you old bastard. You offend me, I'm old, but I have a lot of experience behind me. All Might said mockingly with a big smile. You shouldn't be like new, you should be a decrepit old man. Said Afo, who was reaching maximum levels of frustration. All Might didn't take long to reach the ground with a rather epic entrance, where the ground shook slightly and some rocks flew upwards, all while striking the famous pose, with his fist on the ground, seen in famous comics. Toga was the only one who applauded, a little moved by All Might's performance. That's an epic entrance, Grandpa. Tamura couldn't help but get emotional either. Finish off the old man. When he quickly got back to his feet, he decided to continue talking as he slowly made his way toward the aforementioned villain. With each step he took, the crunch of his footsteps on the ground and the creaking of his imposing armor could be heard. You know, I've always wanted to make an epic entrance when I face you, one of the many things on my to-do list. Like humiliating and defeating the one who's been a thorn in my side for a large part of my life and in the lives of the previous wielders as well. Part of me wants you to put up a good fight, so it's worth my time wasting it on you. Afo answered him somewhat confidently. You've become very arrogant, All Might. Where did the humility go in your words when we faced each other in the past? I'll tell you what a wise man once told me. Show your humility to those beneath you and to those close to you. Show your warrior's pride in battle, because the enemy will demonstrate their strength. It's advice that has stayed with me throughout my life, and I intend to follow it to the end. All Might said, drawing his enormous sword and displaying an enviable swordsmanship as he took his stance. His shining sword continued to dazzle the desolate place filled with the death of those villains who chose the wrong place to be. This will be your end, All Might. Then I'll deal with those traitors and get answers from them about their unexpected power. Afo said as he internally readied each of his extremely powerful quirks for battle. A strange end with that armor of yours, you damn madman. Chapter 6. Jiru-san, where do you think they are? Uraraka asked, panting from exhaustion after searching much of the school for them. I don't know. Just keep running. Kyoka said, equally tired. During the journey, Uraraka learned from her friend that when she fainted, the two men quickly came to her aid. The others present, like them, were concerned for her and also wanted to help. At the same time, the rest of the group had also arrived at the hall. Things calmed down at first, as her vital signs were fine. But when Iida tried to use some kind of strange magic on her, the others stopped him. For some odd reason, they refused to help her, claiming it was probably something minor. Shortly after, they left the classroom to attend to their missing members, wishing her a speedy recovery. Naturally, they couldn't resist following them out of curiosity, leaving only her friend behind to assist her should she wake up. She didn't judge their actions at first. She simply sensed they thought it was excessive for a simple fainting spell. But her colleague's behavior left her with an uneasy feeling, one she would need to reflect on later. For now, the priority was to be with Izuku and his other classmates in order to get answers about what happened to them. After a while, they encountered some of their classmates walking down the hallway that led back to their assigned classroom. At first glance, they appeared to be arguing amongst themselves, their faces showing expressions of confusion and annoyance. As a result of the first contact with their switch teammates. As expected, it didn't take long for them to realize that the women were heading towards them. Oh. Achako-san, I see you're alright. You scared us all. Sato said, watching Uraraka approach them. Like him, most were glad that nothing bad had happened to him because of his fainting spell. It's good that you're okay, Kiro. Asui said in a friendly manner. Kyoka, upon arriving with the others, quickly joined another conversation with her eccentric classmate Hanta, the boy with the ribbons, asking how it went for them to follow their changed classmates. Guys, haven't you seen our classmates who were summoned to another world? Uraraka asked, her tiredness evident. Why do you want to talk to them? Tokoyami Fumikage asked curiously. Answers, nothing more than that. Uraraka said seriously. Then, Momoyae Rozu spoke up to explain what had happened to her friend. The director told them he would be holding a meeting with their families, but we couldn't hear the other details. For now, they're going to gather the other members who are scattered throughout the city. Ashido-san told us they'd be very busy today, so she promised to catch up with us later. Up to this point, the brunette felt relieved to know she was up to date on recent events, at least as far as her companions had managed to find out. However, for some strange reason, simply knowing that wasn't enough to satisfy her. She needed to know more, even if the circumstances weren't ideal. President, do you know which way they went? Or at least, could you tell me where they were last seen? Uraraka said determinedly. We saw them heading towards the outskirts of the academy, but, Achako-san, I don't think it's… Thank you. Then, she turned to look at her friend Kyoka. I'll be on my own. Thank you, Jiru-san, rest for a moment. Uraraka said, ending with a respectful bow. Wait, Achako-san. Asui said, trying to calm her down. Sorry guys. We'll talk later. Said the brunette, ignoring everyone's reasoning. The others were unable to stop her decision, and as expected, she continued on her way towards the academy exit, ignoring their recommendations or constant pleas. By the time he was out of sight of his frustrated colleagues, the argument began. TSK. Katsuki Bakugo exclaimed in annoyance. Why can't that fool understand quickly that they aren't our classmates? Then, Toru Hagakure complimented Katsuki. Doesn't she understand that we were trying to stop her for her own good? Don't you think her fainting spell and her muttering in a strange language happened right when they showed up? Something must have happened because of her strange abilities. Our true comrades would never do this to a friend. Toru's frustration was reflected in the exhalations visible in his breathing. It's too much of a coincidence. They still have the nerve to try and help her with that strange magic. Iida went too far with his help, as did Izuku. I just hope they don't do anything to her if she runs into them, commented Ejiro, who agreed with Kitsuki. I can't believe there are more classmates who have been to another world. Yuga Aoyama exclaimed freely, clearly excited. Some of the students in Class B experienced it too. Amazing. You still believe that story, Aoyama? Kitsuki rebuked his partner. It's the truth, my dear grumpy friend, Yuga said with conviction. Besides, it's even more interesting to learn about the relationships that formed while we were there. For example, I never thought I'd see Mina-san loving Izuku-kun, let alone kissing him. Yuga-san. Momo said, interrupting her classmate. This isn't the important issue here. We need to think about what we should do. Whether Midoriya-san is dating Ishido-san isn't important right now. Those are the classmates we know. Besides, we have to consider the fact that something happened to Ichako-san, probably because of those strange powers. Even teacher Toshinori-san is different. Guys. Kyoka said, speaking again. We need to think things through. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. From what Hanta told me, Izuku and our classmates aren't the only ones. I wonder if love blossomed and spread to more summoned members of our group. Jiru-san, as you say, perhaps there are more couples we haven't known about. Yuga said. Shut up, Aoma. Just shut up. Suddenly, Injiro Kirishima reflected what he had been feeling since learning the news and everything else. His expression showed only pain and anguish. After that, no one said anything about it. Even Kitsuki knew it was best to forget about it for a while. Uraraka quickened her pace again, heading for the exit. Fortunately for her weary self, the journey turned out to be shorter than expected, giving her hope of catching up with them. It can't be. She exclaimed in surprise. When he reached the school's main gate, the one that opened directly onto the street, he witnessed All Might's return to glory. The hero, from the asphalt of the street, unexpectedly shot out from the ground, hovering at a considerable height. Then, as if he were a jet from the JFSD, Japan Self-Defense Forces, he broke the sound barrier, propelling himself out of the sky and heading toward an unknown location. All Might is back. Uraraka thought in surprise, although she couldn't control her body to celebrate this event, despite completely ignoring how he was able to return to how he was before. He couldn't help but reminisce about the old days when he used to watch their heroic deeds on television. His parents were his closest confidants when it came to discussing heroes and their annual salaries. Seeing that glory resurfaced was a breath of fresh air amidst so much uncertainty in his life. After that, it only took a few steps to finally find what he was looking for. Here they are. Uraraka said happily, seeing that they were still close. Just below where the hero was floating, the group of summoned were apparently discussing a serious matter on the sidewalk of the street before leaving the academy for good. Wait for Ankoku-san's signal. Izuku said, giving orders openly. This is the last thing we need to complete as a group. This has to go well. Everything's going to be alright, boss. Toshinori Ajichan is already doing his part of the operation. Toga-chan already gave notice. Denki Kaminari said in a relaxed manner. Relax, honey. Mina said to Izuku. We just have to wait. We've been through worse. Let's just hope our comrades leave enough important prisoners alive to hand over to the commission. Iida said seriously, his eyes focused on the current mission. You know them. They still love a good fight. Tsutsuna said, just as nonchalantly as Denki. I wouldn't be surprised if they killed that decrepit old man before Grandpa could capture him. Were we really that afraid of him? That fear was justified before. Yui said seriously, as she levitated her magic staff to avoid carrying it all the time. We didn't have the power to face it before. Yui-san is right. I wonder if it could withstand one of my mana cannons. It would make a good test subject. Mei said, considering the possibility while carefully touching her chin. Excuse me. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Uraraka. She had gotten close enough to be heard, but her voice still sounded timid. Uraraka-san. Exclaimed Iida, the former class representative, happily. It's good to know you're okay. Izuku-kun told us you fainted. Are you okay? Mei said, happy to see the only girl who tolerated her before she was summoned. Although she had mixed feelings about the inventor being married to the boy she loved, she was genuinely happy that she was doing well, just like everyone else. I'm fine, Hatsum-san. Maybe I fainted because my blood sugar was low. It's nothing. I'm sorry for not waking you up sooner. Izuku said, approaching the girl. But our classmates insisted that I not use a rune spell to wake you. They said it wasn't necessary. I'm aware. No problem. She said, remembering what Kyoka had told her. She still felt that uncomfortable sensation at the thought, but decided to ignore it for the moment. Hey, Achako-san. How about we go shopping at the mall for some clothes? We need some more suitable outfits. Itsuka said, sounding a little excited. Obviously, after we finish an urgent mission. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Yui commented with a slight smile. I miss my cringy dinosaur clothes. Setsuna said nostalgically, reminiscing about her teenage years when she liked to dress that way. Let's see if there's anything in my size. Mina said, looking at her battle clothes. I don't need a change of clothes. Mei said, refusing with her arms crossed, even though she knew her clothes were somewhat stained and worn. You know you need it. Mina said with a judgmental look. You technomages don't stand out for your appearance. Their shopping trips were one of the things the girls of their generation missed doing the most. It was the only thing they could do without being reminded of their class rivalry. Although Itsuka's addiction to buying BL manga was also among her secret plans. Won't Ichako-san have classes? Ibarra commented, a little worried about affecting her academically. I still remember we were in the middle of the semester. That little brat is going to keep Izawa-san busy for a while. Monoma said, breaking his silence as he leaned casually against the wall. You guys are only here as backup if things go wrong. Even the chief told us that not all the clan members needed to be involved. That's why Mineta-san went to find his wives with that Itaku. I guess celebrating at a mall isn't so bad, is it? Wait. He's married. Uraraka said, frozen in surprise. Believe me, even we had a hard time believing it at first. Kaminari said, chuckling. But he's not the same little guy. I'd say he loves looking at precious metals more than harassing girls. From that moment on, she vowed to share her father's love for the Lord of the Rings, as it would probably be an excellent way to understand some things about her classmates. Then Ida smiled slightly as well. Sometimes, he also liked to be a little relaxed and see his comrades happy. As Monoma had said, not everyone's participation was necessary here. I suppose Denki, myself, Monoma, and the boss are enough to do what we need to do. There won't be too many to control. What do you think, Izuku-sama? The final word belonged to none other than the boss, who, with a broad smile, confirmed what his right-hand man had just said. Girls, we'll keep an eye out for Ankoku's signal. The others assigned will do their part at the LV base. We won't be long in confronting the commission, and it'll be quick to hand that old man over. After that, we'll make the most of our free time before Nezu summons us. You all certainly deserve more time to enjoy yourselves. After all, Uraraka-san has classes tomorrow, and we'll all be busy. What do you say? As expected, all the girls celebrated with a resounding yes. All except Uraraka, who had one last question to ask the leader. One that had been nagging at her for the past few seconds. Mei was the only undecided one. I couldn't help but overhear something, a mission. What's it about? Where did All Might Sensei go? She asked curiously. Oh. Getting rid of the League of Villains for good. Also, assassinating several collaborators, allies, and important members, except for a few we'll hand over to the commission, including that villain who faced All Might in the past. He's going to help us capture him. You know, that villain who kidnapped that idiot Kaken. Izuku said, in the same tone a teenager would use when planning a weekend trip. Only Uraraka could respond with a resounding yes. While her hair stood on end. Yes. I hope you all do well. She said in a tone that revealed her nervousness. This is pathetic. Toga commented with a slight yawn. I can feel his frustration. Tamura said with an evil smile. A feeling so unbearable that for him it would be like drinking acid. Shortly before the battle began, Toshinori ordered the two to get the prisoners out of the place alive, as there was a possibility of shaking the place so much that it would collapse. So Tamura quickly used dark arts to teleport all the living people present to a nearby area. They were then piled up in an insanely uncomfortable way. Fortunately, the place where they were was an excellent spot to observe the battle at the base. Damn it. Die. Kill Oppenheimer. Afo said desperately as he unleashed another attack from his long list of quirks. An explosive attack that left several craters at the base and also left pieces of the dead scattered even worse than they were, was not enough to even hit the hero. You rely too much on the strength of your attacks and don't properly calculate their accuracy. It's a mistake that any warrior should correct. All Might said, lecturing his enemy with a smile on his face. Shut up. You shouldn't be lecturing me. Suddenly, his telekinetic powers made their appearance, and several pieces of metal debris flew pointy towards the hero. All Might's only reaction was to sheathe his sword and disappear at the last moment before the debris came straight at him. Suddenly, the hero was transported right next to him, and the villain received a blow that he was able to block for an instant with his deformed arm. This attack made him retreat half a meter from his opponent. Nice try. His pleasure didn't last long, as without warning he felt all the air in his lungs vanish in an instant. It left him in a weak position, and he couldn't help but fall to his knees. What's wrong? Did you find a gold coin? All Might said in an arrogant tone. The villain could only feel powerlessness. A humiliation he had never felt before. Finally, the most feared villain in Japan and the rest of the world was on his knees. Unfortunately for Kurogiri, he could only watch and hide among the rubble of the already destroyed base. Chapter 7. Kurogiri has not been around since the beginning of his Boss All For One's criminal career, but he knows his story very well. All For One is a criminal born and raised in the shadows of the underworld, inspiring terror in every criminal, hero, and citizen of Japan. His power and influence are notorious, and he has survived different eras and threats from various heroes. For this reason, he is considered the greatest threat to the peace of society. Currently, with its well-managed organization, loyal and powerful members, and contacts everywhere, it was thought that it could finally win the eternal war against the forces of good. Unfortunately, fate dealt his master a cruel blow in a completely unexpected way. His greatest rival had resurfaced from nowhere with power that easily surpassed his own. Furthermore, he suffered betrayal from the elite members of his organization, one of whom was his vessel, whom he had once considered his son. The organization's elite members brought about their own downfall. They massacred countless members they once respected and even dared to murder their own lieutenants, whom they had previously considered friends. It wasn't necessary to have been present at the events to know what the traitors did. The villain only needed to witness the terrifying scene unfolding at the base. They reached the point of dehumanizing their victims and, unfortunately for them, became part of a blood feast perpetrated by a girl addicted to it. Her addiction led her to lose control, staining the walls as she clung to more. Seeing Lieutenant Spinner's blood on former Lieutenant Toga's lips gave her the realization that she truly enjoyed consuming it. The traitor Tamura Shigaraki also possessed a terrifying power. He left his victims as lifeless, mummified corpses by absorbing a kind of vital energy that kept them alive. A power that not even his master had managed to acquire. They were terrifying monsters who managed to win the affection of their master's greatest rival, even going so far as to call him Ajichin. This can't be real. Kurogiri exclaimed in horror upon seeing his master kneeling before All Might. The situation was not in their favor, and victory seemed to be in the enemy's hands. The surviving members were teleported to an unknown location, along with the traitors, leaving the League without a functioning army at that time. Leaving aside the traitors, only he, his master, and remained in the League. He, said the villain, animatedly. That's right. He was the one who secured our victory last time against the hero's forces. That bastard Gigantomachia. Gigantomachia is one of All For One's loyal servants and former bodyguard, trained to be of service to the League of Villains, should anything happen. Currently, he has sworn allegiance to the traitor and joined the Paranormal Liberation Front when the League of Villains and the Superpower Liberation Army merged. If he were to learn that Tamura Shigaraki had betrayed the League, he would react with devastating fury. I could describe the giant as a walking calamity that lives and dies for the sake of its master. Once awakened and commanded, it will tear through and destroy everything in its path, caring for nothing but its sole objective. Therefore, they would finally have a viable option for the League of Villains to prevail. This is our last chance, exclaimed Kurogiri. He knew that the giant would not be able to survive their power, but if it attacked a nearby city again, the distraction would be considerable, providing an escape window. Fortunately, the giant had a radio strapped to his neck to activate himself if it was necessary to leave his cave deep in the mountains. Then, the shadow villain vanished into the darkness to fulfill his purpose in a desperate attempt to save his master from a humiliating defeat. I'm so annoyed. I expected more from you, old enemy, exclaimed the former symbol of peace in frustration. Meanwhile, the villain could barely stand up due to the blow he had received, the effects of which he could not mitigate. Damn it. I can't move. The villain said in a desperate attempt to move. For the first time in his life, he was on his knees before his brother's successor, a form of humiliation he never thought he would experience. Are you surprised? All Might said arrogantly. The blow I landed on you is a technique I developed myself that allows me to weaken your mana supply. In other words, any quirk you try to access will be disabled for a limited time. Though I am surprised that it weakened you to the point of being unable to move. I suppose your body was so weakened that you couldn't withstand my technique, and you also couldn't function without a quirk. Shut up. You're just talking nonsense, the villain said, his voice trembling. You probably planted those ideas in my pupil. You only have one quirk that I couldn't steal. I wouldn't call him a pupil, more like a puppet. One you wanted to use to keep yourself young, because you're old and washed up. It's pathetic, considering you're the villain who managed to ruin the lives of my predecessors and even my successor at some point. How is this possible? The villain exclaimed from the ground in despair. You should be finished. Suddenly, the hero laid his sword down, burying it in the ground, then cupped his chin in his hands and pondered what he would do next. Seeing him like that only filled the villain with unending despair. It didn't take him long to make up his mind. That's it. I've decided what to do. That. Without warning, the hero pulled a white napkin from his left pocket. Then, using his left ring finger, whose tip glowed brightly, he drew a kind of rune of unknown origin. It won't hurt. I learned this trick from a sexy demon queen. All Might said with an evil grin. You'll feel even better. For the first time, Afo was afraid. What are you going to do? What you wanted from Tamura-chan? That. Suddenly, the hero brutally struck the villain in the face with a rag. This caused Afo to be slammed to the floor of the base, sending small debris flying around. The hero held the handkerchief firmly to the villain's face as he resisted in vain. The effect was soon visible, revealing a brighter light beneath the cloth. Fortunately, Afo was not wearing his helmet at the time, as it had been destroyed sometime during the battle. I think you're ready. Then, having finished his work, All Might stood up and stepped back from the villain to admire what he had done, clutching his sword, which had been buried in the process. Afo, for his part, didn't take long to get back on his feet and began touching his face. Little by little, as he felt the results, a wide grin spread across his face as he faced the hero. Any malformation had disappeared. Even his arm had returned to its normal shape. You son of a bitch. You did it. After Afo's words, All Might smiled enthusiastically. Little by little, his fighting spirit had been restored. What are you saying? Are you finally going to show why you were the most feared villain? He said with great enthusiasm. I'll prove you better than that. I'm at 100%, even more than when I was young. Suddenly, purple rays flashed on his right arm, gathering a great amount of power. I'll show you that you'll regret facing me at my best. Prove it. Give me a good laugh. Said All Might, pointing at the villain, as his cape billowed in the wind. Still waiting for the right moment to attack, Afo quickly, with a speed that could rival the American hero Flash, went straight towards the hero. 1,000,000 forces in my hand. Shouted the villain, mentioning his most atrocious attack. An attack that consisted of an increased blow due to the force of molecular acceleration, that is, by going at high speed, it accumulated a great force that it can use against an enemy, as if a car were going at high speed against a pedestrian. What baffled the villain was that the hero didn't move an inch and showed no sign of being under attack. This mattered little to him, however, as he had already decided to attack. Die. Their attack had again shaken the base's structure, causing a minor earthquake and the spread of a pile of debris around it. The celebration of Afo's resurgence had abruptly stopped. His fist hadn't moved an inch, nor had his body. Gradually, the smoke from the rubble had dissipated, revealing a rather calm hero. Ha! Is that all you've got? All Might said charismatically. Unfortunately for him, the hero remained motionless. His fist had collided with his enemy's abdomen, leaving an impression of having struck concrete. No. He exclaimed, his frustration gnawing at him. Why don't you just die? Magicula's son. Without wasting any time, he began repeatedly striking All Might in the abdomen. Despite his quirks granting him higher than usual physical energy, the effects were diminishing. Any effect he tried to inflict with his blows was useless. Even if he changed his quirks, the effect would be the same. Not even the one that gave him a strength similar to that of 1,000 men. Die, 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 you piece of shit. Little by little, their hands were wearing down despite their regenerative quirks. The effects were the same for them if they were exposed to repeated blows to hard metal. Are you finished? No. Said the villain, responding to All Might. Her willpower was slowly breaking down. I do, since I don't have all day to play with you, even though I'd like to. Orders from the boss. What? Said Afo, stopping his useless attack and taking a few steps away from the hero. The shock and the fear of being defeated were preventing him from thinking clearly. He almost wanted to flee cowardly to save his life. Her heart was racing, anxiety dominated her body and mind. For now, I'll use my hands, otherwise you'll die by my weapon. Be grateful that my grandson boss taught me other ways to attack. The only thing left for him to do was, please, have mercy. If I were the previous All Might, I would have shown you mercy. But the one you see here would have killed you on a whim. Keep that in mind during your long stay in Tartarus, in case you ever try to rise up against the peace again. His aura of death surrounded his being, which terrified the villain. No. Please. Have mercy. Suddenly, the hero gripped one of his fingers with his thumb, generating considerable tension, before launching his next attack. Thor no umlaut o grave sense o umlaut u acute o grave o umlaut u acute diaresis o grave est set plus or minus diaresis times o umlaut 3/4 o umlaut times a acute dot ss. Return the favor to my enemy. Full counter. Without warning, a massive burst of whitish energy was unleashed toward the villain. The last thing he saw before being defeated was a blinding light. Immediately afterward, another explosion rocked the already collapsed League base building. Shortly after, the smoke cleared again, revealing Afo lying unconscious in a crater. His clothes were torn, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and he had several bruises on his body. I suppose my participation here is over. Said the hero, adopting a relaxed attitude. Without warning, a force of nature was heading toward the place. Utterly enraged by the sudden news she had received, she was eager for revenge. It was Gigantomachia who made his appearance, destroying any nearby trees to reach the base. "I'll avenge him, boss. I swear it. I'll kill the traitors, and I'll kill All Might myself," the giant thought enragedly. A few seconds later, he was on the perimeter of the building, observing All Might quite calmly and his boss motionless in a small crater. "Boss. I'm going to avenge you," exclaimed the enraged giant. All Might had clearly seen the giant's presence, but he was unfazed, simply smiling nonchalantly. "Your turn, Miss Takeyama-san." Suddenly, the giant's path toward the hero was interrupted by a figure hurtling toward him. As if its attacker had been flying, it delivered a vicious kick to his abdomen, sending him flying half a kilometer. When he recovered, removing the trees that covered him, he was able to observe the culprit who prevented him from avenging his boss. None other than the giant woman who had previously challenged him. "We meet again, Mount Lady," he exclaimed with an evil expression. "Hello, Gigantomachia. Long time no see, you miserable bastard," she said charismatically. Her giant heroine form was not long in coming. This time she looked different, her attire resembling that of a Viking woman, with braids adorning part of her long hair. She now wore brown and black armor that covered her entire body. At her waist, she carried an unfamiliar axe. "You look different, woman. I don't see the same whore who prostitutes herself on television. I see a different version of you now, something different," said the giant, slowly getting up. Harsh words coming from a giant who lives in a lonely cave, licking the feet of a villain who is so weak he fell into the hands of my father-in-law, she said seriously. As expected, the villain was offended. "I serve my lord with honor," said the giant with conviction. Upon hearing that, she simply laughed slightly. "You know," Mount Lady said, expertly unsheathing her giant axe. "A true giant lives with freedom. He lives by his convictions and ideals. He lives to die in battle, defending his beliefs and his people to the death. You are no true giant. You are a disgrace," she said, pointing her axe at the villain. "You're getting in my way, you cheap cosplay whore. I need to avenge my boss. I'm afraid you won't even get to see him. You and he will share the same fate, I assure you of that. For now, I can show you what it truly means to be a giant. You'll regret this, bitch," said the giant, quite angry. "We'll see about that," she said, adopting a fighting stance. Chapter 8. In the midst of a battle of giants, two young ex-villains were standing nearby as spectators, having a conversation to pass the time. "Tamura-chan, can I ask you a question?" Toga inquired curiously. "What is it you want to know?" "Didn't killing our former comrades affect you?" Toga asked, curious. "Why do you ask? They were our comrades. We spent time with them. For example, at one point, I was very fond of Twice-san as a friend. I would have given my life for him, but now I've killed him without much hesitation. Furthermore, I didn't care at all about leaving the vast majority without mana to reincarnate or without blood to continue living. The question is, how did we get to this point, where we no longer care about anything?" Upon hearing this, Tamura paused to reflect for a moment. "Let me tell you a story, Toga. Before I met all of you, I spent most of my life with my father and his criminal activities. When I was just a kid, I met a hitman. I can't remember his name, but he was probably around our age before we moved to Terheim. My father hired him to take out people he found troublesome. So, it was common for him to come around to the bar often. Most of the time, they'd make him wait and he'd end up talking to me. Over time, I came to think of him as an older brother, the kind of cool brother who'd bring you candy or play games with you. I didn't have any siblings, but I know what you mean." Suddenly, the ground began to shake slightly, but they paid no attention to it. "Anyway, I spent 2 years with that routine, with him visiting me often and playing with him whenever possible. But there came a time when my father no longer needed his services, and the visit stopped. He left without saying goodbye, without saying he wouldn't be back, and he never wanted to contact me again. Did that affect you a lot?" Toga asked, a little worried that it had affected her in some way. Unexpectedly for the blonde, he didn't get sentimental. "I was a child, I suppose we cling to the first authority figure who gives us comfort and affection. But as you grow up, you realize that it's not something easy to come by." "I know," Toga said with a small lump in her throat, recalling recent bitter memories. Immediately afterward, she calmed down a little and regained her composure. She didn't want to relive those memories, especially not on such an important occasion. "Anyway, time passed, and I turned 12 then. Around that time, I started carrying out the missions my father assigned me and improving my quirk training. On one of those missions, some thugs who acted as bodyguards for me went to collect a favor my father had done for a local politician in eastern Japan. At first, the guy refused to pay my father, so they sent us to force him to pay his debt. When we arrived at his residence, we were ambushed and my bodyguards were burned alive. I spent the next 10 minutes dodging their attacks, but I couldn't touch him to disintegrate him. There came a moment when I managed to remove his mask and saw his face. It was him, and obviously, like a naive child, I asked him why he had attacked us. He knew it was me, but I couldn't understand why he wanted to kill me. He just laughed and looked at me with disdain. He spoke to me very condescendingly, now that I think about it. Then he told me. Things change, kid. This fat politician hired me to kill that old man's thugs, and that's what I'm going to do. It's a shame, kid. I liked you. After that, my disappointment was so great that, like an enraged child, I murdered him without hesitation. I would have killed him just like you. Toga said seriously. The thing is, I learned that day that in this world you can't trust the friends you meet along the way, or the people you grow fond of 100%, because they won't necessarily be close to you forever. Like he told me that day, things change. He stopped working for my father and had other employers. By fate, there came a point where I became a target of his work. Doesn't that sound familiar? Tamura said, looking at Toga. After the question, Toga could barely let out a sigh of frustration. You're right. We're members of Clan Wolf now. We left the league years ago, and like you said, we reached a point where our former comrades became targets. Life's strange, isn't it? Yes, life is very strange and you never know where it might take you, said Tamura, smiling slightly. Meanwhile, Dabi's groans could be heard behind them as he was frozen along with the other survivors. Obviously, they noticed this and turned their gaze to Dabi's panicked expression, as well as his intentions to escape at all costs. It seems Fujumi-san's brother is complaining. He may have seen how the battle with Yu-chan is going, Toga said, looking at Dabi. Without warning, a tree flew very close to them and crashed into a nearby stone wall. At the same time, ferocious roars from the giant were heard. It seems he's lost hope. I'm sorry, old friend, but you have to wait for your sister. Tamura said, his sadistic expression returning. Meanwhile, Dabi was fighting fiercely to break free from the freezing Tamura had imposed on him. Panic consumed him as he watched Gigantomachia lose the battle. It was the last straw. You damned bitch. Roared the giant with intense fury. Gigantomachia possesses incredible strength, which allowed him to serve for years as All for One's personal bodyguard. He also boasts experience fighting giants of similar strength and outstanding abilities, such as speed and durability. His ability to increase his size in combat and his undefeated record further distinguish him. Now, it seems that none of that is enough. Even though his skill allowed him to surpass the woman in size, he couldn't defeat her in the fight. I must say, you have excellent strength for a giant child. A lot of brute force and very little precision. You trusted that your fists would harm me without considering my own agility and rushed headlong at me, giving me numerous opportunities to knock you down. Let me tell you something, the worst weakness of a warrior, and of a giant, is unrefined brute force. Mount Lady remarked calmly. I'm faster than you, woman. I'll prove it to you. Suddenly, Gigantomachia grabbed enormous, solid chunks of earth from the forest floor and crushed them with force into spiky masses. Then, with superhuman speed, he hurled them at the heroine like giant projectiles. This technique allowed him to defeat foreign giants in the past who lacked the speed to avoid him, resulting in multiple wounds. His incredible strength and speed enabled him to perform such feats. What the hell? Exclaimed the giant in surprise. Mount Lady cut through the projectiles with only her trusty axe, generating a small storm of fine sand behind her. Oh, I know this game. You're an excellent player. You could beat my old teacher. Although it's very popular among the giant elders, it's rather old-fashioned, don't you think? Said Mount Lady. How is this possible? Exclaimed the giant, growing increasingly tired as the nearby land ran out. Finally, the giant stopped throwing pieces of earth at her because of the exhaustion his body began to feel. Is that it? You don't want to play anymore? Ever since I left the giant race, nobody wants to play with me. Not even my husband, Iri-chan, Denki-san, and the others want to play with me. They all told me I play pretty rough with projectiles. The woman said, feigning a pout of disappointment. Suddenly, she began to smile arrogantly at her adversary, making the giant feel that he was not worthy to be in battle with her and hurting his pride in the process. Shut up, just shut up. Stop smiling. Exclaimed the giant, frustrated. If that's all, I suppose the games are over. The giantess said suddenly, sheathing her axe at her waist. Oh well, it's time I showed you the true power of a giant. At least be grateful I'm not using the axe, or you'd be dead. Gigantomachia was clearly offended by his comment. Are you underestimating me? He asked, gathering courage and fury. I'll kill you. As expected, the giant lunged at her with his usual brute force. Without warning, Mount Lady made only a slight movement with her feet, which made the giant feel the ground shift beneath him and suddenly lose his balance. Its fall caused a slight tremor in the earth. What? Exclaimed the giant in surprise. It will do you good to watch the birds. She said suddenly. Unexpectedly, he stomped his foot hard on the ground on the opposite side. As a result, a large pillar of earth erupted, striking the giant and sending him flying 200 meters into the air before crashing to a nearby spot. Suddenly, nostalgia overwhelmed the woman. "This reminds me of everything I had to go through with my teacher," said Mount Lady, recalling with some fondness the constant beatings and humiliation she endured while learning the giant's martial arts, as well as their greatest power: earthbending. What the newly arrived giant didn't expect was that the giantess would make further movements with her feet and arms, causing a platform of earth to rise up beneath his feet. The fact that it could support his immense weight left him perplexed. Then, two enormous fists of earth appeared on either side of the floating platform and, before the giant could react, crashed down upon him. The impact caused a slight shockwave that rippled through the forest, shaking nearby trees. Finally, Gigantomachia fell to the ground again. After a few minutes, he quickly regained consciousness and couldn't help but be in shock. "Is this a Nickelodeon joke? I thought this only happened on kids' shows," the surprised giant thought. He knew that having that power meant being on a whole new level of ability. No one with earth-manipulating quirks could have done what she did, especially since she had to push beyond the physical limits of her human body. It was something he simply couldn't believe, but now he was witnessing that it was real and that she possessed it. That power was terrifying and clearly beyond anything he had ever seen in his entire life. As expected, the giantess approached him with a very intimidating aura. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this, Gigantomachia. Since our last battle, I've felt nothing but sadness and suffering over my defeat. Not just me, but also the families of the heroes and my friends who gave their lives to stop you, but we both know it was all for nothing. My best friend, Namuri Kayama, was in a coma for several months, and because of that, her life took a turn for the worse. Just like the lives of everyone I know, to be honest." Suddenly, Gigantomachia had a panic attack. It was something he had never experienced before. His giant heart was racing. "I spent years hating everything about you, you know. You took away my pride, my fiancé left me because he couldn't deal with my trauma, you robbed me of sleep with the nightmares you gave me, because of the fear I had of you. Thanks to you, I have this hideous scar on my eyebrow," she said, her fury growing stronger by the second. "What do you want from me?" Gigantomachia asked, his voice trembling. It was almost time for her to be right in front of him. "If it were up to me, I'd kill you. But my husband's orders are to bring you to the commission alive. So, for now, I just want you to surrender, because my patience hangs by a thread," the giantess said in a very intimidating voice. For the first time in his life, he saw an opponent so gigantic and intimidating, she seemed to reach the heavens. For the first time, he felt like a mere mortal of small stature in comparison. He had brutally underestimated this woman, and now he was paying the price. "I'm sorry, Chief. Now you'll have to manage on your own," he thought to himself. The loyalty she felt for her boss vanished like the wind. Clearly, her only option was to flee as far away as possible. So, she tried to run with all her might. "Who the hell are you?" he exclaimed before running away. "I am your end," she said, making a strange movement with her feet and hands. Without warning, the ground beneath the giant sank, and consequently, he ended up with his feet underneath it. Then, an earthen prison formed around the other half of his body. A prison that could easily be mistaken for a newly formed hill. The giant could only curse. "Damned. Be a good boy," she said with a sadistic smile. Then, with a simple gesture, spikes of earth formed around the giant's neck. "All the other spikes in your earthen prison are also ready to pierce you if you make the slightest move to free yourself. Understood?" At this point, defeat was inevitable. "Yes," said the giant resignedly. "But boy," she said, stroking the head of her prey as if it were a recently scolded puppy. Suddenly, a faint feeling of being watched came to her mind. She only had to turn around to see who was watching her. "I knew it. The civilian paparazzi were quick to arrive. I guess I attracted too much attention," she said with frustration. Unexpectedly, a few kilometers away, some campers began recording what had just happened with their cell phones, clearly amazed. Inevitably, this would go viral within minutes. And there was no shortage of gossips. "Oh well, I went viral," she said, shrugging the matter off. For now, the clan already had one of its most important prisoners besides Afo. Unfortunately for Kurogiri, his fear of having lost his chance to win made him visible to another member of the wolf clan. She simply surprised him from behind, absorbing his darkness and storing it in a small, sealed vial. Without warning, a portal opened near the two former villains, revealing a girl known for her portals. "Ankoku-san, it's so good you're here. Who did you bring?" Toga exclaimed excitedly upon seeing another of her friends. "I came to celebrate a family reunion with my little brother," she said seriously, yet also somewhat excited to see what would happen next. Suddenly, Fujimi Todoroki and her brother, clearly in shock, Shoto Todoroki, had crossed the portal after Ankoku. The atmosphere was extremely strange for the younger brother. Everything seemed unreal to him, as if it were a dream he wished weren't real. Meanwhile, Fujumi had entered a rather unusual and quite dangerous phase. Suddenly, his eyes burned with excitement for what he had planned to do. Toga-chan. Where's my brother? I need to have a family talk, brother to brother. The Todoroki family reunion had begun. Chapter 9. Shoto Todoroki had never felt such a rush to get home in his life. After everything he'd been through with his dysfunctional family, he never expected to find a truly important reason to be there. The closest thing to a reason to be there was for an awkward reunion of all the family members during the December holidays. Unfortunately, these holidays never end peacefully, and to the family's misfortune, due to bad luck, someone always ends up leaving the dining room screaming and cursing intensely. Even amidst all that darkness, there was always a light shining brightly in the wrong place. This light was his sister, Fujumi Todoroki, who had shown herself to have a huge heart for a family that, at times, hadn't shown her deserving of it. Shoto himself admitted this and was tempted to tell her to stay away from them for her own good, including his. However, she was always there to help in any way she could. For example, when she argues with Natsuo, her mother or her father, she acts as a mediator between them and tries to reach a peaceful agreement despite being insulted by Natsuo, reproached by her father for implying she's taken sides, and facing her mother's indifference during the latter two instances. This unpleasant experience led him to suggest to his sister that she leave so she wouldn't have to endure it. Despite his calm demeanor and charisma on his best days, he also fell victim to his family's toxic environment and had conflicts with his father on several occasions. Although she wasn't born with the quirk her father had hoped for in his children, she possessed an extraordinary aptitude for combat with her ice control quirk. For a time, he had decided she would study at UA to become a legitimate hero. At first, she was very submissive and accepted the rigorous and exhausting training to prepare her for this profession. But by the time she turned 14, her training was to intensify even further to prepare her for the entrance exam. Her father's pride dictated that she should be the best in her generation. However, fate proved once again that he would not get what he wanted. Shortly before the exam, she bravely confronted her father and confessed that she hated heroism and everything it represented. Mainly because this profession required those who practiced it to have a relentless need to climb a disgusting ladder of popularity, the purpose of which was to inflate the egos of those on it. Her own father had fallen into this trap and, with that need in mind, had caused much harm to his family. Furthermore, she said that if she became a heroine, she too would fall into the same trap, and she refused to be part of the reason her beloved family had been hurt. She hated that profession and everything it represented. Despite having a powerful quirk, she refused to take the entrance exam. Then, with determination, she told her father that her dream was to be an early childhood education teacher. Being that person who guides young people through education was his way of contributing to society. Obviously, on that day, her sister and her father had the biggest fight they had ever had in their lives, and their screams echoed throughout the property. Shoto himself was present behind the wooden door of the family dojo, observing the outcome. After that, she and her father didn't have a good relationship for several years and had some heated arguments. Finally, though reluctantly, he financially supported her education at the University of Tokyo to study early childhood education, something for which his sister was eternally grateful. This is the only reason Shoto can guess why she treats his father more kindly, unlike the palpable tension during their teenage years. Returning to the present, when his sister confessed to him over the phone that she intended to be a hero like her father, he knew something strange had happened. Seeing her accept the destiny she had tried to avoid for years was a major alarm that compelled him to go to her home in the center of Musafatu. Despite having neglected his school responsibilities, his top priority was getting home as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he knew the shortcuts to his house where he could use his ice control to get there at top speed. Obviously, he also had to be cautious to avoid raising suspicion and melted his way with every meter he traveled. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Todoroki residence, where an ambulance was parked at the entrance of the property. When she entered and reached the family's main dining room, she got the biggest shock of her life. Her father was sitting, leaning against the dining room wall, still hyperventilating and babbling incoherently, while her mother, Rei, tried to help him, her frustration and exasperation clearly reflected on her face. She's married. She's married to that boy. She wants to be a heroine. Her father said, adding other incoherent things. Sir, I recommend you breathe. The crisis has passed, you need to breathe, said the paramedic, who was also near his father. Meanwhile, another paramedic checked his blood pressure for signs of cardiac arrest. He was positioned in front of the hero. For the time being, Shoto concluded that intervening to help his father would only hinder him more than help, especially since it seemed like an anxiety attack and other psychological issues, so he didn't need to worry too much. There were other, more important things that demanded his attention, such as the visibly frozen dining room and the fact that his sister had caused a snowfall that covered a large part of the place. A trait of her quirk that clearly didn't belong to his own. Looking at the whole picture, it seemed so unreal that she found it difficult to accept that it was happening. Seeing her father so vulnerable with the news about his daughter, the freezing of the dining room, or her sister's sudden decision to change professions. Suddenly, a delicious aroma filled the air, compelling him to turn toward the kitchen near the dining room. It distinctly smelled of catfish stew, something his sister used to cook for him when he was a child, a flavor he would never forget. It didn't take long for him to get there, and he finally saw everything he had refused to believe in. She was his sister, but there was a profound change in her, reflected in her physical appearance. She possessed an unparalleled beauty that would make even international models envious. Her delicate features and snow-white skin gave her a goddess-like appearance. He could even tell that her age had changed dramatically since the last time he'd seen her. Another striking feature was her white hair, which showed some noticeable traces of crimson and was held back by a silver headband that shimmered slightly in the sunlight. Surprisingly, she also had a faintly visible tattoo on her neck of a wolf-like figure, a distinctive sign of membership in some organization that took him by surprise, especially since he knew his sister hated tattoos. I had to handle this matter carefully. Furthermore, he noticed a coat hanging on a kitchen chair, made from the fur of a strange hairy animal. Unexpectedly, she was dressed as if she were at a cosplay convention. She wore armor that covered her forearms with a plate that looked like reptile skin, a vest made of what appeared to be bovine leather, and boots that also seemed to be from an ancient time. As expected, she quickly noticed him and broke her concentration on the steaming pan on the stove. When she turned to look at him, she stood speechless for a moment, stunned. At the same time, his hand was trembling slightly. For a moment, Shoto would swear that her pupils dilated. Fortunately, that reaction quickly subsided and she smiled at the presence of her little brother. "Hello, Shoto." Now, she had an air of maturity that reflected experience. In fact, he could swear she was the spitting image of his mother. Suddenly, she lunged at him at full speed. She was so fast that he didn't even realize she was coming. As a result, another bone in his back nearly broke due to the overwhelming force of his emotions. It's you, little brother. I've missed you. So many years without seeing you. You're even more handsome than I remembered. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Do I have a sister-in-law yet? Unfortunately for the other young women at UA Academy, he was known for being incredibly dense. So much so that even his friends couldn't do anything to help him. "Fujumi-san, calm down," Shoto said, his voice a little choked as he was lifted up like a rag doll. "Oh, I'm sorry, little brother." Feeling a little guilty, she carefully lowered her younger brother to the ground while he almost hyperventilated like his father. "I didn't remember you being so strong. Breaking blocks of ice with your fists in the Raven Mountains gives you an advantage," said Fujumi, making a bodybuilder's gesture with his forearms. When he caught his breath, Shoto accepted the reality that everything she had told him was possibly true, including her time in another world. He didn't have to be a genius to see the enormous physical change in his sister and her slightly altered demeanor. This made him wonder about her experience there. He also had to process the fact that she was married. He never met the jerk who had tried to seduce his sister. When she met him, she would find out what kind of gentleman was worthy of her Oni-san. Meanwhile, she had to maintain her composure and gradually resume what for her were years of possible absence. "Sister, why are you cooking?" Shoto asked, seeing that the stew she prepared for the family whenever she could was boiling. "Before I went to the other side, I made this stew so we could talk about a personal matter. He was late getting here and it got cold and I never served it properly. And, like I told you, I also spilled coffee on my clothes. Before we could have a serious talk, I had to run to the kitchen to reheat it and clean myself up, and well, here I am again," she said, turning her attention back to the saucepan. "If you want, I'll help you clean the dining room so we can catch up on what's happened to you. It'll have to be later, Shoto-san. For now, Dad needs the stew to calm down after hearing the news that I married Izuku-kun." Clearly, he experienced a rollercoaster of emotions upon hearing that name. Especially since it was the name of one of his best friends. His subsequent reaction was naturally expressed. "What the hell? How did that happen? Did he go there with you too? Does he treat you well?" Shoto broke his sacred seriousness to become the jealous brother. Fujimi couldn't help but laugh slightly, and, somehow, she found Shoto's reaction endearing. "I'm afraid we'll have to postpone this conversation too, brother. We'll talk later about my decision to become a hero, since I'm in a hurry and I'm going to serve Dad his meal because of his crisis," Fujimi said, turning off the stove and grabbing a deep plate to serve the stew. "What's the rush for?" Suddenly, her sister's expression changed from that of a kind older sister to a terrifying one. One that would intimidate even the bravest warrior. I'm going to give our brother Tuya the beating of his life. That. Little by little, her expression relaxed. Let's just say my clan, the Wolf Clan, has come up with a plan to assassinate and capture members of the League of Villains. Right now, Toshinori-san, my father-in-law, must be having a field day with Afo. What? Shoto said, reacting with increasing force. Now I'm waiting for Ankoku-san to pick me up and take me straight to Tuya, that bastard. Tamura-chan and Toga-chan must be waiting for me where they've captured the others. You know. They're good kids, if you met them you'd probably like them. What? Tamura Shigaraki. The villain Toga, the murderer. The ones who almost killed me several times. His sanity was in danger. Lower your voice a little brother. You almost made me deaf, hahaha. She said, not getting angry at her brother's reaction, with the plate in her hand and going directly to her father. Sister, I need an explanation. How can you be friends with the most dangerous villains I've ever faced alongside my friends? Shoto said, following her. What are you saying? Your friend Iida-san, Izuku-kun, and the others play cards with Tamura-chan, and they've often had fun at bars or gentlemen's clubs. Obviously, our husband usually asked permission before going out, or we'd give him a beating. Now Shoto desperately wished that this was all a dream. Here, Dad, a stew to bring your sanity back. I also added mandrake powder as a seasoning. It will give it a unique flavor. As expected, her father didn't even look her in the eyes and remained lost in his own thoughts. I'll give it to her, daughter. Ray said, grabbing her plate and putting it on the floor. But first, we must get her to react. Meanwhile, the paramedics continued to help the man, despite the incoherent things he was saying. Mom, I'll have to go for a while, I have to take care of our outcast brother. What? She said, surprised. That was the reason I quoted Dad, I'll tell you later. Sister, listen to me. We need to talk. No Shoto. That will be later, for now, if you want you can come with me to see the show. Suddenly, a voice came out of the crystal gem on her wrist. Fujumi-san, Toga-chan already informed us that the capture phase is almost complete. All that's left is for her to pick you up and take you to your brother. Tamura-chan immobilized him just as you requested, ready for you to play with him. To which Fujumi responded, bringing her wrist close to her mouth. Yes, Ankoku-san, I'm at home, as you saw in my memories. I'm on my way. Then, communication was cut off. What was that? Shoto asked, once again stunned. Meanwhile, Ray chose to ignore her daughter's latest surprises for now, until she had a better moment to talk. At this point, her husband looked utterly pathetic in this situation. Suddenly, she looked excited. Our transport, brother. That's if you want to see how I kicked our brother's ass. For now, she wasn't going to lose sight of her sister. Yeah. Suddenly, his older sister's arm went around the boy's neck and she said excitedly. Fujumi herself didn't notice that her younger brother was in denial about what had happened and wishing it hadn't. That's the spirit, brother. He hurt you, and he'll pay for it too. When a portal appeared that startled almost everyone in the dining room, including the paramedics, Shoto mentally prepared himself for what was to come. Chapter 9.5. So this is your dear little brother. Said the person in charge of taking them to the place where the Todoroki duo's troublesome brother, Ankoku Maoi, was located. From your description, I found it hard to believe that the famous UA student, Shoto Todoroki, was your relative. I even imagined him as more tender and less serious. Meanwhile, Fujumi Todoroki pouted slightly at her friend's comment and crossed her arms in a childish manner. Oh, friend, don't be fooled by appearances. Fujumi said to her friend. My brother can be very serious, but when you grow up with him, you realize how tender he is. I used to hug him myself when he was terrified of the dark. That was when he was a child and I was a teenager. I cried a lot, but it was worth it to see his baby face. I remember I was 9 years old back then. Oh! Ankoku exclaimed tenderly. Who would have imagined that the grumpy boy I competed against in the entrance exam would be like this? I still picture him as a child. Isn't that right? Fujumi said. I wish you had been there that time she mistook me for our mother. That day I was playing with. Shut up. This is awkward. Shoto interrupted, his face as red as a tomato. At first, Shoto didn't recognize the name of the person who had brought them, but when he saw her cross through the portal that destroyed part of his kitchen table, he recognized her immediately. It was Ankoku Maoi, his biggest rival in the UA entrance exam, and of course, the rivalry had ended with her defeat. He'd heard that she'd gone to Shiketsu and had built a reputation that rivaled that of her classmates, but unfortunately, it wasn't a very positive reputation for heroes and villains alike. After the entrance exam, they hadn't had any contact until now. At first glance, it was obvious that his sister and Ankoku had ended up in the same world, and the years had changed them both. She was now older than him. All of this left him with a migraine, adding more surprises to the day he'd already had. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing he thought about her. It turned out she'd passed on the news that there would be a meeting at UA regarding Fujumi's complicated situation and that of the others who had ended up in another world like her. Their parents and relatives had been summoned to attend in a few hours. It was news that might raise some questions about his sister, but even so, it was strange that a girl would deliver the message as she stepped out of a portal. After that, and an awkward goodbye with their parents, they finally set off to go with Tuya. Unfortunately for the confused teenager, the short walk Ankoku had promised led to a conversation. At that point, they were talking like best friends, prompting Fujumi to recount her most embarrassing childhood anecdotes to Ankoku. Consequently, she treated Ankoku like an aunt talking to her young nephew, an awkward situation Shoto had to endure until they reached their destination. Even so, he still found it confusing to walk through such a mysterious place for a few minutes. Ankoku-san, what is this? Where are we? Shoto asked, interrupting the conversation between the friends. Fortunately, that was the perfect excuse to stop Fujumi and her embarrassing conversation. So, Ankoku happily replied. Shoto-san, we're in the Kingdom Between Kingdoms, which translates to Kingdom Between Kingdoms. It's a magical space that exists between the kingdoms. It's located in the branches of the Great Tree and serves as a shortcut between different locations. That's why the landscape and the ground we're standing on resemble branches. Ankoku quickly reacted with amusement to what Fujumi had said. Yes, I was there. Along with Denki-san, Yu-san, and Izuku-kun. You were panicking and clinging to our giant friend's back the whole way, hahaha. Ankoku said, chuckling softly. Don't make fun of me. Fujumi exclaimed angrily. You still have the nerve to remind me of this in front of my little brother. What brother Todoroki didn't know was that his brief journey in this place had come to an end, bringing a surprise just a few meters away. What is that? Girls. Something appeared. Shoto said, pointing at what was in front of him. Without warning, Shoto stopped walking and then caught the attention of the two women who were talking. The expression on his face reflected the surprise and fear a person would feel when faced with the unknown. It was a normal reaction in complex human nature, and he had experienced it before. Suddenly, a portal resembling a doorway appeared before them. The door had materialized as pure shimmering energy, which was striking at first glance, but didn't inspire confidence. It wasn't like the portals of Ankoku, whose destinations were visible to the naked eye, as if through a clear window. This time, it was a portal whose destination couldn't be determined simply by looking at it. He felt that if he crossed it, his fate would be uncertain, as if he were gambling with his own life. From then on, he hoped his hard training at UA would finally pay off in terms of overcoming his insecurity and fear in the face of a simple portal, but he couldn't help feeling intimidated. Meanwhile, Ankoku, seeing that the portal was opening again and that Fujumi's brother might feel some insecurity about taking a step forward, approached to ease the atmosphere. She did it primarily to help Fujumi's brother come to terms with this new world of oddities that had been brought to their homeland. After all, she herself had to admit that she and the clan members hadn't reacted any differently to what the other world had in store for them. For now, this was the first step in helping Fujumi's brother. Besides, she didn't want to see her sister in arms worried about her little brother on such a special day. It's okay, Shoto. This portal will take us to the destination I myself directed. Ankoku said, trying to reassure him. Suddenly, Shoto turned to look at her with an expression of embarrassment. No, I'm not afraid. For a moment, Shoto regained his composure, and his courage surged, fueled by his pride. He would no longer be afraid, and he didn't want to show cowardice in front of the one who had given him a run for his money on the entrance exam, and his beloved older sister. Without warning, Ankoku felt the same protective older sisterly feelings that Fujumi had, as she could see this fearless teenager, and couldn't help but fondly recall her own younger brother, who was just as proud. So she spoke to him. You don't have to act tough with me and your sister. Like we said, our first time here makes us dizzy, scared, and embarrassed. I'll tell you a saying we used to say in Terheim. Even the bravest warrior is intimidated by the realm between realms. It's perfectly fine if you're afraid to cross. You have to believe her, little brother. She's the best means of transportation we have, even in this gloomy place. Fujumi added as she moved closer to the duo. You're not my aunt or older sister. Shoto thought, reacting defensively. Although she had a point, she didn't need to pretend in front of them. Especially since they were saying there was no problem crossing. That was all she needed to know. Fine, I'll cross. Shoto said with a hint of frustration. Even though I don't fully understand how this portal that transports us from one place to another works. This made both women feel pleased. Suddenly, Ankoku began to move toward the portal, as by some strange habit between them, she was always the first to cross through portals. A habit that Shoto was only just beginning to discover. Your sister will explain it to you later, child. What I can tell you is that the power of the portals is mine alone. I am the shortcut itself. You'll soon understand why. Besides, you should talk to her about the great tree and other things. There's much to discuss. After saying those words, Ankoku stepped through the portal. Fujumi's excitement intensified, as if what was about to happen stirred her spirits, and every moment of waiting to cross became torture. It's our turn, Shoto. Are you ready for revenge? Yes. Shoto replied nervously. Suddenly, the ambient temperature dropped even further. Todoroki, the younger brother, watched as his sister conjured ice from thin air with her hands, and parts of her clothing turned a whitish hue. Her hair rippled momentarily due to the frigid wind emanating from her, as if she were an ice queen who had materialized out of thin air. Come on, brother. It's time to make Tuya suffer. Fujumi said with determination and growing anger. Shoto, for his part, had more questions than answers, but for now he would go with the flow and accept reality for a moment. Chapter 10. Tuya Todoroki had always dreamed of living up to his father's expectations, ever since he could remember. The reason for this was that he deeply admired, despite how demanding his father could be during training, Japan's most renowned and respected hero. Unfortunately, Tuya couldn't compete with his younger brother, Shoto, who quickly became their father's new favorite after manifesting his own quirk. The increased attention focused on Shoto left little time for Tuya, who often didn't train with his father and spent more time with his brother. Furthermore, another problem was affecting him at that time. The quirk he was born with had a genetic defect that made him dangerous to both himself and others when controlling his flames. Over time, envy and a desperate need for his father's approval consumed Tuya, and he began to resent his mother, Rei, for passing on the defective genes of his quirk. He also grew to resent her for not always supporting his father and for speaking behind his back to family, friends and visitors. One day, Tuya summoned his father for training to improve his abilities, which meant skipping school and leaving Shoto, who had just started elementary school, without company. Tuya saw this as the perfect opportunity to prove he was just as talented as his younger brother. However, when his blue flames seemed to spiral out of control, his father told him his quirk wasn't suitable for becoming a hero and that he could harm others. This statement was the final straw, and Tuya lost control of his emotions, resulting in a new manifestation of his power. Flames began to spread around him, and unfortunately, the intensity of the fire burned him in several places. Despite his injuries, Tuya realized that his father had betrayed his dream of becoming a hero after having pressured him for years to be the best. Tuya felt devastated and enraged, and swore revenge against his father. Before his father regained consciousness after the blow, Tuya left a piece of his burned clothing to make him believe he was dead. After deciding to leave his family and live his own life, he faced hardships in the criminal underworld and fought against those who sought to harm him. Despite these difficulties, he emerged victorious. However, over time, he developed a twisted taste for killing innocent people who idolized heroes or promising young talents from other academies across the country. After several years and having eliminated worthy rivals, he focused on carrying out his revenge and decided to join the League of Villains, who became a powerful ally in his quest. Although he grew somewhat fond of his companions, he knew they shared the view that the hero society had created an unjust world. When everything seemed to be going well and their plans were underway, Himiko Toga, his friend, and Shigaraki Tamura, his boss, betrayed them and murdered many members of the League of Villains, capturing many others, including him. After that event, a chain of unfortunate events began that resulted in the humiliating defeat of All for One and Gigantomachia, who believed himself to be invincible. Not content with the traitors having forced him to witness this humiliating scene, they told him that his sister was coming personally to take care of him. At that moment, he could no longer predict what might happen. Although he was somewhat skeptical that she could do anything to him, given his docile nature. When she arrived and greeted her enemies as if they were highly esteemed comrades, Tuya realized his sister was also involved, and this took him by surprise. He couldn't help but be shocked, still immobilized by Tamura's strange powers. He was also surprised to see his younger brother, Shoto, equally surprised and shocked. So he assumed Shoto was also unaware of Fujumi's involvement. When she focused her attention on him, she kept looking at him with an expression of deep resentment she had harbored for a long time. He knew this because he too had harbored resentment toward his father, and now she was directing it at him. After a few seconds, she began to speak. Shoto, there was a reason why my father and I were having a meal so early. Which one is it, Fujumi-san? Shoto asked from his position separate from Toga and Tamura. At that moment, Fujumi's expression turned somber and her gaze darkened. Then, she finally clenched her left fist to try and control the overwhelming emotions within her. This damned bastard was forcing me to conspire against our family, especially against our father. This left Shoto perplexed, though it wasn't a surprise to the League of Villains present, as they had already had a glimpse into their friend's past. The important thing now was that Shoto knew the truth. Unexpectedly, with a simple gesture from Tamura, Tuya was finally freed from his prison of immobility. Although this weakened him somewhat, he remained kneeling before his sister. Being face to face with his sister didn't mean the young villain was afraid of her, even though she probably had new abilities along with the traitorous bastards. That's when Fujumi finally did what she had set out to do more than 10 years ago. Tell us. Tell our brother how you made me suffer. Fujumi exclaimed loudly to Tuya. You make me sick, Fujumi-san. I could have tolerated you using that brat Izuku Midoriya to take it out on me, but you finally decided to use my comrades against me. I didn't think you'd compromise your morals to get to me. Dad will surely be very disappointed in you, you bitch. I can't even believe you were once his favorite. Tuya continued, looking at Fujumi with a mocking and arrogant expression. If you don't say it, I will. I was hoping you'd have the guts to at least admit what you did, but I see you don't. To which Tuya replied. Then tell them. I don't care if I'm judged by daddy's little boy or by the traitorous scum and their allies. Tuya said, looking at both Shoto and the other summoned. Okay. Shoto, what happened was. A couple of weeks before I was summoned to another world, I was working normally at the school where I taught. Upon returning to my apartment in Musafatu and attempting to enter, some guys ambushed me and tried to subdue me. Although I never trained to be a hero, thanks to my dad's training, I at least knew how to defend myself against some of them, but my clumsy control of my quirk ultimately led to my downfall. Then they entered my apartment and tied me to a chair in my kitchen. At first, I thought they were going to rob me, and that's why they had ambushed me, until I saw Tuya come in through the front door. Hello, little sister. Said Tuya with a somewhat sadistic smile. At that moment, I couldn't find the words. Fear simply overwhelmed me. I knew he was alive because I had faced him before, but I had no idea he could reach me like this. I also had no idea what he intended to do to me. Okay, I'll get straight to the point. I need your help to bring Dad down. I need you to give me confidential information, and knowing you, it'll be easy to get it. Besides, the bastard still feels guilty for shaping our lives according to his expectations. I answered him pleadingly. Tuya. Please don't do this to me. I don't want to betray our brother or our father. This isn't right. I was even on the verge of tears. Suddenly, he slapped me so hard I almost fell out of my chair. Then, he came closer to my face with a fury that made me panic. Listen, bitch. You have no choice here. You're my family, and you'll obey everything I say. We both know Dad has to pay for what he did to me and what he did to all of us, too. Tuya. I pleaded through tears. Please. Don't do this to me. From then on, I couldn't stop smiling at my suffering. You're a damn traitor. You don't support your brother, you're a disgrace. You're behaving like a pet that's been tamed by our father. I think you need something to finally make you see reason. Without warning, our brother pulled out a sharp knife and began gently pressing it against a part of my chest. I have to admit, Mom had great breasts, and from what my fellow villains told me, she was a beauty before she had us. But now, those genes have been passed on to you as her only daughter. They're quite large for average, and I suppose people can't stop staring. What? I reacted in a panic. That's when Tamura's men began to approach me with disgusted looks. Since you're my sister, I'd be disgusted to do anything to you. But, fortunately, I have lackeys who would be willing to satisfy their needs with you. Without warning, he thrust his knife between my breasts, exposing them. I didn't even have a chance to cover myself. The stares intensified, and so did my panic. Who will be the lucky one to take my sister's virginity? You are, don't deny it, bitch. Tuya said mockingly, still holding the knife. I have 5 men here. Who will I choose? Suddenly, a man's hand began to touch my chest from behind. I never saw his face, but I could smell his nauseating odor of cheap alcohol. Can it be me, boss? She'd make good prey to devour in your bed. The man said in a deep voice and began licking my neck. I felt so disgusted that I almost vomited. Good job, man. It could be you if my sister continues to be difficult and not support her own family. Unless I was being sexually assaulted and that man kept touching my breasts in a repulsive way. I knew that if I let him have his way with me, my life would become a nightmare from which I could never recover. It was then, defeated, that I said to him. Yes. I'll manipulate Dad. I'll support you, brother. I said through tears. Then, with a simple gesture, the man behind me stopped. I could still feel his saliva on my neck and I couldn't stop crying. Well done, sister. I knew you'd support the family. However, if you tell our father, brother, or any authority figure, I'll let this man do whatever he wants to you. Do you understand? Tuya said with a wicked smile. Yeah. After that, they released me and finally left my apartment. At that moment, they left me exposed, crying, and feeling a profound helplessness that still haunts me to this day. While I won't say my trip to Terheim was something I wanted, it did strengthen me and free me from your blackmail and the emotional burden you left me with. Today, I'm no longer afraid of you. Fujumi said confidently. The one most affected by what his sister had just said was her brother Shoto, who was furious and out of control. His impulse drove him to approach Tuya, who was still on his knees, probably to kill him. However, an unexpected hand stopped him in his tracks, and it was Tamura Shigaraki himself who halted him. The young Todoroki was surprised by the reaction of the likely former villain. Your sister is a strong woman and has overcome many things you can't even imagine. Revenge is hers alone and no one else's. She alone can punish Tuya for what he did to her. Tamura explained. Shoto could barely process what his greatest enemy was telling him. But he tried to continue, but Fujumi looked at him and sprang into action. Don't worry, brother. I can take care of myself and Tuya will get what he deserves. She assured him with a sympathetic look. Her sister's words were all she needed to leave this in her hands. Meanwhile, Tuya couldn't help but laugh evilly. You can punish me, but only if you're strong enough to do it, you bitch. Tuya exclaimed before getting up and delivering a final blow to his younger sister, summoning his blue flames. Die. Surprisingly, Fujumi had summoned a wall of ice thick enough to withstand his brother's intense fire as a form of defense. Thank you, Tamura. I didn't want my brother to be affected by what this bastard was planning. Fujumi said gratefully, aware that not everyone present shared the same goal. What Tuya didn't expect was that Tamura had magically summoned a barrier that enclosed both brothers in a small dome. The barrier was covered with a transparent magical energy, and everything inside was visible. This prevented the fire from spreading to the others, including the other prisoners. The former villain, upon quickly touching the ground where they were, performed his feat and demonstrated his skill in the unknown magic he possessed. This way we can observe the battle without being affected, although we're too close. It's better to move back a couple of meters. Tamura commented to those present, including Ankoku, Toga, and Shoto. Everyone obeyed Tamura's instruction. Meanwhile, Fujumi quickly melted the ice she had used for protection to look directly at her brother. Her confident smile disconcerted the villain. 10 years and 10 winters. That's how long I spent thinking about what I would do to you. Then I remembered that there's something you probably value very much. Something more than your own family or friends, and that's your powers. Which I'm going to take away from you. Tuya, that was all he found amusing. Ha. How do you plan to do that? Only a foe had the ability to do this in this world. Then, Fujumi simply replied. It turns out that what I'm going to do to you is not of this world. Fujumi replied confidently. All it took was for her to point her fingers at her brother in the shape of a gun and say. Bang. With incredible speed, an ice spike was summoned from behind the villain and pierced his abdomen, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. It gave him no time to defend himself and left him immobile in agony. U acute superscript A times sense O umlaut plus or minus I umlaut O umlaut O umlaut U acute superscript A thorn superscript A. Fujumi said in an unknown language. As she crossed her forearms and clenched her fists, she performed a technique that directed about 5 ice spikes at different points on Dabi's body, causing him pain in the process. Although mysteriously, they only pierced a small part of his skin and didn't completely penetrate his limbs, it was still torture to feel them. Enough. The wound in your abdomen is something you can heal. I need you alive for our mother. She said, approaching her brother. The other ice spikes are meant to cripple your mana flow and prevent your powers from manifesting in the physical world at your command. There's only one thing left to do. Bitch. He said, looking at her with hatred. Times 3/4 thorn O thorn A acute E. As Fujumi said that, her hand was surrounded by a wide aura, while tears streamed down her face. I wish everything had been different. I wish you had been the brother I needed, the one I wanted by my side. You too could have been the brother Shoto needed. The one who could have guided him in his times of need and protected him from Dad's ambitions. But you let yourself be consumed by madness and resentment toward our father, and you lost sight of those who truly loved you, Tuya. You were my brother. I've always loved you, and you were my family. I needed you. And now. I know I've lost a brother I knew since the day Dad went to train, and the man standing before me is a mere shadow of my beloved brother. Then, he extended his hand towards the center of Tuya's chest. Goodbye, Tuya. I will take away your powers forever. It only took Fujumi extending her magical hand into Tuya's chest to extract his mana, the source of his power, and the reason for his quirk's existence. Then, the whitish energy emanating from the young villain began to enter the woman's body, becoming hers. The pain was unbearable for Tuya. He could barely remain conscious due to the agony. I hate you. Tuya said in his last lucid moments. Sometimes, Fujumi-sen is scary. Toga concluded, proud of her friend. You should be proud of your sister, kid. Finally, Shoto was speechless at the moment he was experiencing. Chapter 11. Those campers who witnessed the League of Villains' defeat quickly uploaded their recordings to social media. The public's reaction spread like wildfire, and it was no surprise that there was a huge celebration and jubilation following All Might's return and victory, accompanied by the surge in popularity of the controversial heroine, Mount Lady. The audience was astonished to see her defeat Gigantomachia with ease, using powers even her fans were unaware of. This series of recent events quickly caught the attention of authorities and the press, especially the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Upon learning of the viral videos, which had become a global trend in less than an hour, they convened an emergency meeting with high-ranking officials. The meeting took place on the top floor of the central office in the Musafadu Judicial District. The venue was a spacious conference room, where a large oval mahogany table stood, and everyone present was seated in their respective places, except for the commission director. Wasn't a prior operation carried out by a private agency? Asked a high-ranking officer present. No, none. In fact, we've already consulted with every agency present, and they've all assured us they had no knowledge of such an operation. Even the agency to which the heroine Mount Lady belongs claims to have no knowledge of her actions. In fact, her boss mentioned that she simply left her office without explanation, dressed extravagantly as a Viking, and went to help All Might eliminate the League of Villains. The commission leader replied seriously. Finally, it was Araki Shiozaki who answered the man's question. Araki was a burly man with hair made of short vines and skin with ridges that resembled tree bark. This makes no sense. Commented another high-ranking officer, showing great frustration. At that moment, Araki took the floor to address the problem they were facing. While the elimination of the League of Villains is a relief for national security, we cannot ignore the questions raised by the fact that those who face them managed to do so without a standing army. The humiliating defeat our side suffered in the operation, which cost many lives, is a shameful blow, considering we had sufficient forces to attempt to defeat them. Yet now, it took only a handful of individuals to pull off such a daring feat. We need to speak with All Might and Mount Lady so they can explain how they accomplished this and who else was involved. Although we have to admit they've taken a weight off our shoulders. Said another member of the meeting casually. I don't know if we should award them a medal of honor or compensate them financially. Idiot. If you look closely at the video where All Might faces Afo, you'll see there are many dead villains around him. We don't know if both heroes committed the crime of carrying out a clandestine operation and taking justice into their own hands. It was a massacre, and we also don't know if there were criminals who collaborated in this. Musafadu's regional chief replied seriously. You're the idiot, Tetsuo. Retorted the one who had spoken so casually. Do you have any idea how many lives the villains took? The commission should focus more on showing gratitude instead of harassing them. When the room was about to descend into an uncivil debate, someone had to intervene. Silence. Araki proclaimed in an attempt to quell the impending argument. Our actions will depend on the explanations they provide. Unexpectedly, a secretary who carried the director's agenda burst into the conference room, showing obvious signs of having run a long distance. What's going on? Araki asked, surprised by the interruption. The woman, visibly agitated, soon expressed her distress, causing unease among all those present. Sir. We need you to come down immediately, along with everyone else. Apparently, something has happened at the building's entrance. We have numerous security teams on site and have called several agencies to send their heroes and the police. What has happened? Exclaimed Araki, worried. Is there some kind of attack? Suddenly, the building shook slightly, causing several objects to tremble. Panic threatened to grip the room, but what they witnessed through the windows was the climax of one of the most extraordinary events Musafadu had ever seen. An immense portal, emanating a brilliant whitish energy, had opened right in the building's parking lot. It was so large that it almost reached the height of the office where they were standing. What the hell is this? Exclaimed Araki, dumbfounded, as he quickly approached the window to see what was happening. As he approached, he witnessed Gigantomachia emerge from the portal, but to his surprise, he was bound with ropes of some unknown energy. And behind him, guarding him, was the heroine Montana Lady, who had also emerged from the portal. This can't be. Exclaimed the secretary, equally astonished by the event. Looking down, Araki spotted security personnel pointing their weapons at the individuals who had arrived earlier. However, what he couldn't have anticipated was that behind them were rows and rows of League of Villains prisoners, bound with the same force. It appeared that Gigantomachia was the last prisoner to arrive. This can't be happening. What's going on? Araki commented upon seeing what was happening in front of the building. The fact that All Might himself, along with the two most wanted criminals from the League of Villains, Himiko Toga and Tamura Shigaraki, were also involved was scandalous. But the icing on the cake was that the leader was also present. A man with green hair had come out to speak with the administrative staff on behalf of the group. Clearly, his day was only getting worse. Before the events that unfolded at the commission, Shoto Todoroki, after witnessing his older sister mercilessly defeat his older brother and somehow steal his powers, had to help heal him by holding him down while he gave him a mysterious purple drink. Fortunately, it seemed to work as the wound on his brother's abdomen closed. Finally, they had to restrain him with a rope summoned through magic, the work of Tamura himself. Afterward, it was only a matter of time before Izuku Midoriya, Denki Kaminari, Monomon Ito, and Tenya Ito arrived at the location, thanks to Ankoku and her abilities. Part of their plan was now complete and it was time to continue. Or so they were led to believe. For this reason, the woman had to retreat through a portal to bring them back. Meanwhile, both Tamura and Himiko had to organize the prisoners they had taken during their operation. They were accompanied by the heroes who, until recently, had been enemies of the very league they had destroyed. Shoto witnessed this whole spectacle and decided to sit on a fallen log to watch each of them accomplishing what had once been thought impossible, but was now a reality. Fortunately, his sister took a short break and sat down next to him. Inevitably, after experiencing everything that had happened, Shoto wanted to know how she felt after what she had done. "Sister, Shoto said, trying to talk about what had happened. "There's nothing to talk about, Shoto. It just happened and we should leave it in the past." Fujumi replied, her tone gentle, as she gazed toward the horizon. "Our brother won't cause any more harm, and that's what matters. Mom can finally rest assured that nothing will happen to him, even if he's imprisoned in Tartarus." Unfortunately, Fujumi's answer didn't completely convince Shoto. After all, he himself was struggling with recent events. "But I don't know what to think, I don't know how to feel about it," Shoto said, visibly frustrated. "Honestly, I feel like everything is changing so abruptly and my family is now caught up in it. I don't know what's going to happen now that the League of Villains is gone. Everything I trained for, everything I fought for in previous battles, and my purpose. It all vanished overnight. Now I have nothing to hold on to. What's more, I can't understand how Tamura, the villain who made us suffer for so long, is now your friend and Midoriya's. It's like the line between good and evil isn't so clear anymore." The words finally made Fujumi look directly at him, understanding in her eyes. This made her feel that she was finally fulfilling her role as an older sister. "Shoto, the line was never clear. Even before we were all transported to this other world, there were many who supported the League of Villains' cause. Do you know why? Because hero society isn't fair to those who are different. Even my husband was bullied and mistreated because of his condition. To be honest, sometimes it doesn't surprise me that they found hope in Afo's vision of a nation without the influence of hero society. Unfortunately, he was a sadistic villain who caused problems for all of us, one way or another." Fujumi's words prompted Shoto to closely examine these two former villains, collaborating with those already recognized as heroes. He couldn't help but be surprised, for some strange reason, that they were now doing good despite what they had done in the past. "So, do you really believe that some people can change? That they won't be villains forever?" "Yes," Fujumi replied seriously. "Not everyone, but many people, under the right circumstances, can see life from a different perspective. That's what's happened to all of us, Shoto. I myself haven't been the same woman since I was transported to that place, because like you, I've lost my purpose. I've also lost a part of myself by no longer having my quirk. With nothing left, we're left with nothing but finding a purpose to hold on to in order to keep going. That's precisely what I call changing your perspective, as I mentioned to you before." "I see," Shoto commented thoughtfully, his eyes still fixed on the duo of ex-villains imprisoning more members of the League. "I suppose even they can change. You don't have to forgive them, we won't pressure you to do so. Believe me, they know they won't be liked or welcomed here. They know the sins they've committed and they understand the consequences they face if they stop being villains." Fujumi unexpectedly remarked. "I know, and thanks for clearing that up. I also want to make it clear that I don't mind you being friends with Toga and being married to my best friend. Although I doubt you care what I think," Shoto said, smiling for the first time since this whole situation had started. "What? Come on. Of course I care, you're my brother and I haven't seen you in 10 winters. Honestly, I was afraid you wouldn't like who I am, the fact that I'm in a polyamorous marriage with Izuku-kun, or even if you'd approve of what I did with our brother," she said, letting emotion spill over into her words and showing a moment of vulnerability. What she didn't expect was for Shoto to hug her. It was unexpected, considering he was the most emotionally detached member of the family. Meanwhile, Shoto, who had clearly noticed his older sister's distress. For the first time, she couldn't let her emotions out. "All I care about is your happiness, sister," Shoto said, letting a few tears fall. "I don't care if you're different. I would hate to lose you, or if, after your change, you no longer wanted to be my sister. Thank you so much," said Fujumi, also shedding a few tears as she felt her brother's warm embrace. What the two siblings didn't know was that others were witnessing this emotional family moment. Toga, for her part, felt immensely happy because Fujumi had finally obtained what she had always longed for during the past 10 years. To have her brother by her side. She herself would have wished for a family to turn to, but she knew that her parents deserved to die, so she was content to see someone fulfill that purpose. Meanwhile, Tamura finished binding another prisoner with his magic and watched a touching family moment. He couldn't help but think of old Toshinori and what he meant to him. Although he had once had a family, they were all dead now, and feeling alone was a terrifying feeling he had experienced for most of his life. Now he had an old yak meat lover who could lean on him in his darkest hours. After all, it was quite respectable to want someone by your side, as Fujumi did, and that pleased him. In Yu Takeyama's case, she was simply happy for her friend and silently wished she could be as lucky as her father someday. Finally, Toshinori Yagi felt immense joy seeing Fujumi find happiness with her brother after all the hardships they had endured in Terheim. In the end, not even the satisfaction of having their greatest enemy by the throat could compare to what she was experiencing, and that filled him with happiness. When the brothers finally separated and managed to calm their emotions, a sense of tranquility brought with it the peace they so longed for in their fraternal relationship. Unexpectedly, Shoto did not expect his sister to make a statement that would likely change his life. "I've decided, Shoto," Fujumi declared with determination. "I'll make you the greatest and most powerful hero in Japan. I'll even make you the most outstanding elemental master of firebending and icebending." "What?" Shoto exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, Fujumi stood up excitedly from her seat, her gaze shining with determination. "I've been close to many fire and ice masters. Because of that, I know that no one will ever be as powerful as my little brother." "Fujumi, wait," said Shoto, his voice showing doubt. At that moment, Fujumi turned her gaze towards her brother. "Remember when you told me you didn't have a purpose? Well, now you do. If your dream is still to become a hero, I'll make you the greatest this world has ever known." Up to that point, his sister seemed excited, and Shoto found it difficult to refuse her request. "Yes, Fujumi-san," Shoto said nervously. "Perfect," Fujumi exclaimed excitedly. "We'll start tomorrow with Dad, so he can keep up." Finally, the Todoroki trio will have something to share, and what better way than fighting villains. Furthermore, Shoto couldn't help but acknowledge that his sister was powerful enough to have easily defeated her brother. This could benefit his training to become a hero, allowing him to be more objective. What happened after that emotional conversation between the Todoroki brothers was that a portal opened, allowing Izuku, Midoriya and company to enter, who were still wearing the suits and armor they had arrived on Earth with. The realization that the plan was underway pleased the men present who were arriving. "Good job," said Izuku, admiring the clan's progress in capturing everyone, including a weakened Ifo, who was magically bound and held by the neck by All Might, kneeling with his back to him. The summoned, as always, felt good when their boss congratulated them on an excellent job. After all, having their efforts recognized is always appreciated. "I wish I'd been there when the old man took care of Ifo," Monoma remarked with a grin, observing the legendary villain reduced to that state. "You'll see soon, Monoma," said Mount Lady, still in her giant form, while guarding the other villainous giant in a position very close to them. "They recorded us, although the campers have already left, they're probably in an area with signal to upload the videos." "Don't worry, Yu-san," Denki remarked nonchalantly. "At this point, we don't care about being recorded. After all, it's free publicity." "Denki, the thing is, we don't know if this is good or bad publicity. Besides, we also agreed that after our committee meeting, we should avoid drawing too much public attention," Iida added seriously. Suddenly, Shoto approached his friends, who now looked completely different compared to the last time he had seen them. They seemed like adults, no longer the young people they once were. Fujumi, who was beside him, decided to give her brother some space and went to talk to Toga, who had just finished tying up her prisoners. "Hello," Shoto said nervously. The men turned to look at Shoto and couldn't help but be pleased. "Hey Shoto," Denki exclaimed excitedly, spotting him quickly and approaching to greet him. "It's been 10 years since I last saw you. You look exactly the same as I remember." "Hello, Shoto-san," Iida greeted politely, approaching him as well. "It's been many years, more than 10 years, or winters to be specific. I'm glad to see you haven't changed at all." "Hey Todoroki," Monoma greeted, but as always, he seemed to have that pedantic smile that characterized him. "Honestly, I expected you to be more mature. I would have liked to have a friendly battle with you." "What?" Shoto commented, confused. "Don't pay any attention to him. He's an idiot, but he's not a bad guy," Izuku said, approaching Shoto with a very cheerful attitude because he had met his friend after a long time. "It's good to see you again, friend." "Thank you," said Shoto, smiling at the positive reception from his classmates. Unexpectedly, Izuku told Shoto something serious. "Shoto, are you sure you want to come with us?" We'll be at the committee meeting soon, and it'll be a bit hectic." Seeing the determination in the boy's eyes, they knew that at this point, he wouldn't hesitate to face the entire committee. After all, he wanted to defend them himself if things went wrong. Yeah. At the same time, he would also defend his sister to the end. Chapter 12. The sushi restaurant in the city center was a hidden gem nestled among the tall, modern buildings. With its soft lighting and elegant decor, it exuded a tranquil and inviting atmosphere. Ryuko Tsutsuma, the famous dragon heroine, sat at one of the tables by a large window that offered a panoramic view of the bustling city. Nejire Hato, her pupil and best student during her internship, sat across from her. Her long, light blue, glossy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes were full of energy and life. However, something about Nejire's gaze made Ryuko uneasy. There was a spark of mystery and confusion in her eyes, as if she were hiding something. Ryuko picked up the chopsticks with trembling hands as she gazed at the carefully prepared plate of sushi before her. She couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest, a constant worry that threatened to overwhelm her. She had clearly noticed the abrupt change in Nejire, in her appearance, age, and clothing. The soft sound of ambient music filled the air as Nejire continued speaking, her voice lively and excited. "I wish I had gone with Mina-san to visit the dragon race. They would have welcomed you as one of their own. Although, in my experience, it's unlikely you would have survived the high temperatures within their territory. I remember once when Mineta-san almost turned into a roasted bull by accident." For a while, she had been describing to her teacher in detail her experience in Terheim, the place to which she had been transported for the past 10 years. Every word from Nejire was like a direct blow to Ryuko's maternal psyche. Not only had she been unexpectedly separated from her, but she had also been taken to a completely unknown world. Something she clearly couldn't fully process and which seemed increasingly surreal to her. As Nejire continued her tale, Ryuko found herself losing track of time. Emotions overwhelmed her as she listened to her pupil describe the exotic landscapes, magical creatures, and wonderful people she had met in Terheim. Concern mingled with fascination and curiosity. How was it possible? How could someone disappear for such a short time and then return after living a full life as if nothing had happened? Speaking of Raven Mountain, I think you'll find it fascinating to know that there are elves who don't live in forests, but in caves. Unfortunately, I discovered on my own that most of them are cannibals. During my years as an adventurer, I had to complete several guild quests to fight them. The taste of sushi faded in Ryuko's mouth as her thoughts tangled in a web of confusion and worry. She stared at Nejire, trying to find answers in her pupil's eyes, which seemed more alive and radiant than ever. However, the words that came from Nejire's mouth only intensified Ryuko's inner turmoil. "Well, I can't believe you're back. I'm glad you were listening." Nejire laughed, though there was a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough time to tell you everything, Ryuko-sama." To which Ryuko replied, "I'm glad you're happy. I'm also glad you feel comfortable telling me how things went in that world you're talking about." Outwardly, Ryuko maintained a forced smile, but inwardly she was battling a storm of insecurities and unanswered questions. "I can't believe the League of Villains is finished." As Ryuko grappled with her insecurities, a shrill voice cut through the restaurant. The customer stood up, pointing toward the television near the bar. The news was showing a scene that left everyone speechless. The League of Villains had been decimated, and a group of heroes had turned the villains over to the Hero Commission. "It's impossible. An army of professional heroes tried to stop them in the past, but now a simple group defeated them without much trouble," commented another diner, who was surprised by what he saw on the news. The images showed rows and rows of prisoners, escorted by trucks that would take them to Tartarus, the dreaded prison for villains. In the air, helicopters carried an unconscious Gigantomachia, who would be transported to safety. The country's major news network sent reporters to cover the event, indicating how much media attention the matter had received. This is Japan Today reporting. This is historic. All Might's resurgence, Mount Lady's greatest feat, and the emergence of new heroes have raised the possibility of a new force capable of defeating the League of Villains and its infamous leader, all for one. Is it a secret agency we're still unaware of? Or perhaps a new group working in the shadows? We'll only find out when these amazing heroes grant us an interview after the commission finishes speaking with them. The reporter spoke with enthusiasm and a wide smile as the camera captured the scene. She mentioned well-known heroes like Mount Lady and All Might, but also highlighted the presence of a young UA student, Shoto Todoroki, along with other unknown heroes wearing strange armor. If the commission doesn't file charges for any procedural violations, we can consider a new era of peace to have arrived. We will never be afraid again, as we will once more be protected by All Might, and another generation will take on that same responsibility. In fact, they could be considered the most powerful heroes in our world. The reporter's words echoed through the air, leaving everyone in the restaurant even more astonished. A huge burst of excitement followed from the audience. Ryuko, meanwhile, kept her eyes glued to the screen, her thoughts racing. Were these events somehow connected to Nejire's trip to Terheim? Nejire, sensing the tension in the air, gently squeezed Ryuko's hand to reassure the woman she truly considered her mother. In a calm but determined voice, she spoke. "My husband is finally finishing what he set out to do." Nejire's words silenced Ryuko's internal noise, inviting a flash of confusion. Who the hell is her husband? She mentioned that he was someone I know. Ryuko wondered, trying to figure out who that man could be. "Although, I'm worried that Izuku-kun is being too lenient with the commission leaders," Nejire commented, with slight concern. "Wait. What?" In a Hero Commission interrogation room, the atmosphere was tense and charged. The room had been carefully designed, with soundproof glass acting as an invisible yet significant barrier, separating those observing from the other side. Araki Shiozaki, accompanied by several high-ranking officers, stood behind the glass, watching with disbelief and astonishment the men and women who had managed to defeat All for One and his organization, who now knelt before the commission. For Araki, the hardest part of all was knowing that his own daughter, Ibara Shiozaki, was involved in this media frenzy. All because of a comment made by one of those being interrogated. The room was bathed in a dim white light, and its decor was austere and functional. The walls were covered with cold metal panels, conveying a sense of seriousness and authority. In the center of the room stood a polished metal table, surrounded by chairs where the interrogators sat to face those being questioned. Behind the table was the aforementioned one-way mirror, which allowed observers to analyze every gesture and facial expression of those being interrogated. The high-ranking officers and Araki crowded around it, bewildered by the situation they found themselves in. Surprise was reflected in their eyes and tense faces, unable to fully grasp what was happening. The interrogator present was concluding with the last subject of the round of interrogations. "What is your role within the Wolf Clan? The organization that you and your colleagues claim to be part of?" the interrogator inquired. "I consider myself responsible for transmitting stories, legends, and poems orally, as well as being the chronicler of my clan's exploits. More than anything, I'm dedicated to public relations in a world where apps like HeroTube or other social media don't exist. Of course, I also have other responsibilities on the battlefield, but that's primarily my main role," the man replied. At this point, the interrogator found it difficult to believe anything these people were telling him. "What is your full name? To finalize this and take you to the waiting room with your colleagues," the interrogator said. The man simply responded with disinterest. "Denki Kaminari." The interrogator stared intently at Denki as he flipped through the file in his hands. According to the documents, Denki was a 17-year-old student at the prestigious UA Academy. However, something didn't add up. His instinct told him there was more to the story than met the eye. Denki Kaminari. According to this file, you're a 17-year-old student at UA Academy. How is it possible that you are who you claim to be? The interrogator questioned, frowning. Denki, with a relaxed attitude and a confident smile on his face, answered without flinching. "I understand it may be hard to believe, but what I told you earlier is true. For at least the last 10 years, I was in an alternate world due to a magical event. I was transported there and only recently returned to this reality." Frustrated by the seemingly absurd answer, the interrogator decided to change the subject to obtain more information. "Very well, then, what led you and your group to participate in the massacre of League of Villains members and to associate with Shigaraki Tamura and Himiko Toga? They are the villains that UA has sworn to destroy." Instead of looking worried or uncomfortable about the question, Denki maintained his confident expression and answered calmly. "To answer that, you should ask our leader. He's the one who led us down this path. He has his own vision and reasons for the actions we take. I trust his judgment and follow his decisions." The interrogator felt frustrated by Denki's seemingly nonchalant attitude and lack of cooperation. However, he couldn't deny the confidence and composure the young man exuded despite being questioned by the committee. The scene continued, with the interrogator pressing Denki for more concrete answers. As the questions and answers progressed, the tension in the interrogation room increased, but Denki remained calm, still convinced of his truth and trusting his leader's decisions. Something that most of the other people questioned had done, all except for the student Shoto Todoroki, who was only a relative of a clan member. Araki and the others present, after finishing with Denki Kaminari, gathered in a small room adjacent to the interrogation room, their faces etched with worry and confusion. The revelations that had emerged during the interrogation left them grappling with the unsettling truth that there was a group that could truly be dangerous. Especially considering that they seemed to be more like guests than the prisoners who were about to be interrogated. "I can't believe that all of them, including Himiko Toga and Shigaraki Tamura, claimed that Midoriya is their leader. And that they were even bringing up this crazy idea that they were able to travel to another world. One of the high-ranking officials muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Izuku's fame was a small precedent for the commission. He was the young man who stood out for his fight against the League. Now, it seemed he had achieved his goal ahead of schedule. Unaware that he was now an adult and his fingerprints were irrefutable proof. Araki, frowning, reflected on the gravity of the situation. It was clear that their previous perceptions had crumbled, unraveling the carefully woven web in their minds. He has refused to cooperate beyond basic questions about his organization, added another official, with frustration in his voice. A silence fell over the room as everyone processed the magnitude of Midoriya's involvement. Araki, taking a deep breath, broke the silence. It seems we have no other option but to confront Midoriya directly. If he truly is the leader of this organization, it falls to me to conduct the interrogation, Araki declared. The others exchanged glances, realizing the significance of this decision. Araki had a reputation for being relentless and meticulous in his pursuit of the truth. If anyone could unravel the depths of this tangled web, it was him. Even if it went far beyond his common sense. I trust your judgment, Araki. Acknowledged one of the high-ranking officials, with a respectful tone in his voice. As Araki mentally prepared for the upcoming interrogation, a sense of determination filled the room. The road ahead was uncertain, but they were determined to uncover the full extent of the Wolf Clan's activities and the truth about Midoriya's involvement. The interrogation room was enveloped in tense silence as Araki Shiozaki observed Izuku Midoriya from across the table. Izuku felt a mixture of relief and apprehension at seeing the head of the committee willing to speak with him. Thank you for being willing to listen to me, Mr. Shiozaki. Izuku said with a faint smile of gratitude. It's a relief to have the opportunity to explain our situation. Araki returned his intense gaze, his piercing eyes fixed on Izuku. I want clear answers, Midoriya. He stated. I want to know what you really want and what physical changes you have undergone. Izuku nodded, preparing to answer honestly. As my colleagues and I already told your staff, we've been transported to another world for 10 years, Mr. Shiozaki. In that place, time and our experiences have affected us in different ways. I understand it may seem hard to believe, but we've lived through what we've lived through. Araki frowned, expressing his skepticism. Are you saying you've spent a decade in another world? And that explains the physical changes you've experienced? Izuku nodded slowly. That's exactly it. In that world, we acquire skills and powers that go beyond what anyone on this earth would possess. Our appearance and abilities have been transformed because of it. Araki narrowed his eyes, keeping his gaze fixed on Izuku. So what is the Wolf Clan's objective? Why have they attacked and allied themselves with villains like Himiko Toga and Shigaraki Tamura? Izuku unexpectedly smiled triumphantly. As if he had been waiting for this moment ever since he learned he could return to his homeland. The first step towards him and his classmates avoiding trouble with the authorities and living in peace. However, there were still signs of his characteristic clumsiness. To be honest with you, father-in-law. I mean, Mr. Shiozaki. For the moment, the guy decided to remain silent without letting himself be carried away by his paternal emotions. Continue. He said in a terrifying voice. A drop of sweat trickled down the young man's face. Then, he had to maintain his composure. As I was saying. The surrender of All for One and the rest of the League of Villains was a peace offering to Japan and the rest of the world. This statement took both Araki and those witnessing the interrogation by surprise. The arrogance of the declaration was so great that they were assuming the group was capable of facing the strength of the nation's heroes. We are aware of the power we possess, a power that could wreak havoc if misused. We simply want to find a way to live peacefully, in the peace we all long for. Araki remained silent for a moment, contemplating Izuku's words. Although his distrust was still evident, there was a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Midoriya, I understand you have your reasons, but I can't simply rely on your words. Araki said cautiously. I need proof and concrete actions to believe in your supposed desire to live in peace. Izuku nodded, understanding Araki's position. I understand, Mr. Shiozaki. I am willing to do whatever is necessary to demonstrate our sincerity and find a solution that benefits everyone. But, otherwise, I must warn you that I, as well as my other colleagues, know that you do not take the nation's security lightly. We understand that we could be considered a threat or be the subject of close scrutiny. That is precisely what we want to avoid. We will not be part of your agenda, but we will still safeguard the security of this nation. Do you understand? With that statement, the conversation became more tense. Yeah. Then I'll put it simply. You don't mess with us and our loved ones, and we won't mess with you. Besides, I think it would be a win-win situation if, instead of serving you, we could cooperate. After all, our strength will be needed at some point, won't it? As Araki continued to question Izuku and seek clearer answers, the distrust and need for proof lingered, posing an even greater challenge to Izuku and his desire for peace. Chapter 13. On the very day the summoned arrived and the League of Villains was decimated, under a clear blue afternoon sky, Nemuri Kayama enjoyed a peaceful stroll in a park bursting with cherry blossoms. Traveling behind her, a group of women marveled at her sparkling eyes, a sight they had never had the chance to experience in their homeworld. Turning to her chosen group of foreigners, Nemuri delicately combed a fallen petal from one of the blossoming branches, an effort to convey the subtle yet intoxicating beauty that her world has to offer. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she asked, smiling gently as her gaze danced among the figures of the women accompanying her. "Since my childhood, I used to walk here with my mother. This is what my world knows as cherry blossoms." Alicia Belmont, with her shimmering brown waves and vampire-like red eyes that shone fiercely against the daylight, seemed lost in contemplation, her serene face highlighting the tiny burn scar near her neck. "There's nothing like it I've ever seen before. This is simply beautiful." Then there was the regal Valkyrie Albedo, with her jet black hair, a face that could rival that of a goddess, her golden eyes lighting up with curiosity and fascination. The horns that jutted out at an angle from her temples added a dangerous beauty to her profile. "I wish my sisters were here to see this," Albedo remarked. The sweet and charming Harem, a Renard with long golden hair, contrasted beautifully with her bright green eyes. Her furry fox ears and tail moved in sync with her emotions, adding an exceptional touch to her captivating presence. "Wherever we live, I would like to cultivate these trees." Following closely behind Harem was Alpha, a noble elf with blue eyes that perfectly complemented her long golden hair. Her mithril armor reflected the sun's rays, further highlighting her elegance. Izuku wasn't joking about this. "You were right, Nemuri. It was a good idea to be by your side when we started the journey," Alpha said, still gazing at the petals surrounding her. Last but not least was Beatrix, also of the same species as Alpha, but more experienced and imposing. Her curvaceous figure was adorned with He wore a battle suit, with a sword hanging from his belt. His platinum hair and glowing blue eyes offered a striking contrast to his pale skin. I wondered where Mineta-san was. Now that he's finally out of his workshop, he can admire this. All these women gazed at the park's natural beauty, their eyes constantly drawn to the tall buildings that dominate the city of Musafatu in the distance. Their wonder and curiosity offered an unforgettable contrast to the peace that permeated the air beneath the cherry blossoms. A peace they never thought they would experience after years in the Wolf Clan, with all that it entailed. Suddenly, the woman's peaceful contemplation was interrupted by a familiar figure. Mineta-san, dressed in his typical dwarf armor, approached with an impetus that instantly drew their eyes to him. "Hey, girls. What do you think of the world we've been talking about so much?" Mineta blurted out with a cheerful, typically dwarfish laugh, so contagious that it prompted smiles in response. Beatrice, the impetuous elf, and Alicia, the singular vampire, emerged from the group of women and rushed toward Mineta. Their embrace revealed an intimacy beyond mere affection, making it clear that they were the dwarf's beloved wives. Alpha, Albedo, Harem, and Nemuri, Izuku's wives, watched, their eyes shining with anticipation, longing for their own beloved's reunion. Off to the side, one figure stood a little apart. Toshigawara, Mineta's former classmate from the academy. Her barely contained excitement at the sight of the unique ladies of different races vanished for a moment when the ever-cautious Beatrice drew her sword a few moments later, pointing it directly at the previously unseen Toshigawara. But Mineta quickly intervened, his voice full of calm and tranquility. "Honey, calm down, she's just a friend." "I don't know her," refuted Beatrice, her gaze still suspicious. "Believe me, it's not a threat," Mineta assured. Despite this awkward situation, Toshigawara seemed more intrigued than frightened, fully understanding that this was a normal reaction from those who had just met her. Fortunately for her, these women seemed to speak fluent Japanese, unaware that they had recently acquired the skill of the witch's tongue, which allows them to speak any language. This is just one of the many strange abilities that all members of the clan possess. However, it was Nemuri who eventually eased the tension. "I know her," he interjected, addressing Beatrice. "I mentored her at some point during her introductory week at the academy." "Toshigawara-san, right? Nemuri-sensei?" Toshigawara asked, visibly surprised and relieved to recognize the woman beside her. More than relieved, she felt immense happiness at seeing her favorite teacher from her first year at the academy walking again. "That's me," Nemuri said with a warm smile. With Nemuri's confirmation, Beatrice's weapon slowly lowered, putting an end to what could have been an unfortunate misunderstanding. Smiles returned to everyone's faces, and the atmosphere returned to its original state of tranquility, putting everyone at ease once more. "Well, I apologize for my behavior." Beatrix apologized as she sheathed her sword. Toshigawara, to the surprise of most, came out of his shell and greeted Beatrice with a mixture of nervousness and reverence. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, giving the elf a shy smile. "The pleasure is all mine," replied Beatrice, nodding respectfully and warmly. "It's good to meet people from my husband's former life." It was then that the non-native women approached Ishigawara, curious and excited to interact with this native representative of a world they were still beginning to understand. Mineta felt relieved to see Ishigawara welcoming the women with such enthusiasm and acceptance, despite their complete lack of prior contact and the unusual circumstances surrounding his fandom of the isekai genre. His open-mindedness and acceptance of the unknown were refreshing, a stark contrast to the rejection and suspicion some of his UA classmates might have displayed. The friendly conversation then began, a circle of women curiously exploring their differences, each in her own way bringing a new dimension to the discussion. Meanwhile, Mineta and Nomuri moved away slightly, allowing them space to talk. "I never thought I'd see that girl accept the truth of who we are so quickly," Nomuri admitted, her gaze carefully analyzing the group of women who had gathered around Ishigawara. "I'm glad she might be able to befriend them. As they're not native to this world, they still have a lot to learn." Mineta agreed, sharing her optimism. Nomuri, feeling relieved, allowed a small smile to cross her lips. One of the many worries about leaving her best friends and clan battle sisters in an unknown world seemed to have dissipated, at least for now. In this serene atmosphere, Mineta brought up another problem that was still hanging in the air. "Nezu will soon be reuniting our families, as I mentioned to you through the glass. We need my wives, Albedo, Harem, and Alpha, to be busy visiting different parts of the city. Could you take charge, Nomuri? My former partner would be delighted to spend more time with the girls." "That can be fixed," Nomuri assured him with a smile. She could sense Mineta's concern, but they were on the same page. They both understood that they needed to be careful about how and when they revealed the truth they wanted to show their family and loved ones. Despite everything, there was something that bothered the woman, and she soon expressed it to Mineta. "I must admit I have a certain bitter feeling when I remember that my father died from cirrhosis caused by drinking cheap alcohol more than 10 years ago. I have no one else here who can prove who I am. So I'll have time," Nomuri said with a dejected expression. Finally, Mineta spoke words of consolation to Nomuri. "Don't feel bad, just focus on the family you have now. Besides, you'll have plenty of time to keep your promises to Harem and the others to show them Korean dramas." Nomuri smiled. Thinking about her drunken escapades and those absurd promises she still wanted to keep always stirred a mixture of humor and nostalgia within her. After all, even though returning to her homeworld couldn't be perfect, there were some things that might have made it all worthwhile. Meanwhile, far from the meeting in the park, at Sir Night-Eye's Hero Commission office, the veteran hero and his assistant, Bubble Girl, had just returned from a grueling day at work. Night-Eye, leaning on his cane with every step, couldn't shake the unexpected news that an unknown group had destroyed and massacred the League of Villains, and that the survivors had been handed over to the Hero Commission. His close friend and admired hero, All Might, was also involved. Furthermore, his students, Mirio and Tamaki, had disappeared during a recent patrol and hadn't responded to any of their intercoms. "Sir, we should also consider the possibility that unknown villains may have been involved in the disappearance of Mirio-san and Tamaki-san during their patrol," Bubble Girl commented, her voice filled with concern. Upon entering the waiting room, their brief conversation was interrupted by the presence of two familiar figures, yet certainly different from how he remembered them. To Sir Night-Eye's surprise, his student, Mirio, sat on one of the waiting room benches, dressed in samurai attire and exuding a maturity beyond his years. But the most surprising thing wasn't Mirio, but the female figure seated beside him, reading a strange book with a black leather cover. Bubble Girl couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. At first glance, this wasn't the Tamaki the veteran hero remembered. The curvaceous figure, the soft angles, and the dark hair falling over strangely black hooded clothing. All of this was telling Night-Eye that something profoundly unusual had happened. Mirio's words jolted Night-Eye out of his daze as the man realized he had entered the waiting room. "Hello, sensei. Look, first we were transported to another world, and after 10 years it turns out we finally arrived in Japan, but in the wrong prefecture. You know, we had to take a bus. Fortunately, we didn't have any pending clan missions," said Mirio nervously. The torrent of information was difficult to process, and yet the most shocking thing was when Mirio nervously introduced the young woman to him. "By the way, in case you haven't noticed, this is Tamaki. Mirio-san. The girl next to you isn't Tamaki-san." "I know because Tamaki-san doesn't have such pronounced hips and firm breasts," Burbly Girl commented, perplexed. In one fluid motion, the stranger rose from her chair, dropping the hood of her outfit to reveal a familiar face. Though this time, more feminine. "Hello, believe it or not, I'm Tamaki Amajiki. 10 years ago, I was sent to another world, and because of that, my sex was accidentally changed." The waiting room fell silent, save for the muffled sound of Bubble Girl fainting in the background. Night-Eye watched Tamaki. No, the young woman claiming to be Tamaki. With quiet dismay. Mirio, on the other hand, sported attire worthy of a samurai warrior, a stark departure from his usual hero uniform. His demeanor, once brimming with youthful enthusiasm, had become resolute and mature. Tamaki, for his part, was visibly uncomfortable in his new body and clothes, his usual shyness even more pronounced now. But despite his obvious discomfort, there was no sign of denial in his eyes, only a newfound determination. The worst part was that he could never have predicted what had just happened with his quirk. I really need a good explanation, because I don't want to go crazy and lame at the same time. Both of them, with all the patience in the world, began to explain to their surprised teacher. At the same time, they both hugged him, having not seen him in so long. He was the only father figure they longed to return to in this world. Chapter 14. After spending several hours browsing the popular and crowded clothing stores in the mall, Uraraka and her best friends, now transformed into more mature versions of themselves, decided to take a well-deserved break at the Cozy Jazz Cafe. Located in the heart of the mall. After all, it had been quite exhausting having to exchange their gold coins for cash at the currency exchange booths. The atmosphere was imbued with nostalgia, as if time had stood still in the golden age of jazz. The soft golden tones of the lights created a warm and inviting ambience, while the gentle murmur of conversation mingled with the delicate sounds of jazz music that filled the air. Seated at a table by the window, the young brunette and her friends enjoyed their steaming cups of coffee while watching the bustle of the mall. However, as the aroma of the coffee filled their senses, Uraraka became deeply absorbed in reflecting on the current situation she had witnessed, a change so abrupt that it had left everyone perplexed. In just 10 minutes, her friends had lived an entire lifetime in another world, vanishing without anyone noticing. Despite their efforts to include her in their conversations and recreate the old days, Uraraka knew deep down that there was no going back. She felt like a young girl who couldn't understand older women's conversations, even when they were talking about moments she herself had experienced not so long ago. Although she appreciated her friend's intention to make her feel part of the group, a sense of displacement gnawed at her from within. Do you remember when we went together to that famous Korean Idols concert? Mina reminisced. In my case, I remember we were all punished when we snuck out of the academy dorms to go there. Since I wasn't friends with you at the time, what exactly happened? May asked curiously. In my opinion, the concert wasn't worth it. There were a lot of audio problems when we went, and it turned out to be boring. I don't remember exactly why. It's been over 10 years. But I do remember Uraraka-san falling asleep in her seat. It was probably really late, wasn't it? Setsuna replied from her seat, looking for the brunette's response. Yes, really boring. The brunette replied automatically, without paying much attention to the conversation. Furthermore, she was very embarrassed to admit that she had been very sleep-deprived that day because of her studies. Going with you all was so much fun for me. Itsuka commented, looking fondly at all her friends. I never managed to get an autograph. Yui commented dejectedly, without having finished the cupcake she had ordered due to a lack of appetite. Don't worry, my friend. You can do it now that you're here. Ibarra replied warmly, unable to resist cheering up her friends when their spirits were low. As she watched her friends laugh and reminisce about the past, a wave of sadness washed over Uraraka as she recalled the story of how her friends from Class B, Itsuka, Yui, Setsuna, and Setsuna, had faced widespread rejection from the rest of their class after a sudden incident. It was painful to realize that, despite their close bond, an invisible barrier still separated her from the others. Furthermore, she couldn't help but think that everyone present was married to the boy she liked, now a grown man. However, she decided not to dwell on that thought until she had calmed down a bit more. Lost in thought, Uraraka noticed May, who had been devouring a huge sandwich she'd ordered, watching her with concern. The soft melodic jazz playing in the background seemed to mirror May's expression as she spoke to her friend. With a look of empathy, May interrupted Uraraka's thoughts and asked in a soft but anxious voice. Uraraka-san, are you alright? Uraraka, trying to appear normal and not burden her friends with her worries, forced a smile and nodded. Yes, May-chan, I'm fine. I was just thinking about everything that's happened and how everything has suddenly changed. But don't worry, I don't want to ruin the moment. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? May nodded, understanding Uraraka's need to change the subject. She took a sip of her coffee before replying. Well, for now, I think we're all going to have to integrate into society. Spend time with our families, you know. Although, the fact that we're all married to the same man is going to mean Izuku has to face some awkward family dinners with his in-laws. It's kind of funny, isn't it? May said with a soft laugh. Uraraka smiled, grateful that May had changed the subject. She glanced at the others, hoping to hear their plans as well, even though the topic wasn't one of her favorites. Itsuka, with an amused expression on her face, took the floor. Well, in my case, I'll also be spending time with my family. I'll have to visit my parents and Izuku's mother more often. It'll be interesting to see how they all get along. But seriously, I think Izuku is going to need a lot of patience to survive those family dinners. Itsuka said, eliciting laughter from the group. Yui, for her part, shared her situation. I only have my parents, so I plan to visit them more often. But for now, I need to focus on my magic studies in this world. Quirks are part of my world, and that's why I want to learn the reason for their appearance. I'd also like to experience their effects when specialized magic is applied. Yui explained, leaving Uraraka confused by the mention of quirks in that context. Before Ibara could speak, her own gem began emitting sounds, mimicking a cell phone. Ibara picked it up and answered through the magic line, capturing everyone's attention, including Uraraka's. Izuku, have they already left the committee? Will they finally leave us alone? Ibara asked seriously. Perfect, I'll pass the word on to the others with me. Will my father accompany you to the meeting with Nezu? Thank you so much for doing me this favor, I honestly didn't expect you to agree. You're amazing, see you there, dear. The group remained silent for a moment, processing the information Ibara had shared. Uraraka wondered what kind of meeting this was and why Ibara's father would be involved. Uncertainty filled the air as they waited for Ibara to elaborate. Right in the middle of the tension, she suddenly remembered Izuku's words about a summons from Nezu. Intrigued, she decided to ask Ibara once she finished speaking through her strange gem. Excuse me, Ibara-san, I heard from Izuku-kun that Nezu was going to summon you, but for what purpose? Uraraka asked, her voice filled. Principal Nezu will do his best to contact our families, and it seems Iida-san has already notified the rest of the clan through our gems, in case they weren't aware. Izuku, meanwhile, helped the principal a bit by giving some names of our group who aren't at the academy, at least those who still have family here. Basically, it'll be a strange reunion through a private assembly in the same amphitheater where we took our entrance exam. Ibara explained, leaving Uraraka with even more questions. The news that Nezu would try to contact their families filled the air with tension and excitement. Uraraka wondered what this would mean for each of them. Would it be a chance to reunite with their loved ones? Or perhaps a painful confirmation of their absence? Despite her own worries, Uraraka decided to put her feelings aside and wish her friends the best. His eyes rested on each of them, full of sincerity and support. I sincerely hope your reunion with your families goes well. I know it can be an emotionally difficult time, but it can also be a chance to finally be together. I would be so happy to see my mother again after so long. So I'll be here for you, no matter what. Uraraka said, her voice filled with warmth and compassion. Her friends nodded, grateful for Uraraka's words. Although uncertainty remained, their mutual support gave them the strength to face what was to come. The black limousine slowly pulled out of the rear garage of the Heroes Public Safety Commission building. A considerable number of patrol cars and armored trucks formed an escort around it, ready to protect the convoy on its journey. As the convoy moved forward, an army of reporters swarmed them, trying to capture images of the outgoing director. However, the limousine's tinted windows helped maintain the anonymity of those accompanying her. Fortunately, their privacy was assured. Inside the vehicle, Director Araki Shiozaki was visibly annoyed at having accepted the deal. Directly across from where he sat, in the other section of seats, was Izuku Midoriya, the leader of the summoned, the group now designated as such by the Japanese government. Even though the deal was done, Araki couldn't help but feel uneasy. That sounds like a good deal, Mr. Shiozaki, and I think a meeting with the senator next Wednesday will make things more official. Izuku said, in a serious and determined tone. Izuku was relieved that they could finally have a more peaceful return, without the constant threat of being separated from their loved ones. However, Araki couldn't help but warn Izuku about the dangers that might arise. I must admit it was a good move, but I advise you not to play with fire. Our world is full of differing opinions, and not everyone will agree with this deal. Araki warned, his voice heavy with concern. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I agree. I know not everyone will agree with our actions, but I'm willing to accept the consequences. Peace and security are something I want to maintain. As I said, we will cooperate with you. Izuku replied with determination. Meanwhile, Ankoku, one of the clan members who had most impressed Araki with her power, had taken the rest of those being questioned to UA Academy. There they would wait until it was time to reunite with their families. Nezu just had to summon them all, and that wouldn't be long. She would also be in charge of picking up the girls and any other members of the group who needed to see their loved ones. On the other hand, thanks to Izuku's persuasion, Araki finally agreed to see his daughter, despite not having a closer stable relationship with her. However, the love he felt for her led him to accept the proposal. Reluctantly, but with the certainty that there might be an opportunity to talk to her after his recent divorce from his ex-wife. At the same time, he mentally prepared himself to face the encounter with his daughter, knowing that things had changed and that perhaps there was a chance to rebuild their relationship. The convoy continued its journey towards UA Academy, with Izuku and Araki deep in thought. The sun was beginning to set on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink as the afternoon wore on. After an hour and a half filled with heartwarming reunions, surprises for the world, and secret agreements made behind closed doors, Director Nezu stood beside the podium, on the very stage where a reunion no one ever expected to witness was about to take place. Time seemed to crawl by as the headmaster waited patiently for the families to begin entering, escorted by the academy's security personnel. Worry was etched on the faces of the parents and loved ones, who wondered what could have happened to warrant such a summons. Nezu had previously informed them that they couldn't contact most of their children until the assembly began, and if it weren't for him, some of those summoned would have called directly to alert their families and get them to the academy as soon as possible. The headmaster, for his part, had invested considerable time reviewing each of his former students' files, searching for information about their families and those who didn't attend the academy or were external students. Thanks to his excellent memory, a product of his genius, he could identify each family member simply by seeing them walk in. The first to enter the amphitheater were Mina Ishido's parents, Mr. Hayato and Ms. Izumi Ishido. They were both organizers of sporting events for baseball teams and American dance shows. More than concern, they displayed terrible anger toward the academy staff for not allowing them to see their only daughter. "Hey, you rat. Where's my daughter? Nobody's told me anything, and this is getting out of hand," Hayato exclaimed, pointing at Principal Nezu before taking a seat. Azumi mirrored this reaction, her face reflecting her frustration. Next to pass by were Iida Tenyu's parents, Hana and Hideki Tenya. Both were retired heroes from a long line of heroes. Beside them was their eldest son, also a retired hero, Iida Tensei, who was being pushed by his own mother. As expected, they showed deep concern for the young man. The school amphitheater stretched out before them, with rows of seats arranged in a semicircle around the stage. The light of the setting sun filtered through the tall windows. The podium, where Principal Nezu stood, was bathed in soft light, highlighting his small but imposing figure. As time passed, more and more family members arrived at the amphitheater, filling the space with a mix of diverse emotions and varying expectations. Inko Midoriya, the chief secretary of the Musafatsu City Hall and Izuku Midoriya's mother, entered, hiding her tears as best she could, reflecting her concern. Beside her, Narahana Kaminari, Denki Kaminari's mother, comforted her, placing her hand on her shoulder. Narahana herself was a housewife with an interesting past, as was her husband, Kenji Kaminari, a lawyer at a prominent firm in a neighboring city. Like Inko, they were equally worried about their eldest son's condition. Next to arrive were Minoru Minetta's parents. Vito Scaletta, a businessman and leader of the Italian mafia in Japan, and Minoru Hana, a supermodel and film star. Their concern was palpable, especially considering it was the first time the academy had summoned them, despite knowing their criminal backgrounds, all to discuss their son. The contrast between the parents' striking appearance and their son's peculiar look, with his hair resembling his mother's, was striking. Shortly after, Itsuka Kendo's parents, Hikari and Tenshi Kendo, arrived. They were a powerful family close to the Emperor of Japan. They entered with a nonchalant air, more interested in clarifying doubts about the assembly than in their daughter's condition. "I hope our daughter isn't in trouble," Tenshi said seriously. Meanwhile, Hikari agreed with her husband. Nido Monama's family arrived 20 minutes after the others. The father, Tadashi Nido, a majority shareholder in a telecommunications company, was pedantic and demanding as he asked for explanations from Director Nezu, while the supermodel stepmother who accompanied him remained indifferent to what was happening. "I hope you won't waste my time with that spoiled brat, Director," the man said in a pedantic tone as he sat down next to his new wife. "I have matters to attend to at my company. Just tell me whether or not it's worth continuing to pay his exorbitant tuition." The person who came after him also shared his opinion on this. "This is sure to be a waste of time," grumbled a middle-aged woman who had arrived just after Tadashi. Unfortunately for Tamaki Amajiki, her only relative was an aunt, Hikari Amajiki, who worked as an accountant at a small company in Musafatu and didn't seem particularly interested in the assembly she'd been summoned to. Her only reason for attending was the insistence of the academy staff, who had gone to her workplace to urge her. Meanwhile, her father was a fugitive wanted for usury and illegal gambling. "Believe me, miss. This won't be a waste of time," replied Sir Nidai, who was walking slowly with his cane as his only support, drawing Hikari's attention. Her surprise was evident at seeing one of the heroes who had faced the Yakuza. It was a surprise to the director to discover that Mirio Tagada had emancipated himself from his British family, the Geneses, at the age of 14, and had adopted the surname Tagada from his deceased uncle. Even more surprising was learning that the hero leaning on his cane to sit had been the one who had paid for the young man's studies in the first place. His only company at this time was his secretary at his agency. After a few minutes, the surprises kept coming for the parents, one of them being the arrival of the Todoroki family. "This can't be happening. My daughter is married and a grown woman. Enji Todoroki exclaimed emotionally, despite his wife's repeated pleas for him to calm down. That's enough, Dad. Shoto said, tired of his father's many pointless complaints. Of course, Fujimi Todoroki brought his parents and siblings to the assembly, including Shoto, who had been busy accompanying the other summoned members regarding the fall of the League of Villains, as he had recently learned from a contact in the commission. Don't even mention it, Mr. Todoroki. David Shields replied to the hero, holding a can of beer in his hand, a result of seeing his daughter so changed and grown up. After responding to the emotionally unstable hero, he went to sit down without saying anything else. Melissa Shield, for her part, brought her only father from My Island to the academy with the help of a friend and led him into the amphitheater before her performance. The man seemed more stressed than worried, trying to understand what his daughter had told him in a preliminary way. Mei Hatsume, meanwhile, had two mothers in her life. Kyoko and Mayu Hatsume, both prominent professionals in the fields of engineering and architecture at a prestigious construction company in Tokyo. Fortunately, by a stroke of luck, Nezu had managed to convince both mothers, who had been visiting their daughter in Musafatsu until just an hour before, to finally agree to go to the amphitheater. However, traffic had played a trick on them, and they arrived somewhat late. Where could my little one have gone? She hasn't answered her phone for hours. Mayu said with obvious concern as she took a seat. Meanwhile, Kyoko tried to reassure her wife, although inside she was also torn between fear and uncertainty, wondering what problem or complicated situation might have involved her daughter, who was as troublesome as she was energetic. Don't worry, darling. At least we know we're not the only parents here. Kyoko remarked. This is a disaster. Araki Shiozaki, just after the Hatsume couple arrived, entered the amphitheater without his usual entourage of bodyguards, who remained outside, gripped by unbearable tension, awaiting their boss in the company of Vito Scaletta's mafia-linked bodyguards. It was for this reason that Araki sought out the seat where the mafia boss was sitting, while Hana, for her part, decided to take some empty seats to allow them to talk privately. The appearance of both surprised many of those present, including Night-Eye, but especially the Kendo family, who claimed that Araki was the most influential man in matters of national security, and that Vito was the legendary mafia boss who had escaped the era of peace that All Might had brought in the past. Imagine my surprise to see so many Italian mafia bodyguards waiting outside the amphitheater. If it weren't for that damn son-in-law of mine, I would have arrested you. Araki said, clearly indignant. Vito, for his part, expected nothing less from the commission leader. However, he was surprised by his tolerant behavior, considering they had agreed to a truce, at least for today. Fortunately, my men obeyed my orders not to attack unless absolutely necessary. I didn't want a bloodbath, especially with my son present at this academy. I'm glad you agreed to the truce. Vito replied calmly. Whatever. Araki muttered, trying to downplay the matter. However, upon hearing these words, Araki could not help but acknowledge that the fact that his children were in the same academy had allowed them to discover unknown facets of each other. I can't believe you're a father, Vito. Araki commented, with some disbelief. I can't believe it in your case either. I only know that you married that politician who supports oil companies and companies with bad public relations regarding the environment. Vito replied, reminding him of one of the worst mistakes of his life. The mention of the mobster brought a bitter smile to Araki's face. He still couldn't believe his daughter had asked him to attend instead of her mother. That's life. Araki concluded. We will resume our war against you after this assembly. I agree with that. Vito affirmed, also bringing the conversation to a close. At the same time as the conversation was taking place, two professional heroes entered the assembly that was about to begin. This is very strange, said Ryuko, as she walked toward the place where she would sit. At least you didn't see a 6-year-old girl turn into a teenager in a day. Aizawa complained. Then they took their seats. Nejire Hato, for her part, only mentioned the heroine Ryuko Tatsuma, as if she were a relative. This left the director confused, since his research revealed that Nejire belonged to a prestigious family of lawyers in Tokyo. On the other hand, the principal wasn't very surprised that Aizawa was one of the relatives. Why am I at the UA? My daughter isn't at this academy. Another woman wondered to herself, quite confused by the citation those men had given her in her own work. The next to arrive was Elena Maoi, manager of a video game store in a shopping center near Shiketsu Academy, where her daughter was supposed to be. The last to enter were Hans Muller and Shiori Kadai, along with another person. The first two were renowned scientists who worked at a branch of a German pharmaceutical company located in Musafatsu. Upon seeing them, Nezu recognized that they seemed like very decent people, concerned about his daughter. Director, is our daughter alright? She's not answering our phone. Hans asked before taking a seat right next to the Todoroki family. Nezu replied. We will give you the answers when this assembly begins, he said, addressing the parents present. Meanwhile, Shiori was on the verge of tears and could barely maintain her composure. At the same time, Misaki Tokage was comforting her friend. As Satsuna Tokage's only mother, she had accompanied them, just as worried as they were about her own daughter. Silence fell over the place as the family members, from their seats, anxiously awaited Director Nezu to finally reveal the reason for his summons. Seeing that there were no more family members who were going to attend, at least those whom the summoned had decided to call and who had also come in person, he decided that it was time to start the assembly. Listen. I will not be the one to explain what happened because I myself do not know what your children had to endure. Therefore, they will have to explain it themselves. Nezu said, addressing those present in a tone of voice appropriate for the occasion. After Nezu addressed the parents and explained in detail what would happen at the assembly, a second door to the amphitheater quietly opened, right next to the stage. A group of adults, with firm and purposeful steps, made their entrance and walked to the platform to introduce themselves to the astonished parents. The surprise was palpable in the reactions of many of them, some of whom couldn't suppress a gasp at the change they saw in them. All except those who had already found out through unconventional means, like Izawa, Enji, or Ryuko. Finally, the truth about what happened to their children was revealed to them. All that remained was to hear their explanation. Chapter 15. The assembly erupted in indescribable uproar, a whirlwind of surprise and confusion. The auditorium trembled with a shiver of disbelief as parents stared at the young people standing at attention on the stage. They had known their children all their lives, had seen their faces every morning for years, but now they were unfamiliar places. The youthful faces of their former age had vanished, replaced by stronger, more defined, more mature features. They recognized the eyes, but the bodies were strangers. Of course, this feeling was foreign to the parents or loved ones who had already seen the truth beforehand not many hours before. The children they had been so familiar with, whom they had watched grow and develop, were now adults in their 20s. They were no longer the 17-year-old teenagers they had spoken to or seen in person just days before. It seemed like a trick of light and shadow, an optical illusion, but the change was real and noticeable. Their bodies were taller, more robust. Their eyes, once filled with the innocence of youth, now reflected the experience and possible maturity they had acquired. Confusion reigned in the amphitheater. Some parents wrung their hands nervously, while others muttered under their breath. The bewilderment was palpable, but what prevailed was disbelief. The parents couldn't accept what they were seeing. They refused to believe that those adults were their children. Among them, Hayato Ishido stood out. His face was tense, his dark eyes fixed on the woman at the center of the stage. He couldn't believe the woman he saw was his daughter. He still remembered his teenage daughter's laughter, the sparkle in her eyes when she opened her birthday presents just a month ago. This woman, with her mature face and confident posture, couldn't possibly be his little girl. Is this some kind of joke? He exclaimed, his voice echoing in the silent amphitheater. Director Nezu, this woman isn't my daughter. My daughter only turned 17 a month ago. This is impossible. Their protests seemed to break the spell that had maintained order in the assembly, and the place erupted once more into a cacophony of questions and accusations. Disbelief had turned to anger and fear as the parents struggled to understand what their eyes were telling them. But no matter how much they denied it, the children they had known were no longer there. In their place were adults, strangers, and yet strangely familiar. Chaos threatened to engulf the assembly. The air was thick with anger and panic, like a thunderstorm about to erupt. The parents were on the verge of hysteria, their faces pale, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. The noises from the amphitheater rose to a deafening crescendo, and it seemed as if everything could collapse at any moment. On stage, the young people stood motionless, like statues in a storm. Despite the tumultuous atmosphere, they maintained their composure, their faces serious and resolute. But behind that facade, there was a palpable sadness. Despite their power and the confidence they projected, the experience of not being recognized by their loved ones was a painful blow. Even if some had the opportunity to prove the truth of their claims to their families, it did not dispel the underlying feeling. Nido Monoma seemed to be the only one experiencing a different feeling compared to the others. Instead of sadness, his eyes fixed on his father with a look that reflected deep resentment, causing him to physically clench his fists tightly. Off to one side of the stage, Nezu watched the chaos with concern. He knew that if he didn't intervene soon, the situation could spiral out of control. With a start, he moved closer to the parents on stage, his face serious and his voice full of authority. Calm down. Order, please. He exclaimed, his voice booming above the commotion. First, let these young people, who are your children, explain themselves. However, his attempt to calm the situation only provoked more anger. Vito Scaletta, one of the most agitated parents, stood up, his face red with rage. Don't play games with us, director. She exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at the director. Who are these people? My son is supposed to have round grapes on his head, not the hair this adult on stage has. Scoletta's words echoed through the place, and other parents joined her protest, their voices mingling in a chorus of outrage and fear. They wanted answers. They demanded to know the truth. I want to see my daughter. I don't know who this stranger on stage is. She's not my baby. Mayu Hatsum exclaimed, on the verge of tears. This is stupid. Kyoko exclaimed. Amidst all this, Izuku watched the scene with a distressed expression. Like Nezu, he longed for the situation to calm down, for things to return to normal. But judging by the parents' angry and panicked faces, that possibility seemed increasingly remote. As the turmoil in the assembly grew, a group of individuals who had already been informed of the truth and had seen beforehand what they had become, observed the scene with an unexpected dilemma. David, Ryuko, Aizawa, Enji Todoroki, known as the hero Endeavor, Araki, Shoto Todoroki, and the hero Mr. Night-Eye, all faced the same internal dilemma. A silent debate was brewing within them, an internal battle over whether they should intervene and calm the growing furious mob of parents. On one hand, they felt an urgent need to protect the young people on stage. Friends in Shoto's case. And to ease the burden of disbelief and anger that weighed upon them. They knew that their own words might be the only force capable of calming the storm that was brewing. Yet, they hesitated, wondering if it was their responsibility to intervene in this way. Should they be the ones to persuade the parents to believe their children's words? Or should they allow the parents to discover the truth for themselves, even if it meant the young people would face the unleashed storm of emotions upon them? Uncertainty was reflected in their gestures, in the tense lines of their faces. They could feel the weight of responsibility on their shoulders, a weight that grew more overwhelming with each passing second. Their eyes constantly shifted toward the stage, where the young people stood silently, enduring the onslaught of disbelief and fury. In the amphitheater, the tension reached its peak. Although there were all sorts of reactions, incredibly, for some, disbelief was the dominant emotion, and their complaints to the director stemmed from issues unrelated to the children. Among them, Tadashi Nito, the blonde man in a suit, demanded answers in a shrill voice, insisting on knowing why his time had been wasted. Finally, in a moment of total resolve, Shoto Todoroki stepped forward, his face marked by a determination to help his friends. He was finally going to try to bring order to the assembly, something that even the principal couldn't manage. Listen, that's enough. I can't take it anymore. Amid the prevailing chaos and confusion, an unexpected voice echoed across the stage, interrupting Shoto and drawing everyone's attention. The crowd gradually quieted as a figure emerged from the group on stage, stepping forward to reveal a steampunk outfit that did not go unnoticed. Mei Hatsum, her signature hat partially obscuring her pink hair, stood center stage, radiant in her unique attire. Her dress was adorned with gears, copper pipes, and metallic details. A vivid manifestation of her extravagant and avant-garde style. Moms. It's me. Mei exclaimed, on the verge of tears, her eyes shining with emotion as she addressed her own mothers. When I was a child. I was age omitted back then. I took apart the microwave in our apartment in England when you were working on that hotel project in Birmingham. Mama Mayu, I remember you nearly fainted when you came into my room asking about the missing microwave and saw me playing with dangerous tools. Then I remember you, Mama Kyoko, when you stormed in to help my other mother and then gave me a 3-hour lecture until I finally fell asleep because it was already night. You even decided that was enough and took me to bed. Even though I seriously ruined an expensive microwave, the very next day you took me to an electronics course at Unclear. Possibly a school or university. A specialized academy instead of punishing me like other parents would. I've always treasured that memory from the bottom of my heart. I swear it's me. As Mei spoke these words, a mixture of nostalgia and hope filled her mother's. Her voice resonated with such conviction that it was impossible not to feel the sincerity of her words. Her mothers, between tears and sobs, gazed at Mei in awe. Mei-chan, is that you? Mayu exclaimed in shock, finally recognizing her daughter, who in her eyes had grown into a young lady. What happened to you? You're quite the young lady. Kyoko exclaimed, completely surprised. You barely seemed like a cute messed up teenager the last time we talked on HeroSkype. So it wasn't a lie that you went viral at UA and I wasn't just some random spec. I never thought I'd see you like this. When Mei saw that her mothers finally recognized her, she wiped away some of the tears that were almost running down her face and gave a warm smile. Yes, the girl you raised grew up and is now 27 years old, and that's the truth. Slowly, the disbelief and skepticism gradually faded from the room, replaced by an expectant silence. A family had finally acknowledged that this woman was their own daughter. The fact that she had begun to implement her own strategy to be recognized by her own family brought great relief to the summoned group, something that in any other circumstance would have seemed obvious, but which in the midst of the tension and chaos, stood out as a beacon in the midst of the storm. They all looked at each other with gratitude shining in their eyes, nodding in Mei's direction, even those members who did not need to be acknowledged by their relatives. I see this is the only way they'll finally recognize us. Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. One by one, they followed his example, no matter how embarrassing the anecdote was that they had to share in front of an audience that was still processing what it was witnessing. The first to speak after Mei was Iida Tenya, who was understandably ashamed to admit that he had once been young. My brother and I were punished once. I remember being forbidden from watching television or using our cell phones for 6 months, all because we spent 12,500 yen without permission on a special edition of a video game that was about to be released. Mineta, for his part, had the perfect story to convince his parents that he was who he claimed to be. However, that wouldn't stop his mother from getting furious. Once, when I was in high school, a very pretty girl rejected me. Seeing me so sad, Dad convinced me to go to a well-known gentleman's club. Unfortunately, my mother arrived home early and we had to hide the ticket to keep her from finding out we were going. Minoru Hana's anger was palpable in the seats nearby, frightening even Araki, who acknowledged that Hana was someone to be feared. Vito, meanwhile, was agitated by his fear of his wife and what she would do upon learning that they had tried to take her baby to a gentleman's club, though relieved that the dwarf man was indeed his son. Izuku, in turn, had his own truth for his mother to acknowledge. Mom, I have a collectible All Might figure that your date gave me to make him like me. It was with that idiot lawyer you went out with a few years ago. Izuku explained. Inko simply resigned herself to not fainting from the shock. The unexpected twist came when it was Nido Monama's turn. He spoke with his eyes fixed on his father, with an arrogant look typical of the Nido family. Cayman Islands account 12344K4567. I still remember that number because you used to take me to the banks for a long time when I was a child. I hope it's clear to you that I'm your son. He explained. The only thing Tadashi said, before calming his fury directed at the director and at the time he no longer considered lost, was this. You damn brat. It really is you, and you've got some nerve to mention that account. Tadashi said with his arms crossed, with an equally arrogant look. I have them, and much more. Monoma replied seriously. For Araki himself, that account represented a red flag of possible money laundering or embezzlement. However, in the end, that area falls under another branch of the government's finances. For now, he would turn a blind eye. And so they continued presenting evidence to prove who they claimed to be. Another curious exception was Tamaki, who had to convince his aunt that he was him, even if he was actually someone of the opposite sex. Naturally, the woman's discomfort was evident as she had to process the fact that her nephew was now a woman. Itsuka had to share her interests and passions with her parents before the incident, while Kadai simply mentioned that he spent most of his childhood in Germany. Setsuna, on the other hand, quickly convinced her mother by telling her that she was extremely passionate about dinosaurs and that a room in her house in the neighboring prefecture was filled with collectible toys of these prehistoric animals. And Koku Maoi was the second to last to speak. I know where my father is, and don't deny it, mother. She said, her gaze fixed on the ashamed mother. Finally, it was Denki's turn. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with nerves as his eyes fixed on the woman who gave him life. Mom. He began, his voice cracking slightly. When I was little, I had an addiction to fried foods with cheese, and you had to hide them from me, so I wouldn't eat them all the time. The room remained silent as Denki continued. Besides, there was the time you forced my brothers and me to camp in the municipal forest. I remember the ants infesting our tents. Masaru-san and I had to go to the doctor because of the bites. His words hung in the air, leaving most of the parents to process what they had just learned. Then Izawa himself rose from his seat and asked a question everyone in the amphitheater had been wanting to ask those on stage. What happened to them? Izawa asked in a firm tone. Having already prepared for this, it was Izuku, representing everyone, who began the explanation that everyone was eager to hear. Viren. We were summoned to another world. A world called Terheim. While the assembly unfolded at UA Academy, the atmosphere at Heights Alliance, the dormitory complex where the students resided, was tinged with pessimism. Recent events had left an indelible mark on Class A, and the void left by those classmates who had undergone a radical change was keenly felt. In the common room, Bakugo Kitsuki, with a sour expression, fidgeted with his barely touched dinner, his frustration palpable in every movement. News about his supposedly switched classmates echoed through the air, fueling his growing irritation. Momoyoi Rozu, Jiro Kyoka, Asui Tsuyu, and Toru Hagakure watched the broadcast intently, where reporters kept mentioning the League of Villains' downfall at the hands of mysterious new heroes and All Might's resurgence. Though it didn't need to be said aloud, they all shared the same suspicion about the identity of those who had intervened so drastically. By the time the viral videos of the prisoner handover to the commission arrived, they confirmed their suspicions. In a secluded room, Kirishima Ijiro remained reluctant to accept any invitation to join the group in the main room. His thoughts and emotions, normally so transparent, were now hidden behind an impenetrable wall, lost in an introspection that kept him oblivious to the world around him. In another corner, Fumikage Tokoyami, Hantashiro, Koji Koda, and Rikito Sato were having a heated discussion, their voices broken by the worry reflected on their faces. "This is a damn disaster," Fumikage commented, his tone laced with frustration, while the rest nodded silently, sharing his feeling of uncertainty. "What's going to happen from now on?" Koda asked. "I don't know. Nothing makes sense anymore," Hanta replied. "That damn Izuku has changed, and the fact that he appeared in front of the commission with a league at his feet suggests he's incredibly powerful. How is that even possible? By the way, where's Todoroki?" Riko Sato asked, prompting everyone else to wonder the same thing. Meanwhile, Momo remained seated in front of the television, her gaze lost in the news unfolding on the screen. Though images and reports flowed around her mind couldn't shake Uraraka's absence and the longing she felt for her friend Mina Shido. The void left especially by Mina grew more apparent with each passing minute, eroding the young woman's composure and filling her heart with unease. Meanwhile, Kyoka, Toru, and Asui shared a similar concern. Uraraka's tardiness was growing longer, and her unease was evident in her gestures and words. The clock ticked on, and the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger with each passing hour. "Why don't you call her again, Yayoi Rozu-san?" Kyoka suggested, her voice tinged with concern. "Uraraka will probably answer you." Following her friend's advice, Momo dialed Uraraka's number on her phone and waited with bated breath until the call was finally answered. "Where on earth have you been?" exclaimed Momo, the concern evident in her tone. The seriousness in Uraraka's voice was palpable, devoid of her usual friendly tone that characterizes her. "I'm at the academy, but not in the dorms. I'll arrive later. Don't wait for me." Before Momo could formulate a response, the line abruptly cut off, leaving an echo of unease in the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Uraraka stood at the entrance to the assembly, effortlessly passing through the security checkpoint set up by the mafia and the government. With unexpected determination, she stated that she was a relative attending the parents' meeting, wishing to enter the assembly. Once he did it as discreetly as possible, arriving just as Izuku was supposed to tell the story of everyone's day in the other world. Uraraka quietly entered the assembly, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. She approached the wall near the entrance, right next to the first seats, and leaned against it, hoping to get answers to the questions that had been bothering her since Izuku, wearing his armor, entered the classroom. At least she managed to do that by listening from her position. Even though Itsuka had told her that she could return to the dorms while they met with their families, she knew that she would never be okay with herself or get any sleep without having tried to find out what had happened to her classmates. As Izuku approached the stage from his starting position, he began to explain what had happened, and questions from parents and family members quickly followed. The name Terheim had piqued the curiosity of many, and they wanted to know more details. Enji Todoroki, sitting in his seat, was the first to ask. His tone denoted intrigue and surprise. "Terheim? What is that place? Is it another universe? Some kind of parallel reality?" he asked. Uraraka watched the scene intently, fascinated by the anticipation it had generated. Izuku, for his part, seemed confident in answering every question. With the self-assurance of someone who had lived through a unique experience, he replied, "Yes, Mr. Todoroki, it's another universe. But in that universe, magic exists. In fact, it was the only thing that helped us survive there." Enji still had more questions, and to everyone's surprise, he broke his usual seriousness and suppressed some of the emotions he had experienced that day regarding his daughter. His own mask vanished for a moment, revealing his genuine curiosity. "Real magic? What about their quirks? I hope they at least had a chance to defend themselves with them. Although I must admit that supplementing their abilities with magic was a great move in the face of greater dangers." Unexpectedly, Enji's words received no response from Izuku, but from Fujimi herself. "No, father. We lost our quirks from the very first day." But to everyone's surprise, this time it was Fujimi Todoroki, the eldest daughter of the family, who stepped forward and spoke up. Her voice was firm before her father. "We had no other choice. Magic became our only weapon." The reactions were immediate once again. The faces of the parents, relatives, and even Uraraka showed disbelief, surprise, and fear. As expected, a moment of silence filled the room as they tried to process the revelation. Yet another one they hadn't expected to hear on this particular day. In this world, quirks have become a necessary and functional part of society. Initially, they weren't considered essential within the world's worldview and culture. However, over time, these powers have become so commonplace that they've become a fundamental part of both the culture and sociology of any society. Currently, the loss of a quirk is considered taboo and a situation that is severely judged by people. While all for one seemed to be the only one capable of stealing a quirk, other methods existed in the past. For example, the horrific experiments Hiri endured. Right now, many of the parents couldn't even imagine what they all had gone through without any powers to help them survive. Some, like Narahana Kaminari, were even proud of having overcome any danger or adversity in that world. What happened to them? Asked Aizawa, who quickly stood up from his seat. Finally, it was Professor Aizawa who took the first step to ask what everyone present wanted to know. It was time to reveal what had happened to them. Izuku, as the clan leader, assumed responsibility for this task. Honestly, detailing everything that happened to us individually would take all afternoon. Therefore, we will now offer you a summary of our mishaps, and my colleagues can then give you more details about what happened to them. Aizawa remained standing, ready to ask any question he deemed necessary. When you mention individually, do you mean that you didn't arrive at the same place? He inquired. Exactly. Izuku replied. Not only did we not arrive at the same place, but to be honest, we didn't even arrive at the same continent. 10 years ago, or what they commonly call winters there, we arrived in the other world. But before we delve into anything else, I'd like to start by explaining a little about this world, so you can better understand the context of what I'm talking about. In Terheim, there are 3 continents. The first is the continent of I umlaut a acute O umlaut plus or minus superscript a or no U acute superscript a superscript 3 plus or minus O umlaut superscript a superscript 3 a acute O acute 3/4, which in our language means land of creation, though we commonly call it Vinland. This continent is home to many of the races that inhabit the other world and is believed to be the place where all cultures originated. It is practically the center of the world and is also where most empires and kingdoms are located, such as the Regulus Empire. The second continent doesn't have a fixed name. Many cultures refer to it in different ways, but we call it Jotunheim, as it contains the greatest number of wild beasts, labyrinths, dungeons, towering mountains, indigenous peoples of various races, and a wealth of resources. It's also the home of the giants in the Sea of Trees region. For many years, we found it hard to believe that there were so many similarities to the Norse culture of our world in that place, but over time we grew accustomed to it. There are also some kingdoms in this region that are important for fish production, as they are located in the southern part of the world. The last continent is called the Eastern Lands, or Asakai. It developed separately from the others thousands of years ago, and surprisingly, one kingdom there has several elements of our culture. Ironically, it's located on an island, just like us. That said, it's time to tell our story. Our tale begins when we were transported and each of us ended up in different places. In my case, I was thrown into the Sea of Trees, in Jotunheim. I found myself completely alone, forced to survive on my own, sleeping outdoors for days on end, sometimes in caves, other times high in the trees. On several occasions, I had to eat the roots of certain plants to stave off hunger, though the worst part wasn't that, but the constant threat of creatures that lurked about, waiting to make me their dinner. Several months passed in this way until I stumbled upon a group of people who turned out to be fugitives from the law of the neighboring kingdom of Ryle. They could be compared to a community of gypsies on the run because of their fraudulent activities. Faced with dwindling food and the beasts that stalked me, I decided to join them, and we formed a community in a safe place within the Sea of Trees, which turned out to be a sizable cave. In this way, we stayed away from the aggressive indigenous communities of Reynards and safe from potential pursuers. This place soon became our home, even though I continued to feel uneasy about not belonging to my own world. However, adapting to this environment proved satisfactory over time. We even managed to devise an irrigation system for a safe area outside the cave, thanks to the experience of some farmers. I must admit that, as a city dweller, I never got used to life in the countryside, but I eventually had to learn and contribute within the group. 3 years passed, and our community grew ever larger, as rumors of an independent community in the Sea of Trees spread to the neighboring kingdoms, and many moved to join us, drawn by the covetousness of our crops and other resources. It wasn't until the 3rd year that things changed for me, when an unknown group attacked our community. At that time, I didn't have enough combat skills to defend myself, and several of them died, but we, along with other former knights and myself, managed to repel them. In the end, only one survived, and of course, we didn't waste any time interrogating him. We tried to be as civilized as possible with this man, but unfortunately, it took him more than a week to talk. However, he eventually revealed what we wanted to know. It turns out that thanks to him, I learned that I wasn't the only one summoned to the other world, but that several of my other companions, present as you'll see, also shared the same fate as me. I also learned that there was a group that had prophesied our arrival, and their main mission was to exterminate us. In their opinion, we were kind of chosen ones, chosen by the gods to bring peace to the world, and they were against the divine laws that governed it. That's why they sent the mercenaries to kill me and those I had considered friends. The group called themselves the Heretics of Divine Prophecy, supported by a secret church called the Holy Scriptures. Araki raised his hand as if he were participating in a lecture given by a presenter on a specific topic, intending to ask Izuku any questions he might have about the story he was telling. His participation stemmed from his concern about what his daughter must have gone through, having been hunted by a group considered extremist in that world. How did that group locate you? Was there any way you could have stayed off their radar? How did you manage to get to safety? Araki asked with concern. He knew it was an obvious and stupid question, since it was clear that Izuku had attracted a lot of attention and that his daughter was still alive, probably possessing a power that defied the natural laws of this world, so it seemed she had likely faced the problem on her own. But as a father, he wanted some information that would ease his worries about whether she had at least been safe at that time. For his part, Izuku had no problem answering Araki's question. At first, I was too weak without my quirk to defend myself. However, after meeting the group, I realized I had a disgusting amount of ether. This is the primordial magic possessed by all living beings, one that helps sustain life itself and practically defines our existence. But I won't go into technical details. You can ask your children about that. The point is, drawing attention to myself by performing various tricks that no one else could do made the heretics come after me. On the other hand, there was a way to avoid detection, and that was by suppressing mana to get past security checkpoints in territories where the church's influence didn't reach us. At least, that's what most of them did. That was the only way to stay safe. Having answered Araki's question, Izuku continued with his story, thus satisfying the doubts of probably many parents. Seeing that I was not the only one in danger and that there were many more like me, threatened by the heretics, I decided to temporarily leave the place where I had been for the last 3 years, to venture into the world in search of them. Suddenly, Izuku approached Iida to point at him while pacing back and forth, as if he were a lecturer dealing with nerves. The first person I found after a few months of traveling was Iida-san. It was in the kingdom of Sandora where we met again. His family here can't deny that it was obvious he was going to become quite an honorable knight, right? Izuku said, chuckling a little to ease the tension. His efforts paid off when he saw Iida's older brother chuckle softly. He wasn't surprised that Izuku had been right. He clearly sensed that his little brother was destined to become a knight. Of course, Iida was pleased with the naturally positive reaction from a member of his family. It was difficult, but I convinced him to follow me, and from there, I spent almost 2 years recruiting everyone who is here, as well as others who are not present for other reasons. It was from there that Izuku spent several hours narrating an epic tale, where, little by little, as the group grew, they decided to call themselves the Wolf Clan. With their clan founded, they could finally travel from kingdom to kingdom, empire to empire, liberating the population from the tyranny of the heretics, as well as undertaking other missions that arose spontaneously, such as defeating the demon kings who ruled northern Asakai, and so on. Some of those summoned, with the confidence they gained as the conversation progressed, decided to join in the story with their parents and relatives, recounting their exploits on missions, the relics they had won, and the wars they had fought for the fate of a kingdom. Time flew by until they finally reached the end of their 5th year in the other world. They had weakened the heretics, and the gods received them with the divine grace of their prophecy. Izuku, as their leader, was the one who concluded the cycle of anecdotes they shared with their families. In the end, we became the apostles of the gods. Strange, isn't it? Just as the prophecy foretold, we were destined to be more than we ever imagined. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves, achieved fame and glory, and have become legends. Take Yui-san's parents, for example. Izuku said, looking at Hans and Shiori. They'll be proud as scientists to know that their daughter forever changed the other world by implementing the science you taught her from childhood. It's also important to note that Denki-san's parents will be thrilled to know that their son is considered a legend for the music he composed for so many people. Hans, for his part, was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with pride in his daughter. Meanwhile, Shiori struggled to maintain her composure, refraining from embracing her daughter because she, too, was deeply proud of her. Little by little, everyone's most pressing doubts were cleared up by many of those present. In the end, the obvious emotion they radiated for their children had increased, with Aizawa standing out among them, unable to believe that Eri had been able to save a kingdom from famine, contributing to a revolution. Despite the diverse reactions, which initially ranged from the most enthusiastic and excited, such as Narahana Kaminari, who proudly congratulated her son. Others displayed more skeptical attitudes. This was the case with Tadashi Nido, who appeared incredulous. "Ha! My son, a hero fighting a dragon? I doubted. Anyway, several years passed until we reached a point where we truly missed our world, our home. The certainty of that desperation to return grew stronger with each passing day, and finally, we made a pact. The gods would allow us to leave in exchange for maintaining the world's balance. It was an arduous challenge, but in our 10th year, we managed to defeat the saint of the church and bring peace to the world. After Izuku finished his speech, a whirlwind of applause filled the auditorium. Even Uraraka, who had remained in the background, joined in the applause. This gesture surprised the very men and women who had shared their experiences, and they showed their bewilderment, but it was still very gratifying for the vast majority. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Monama's father and Itsuka Kendo's parents, for reasons unknown to the young brunette. The summoned then gathered with their loved ones in different corners of the amphitheater to speak more privately with those present. Meanwhile, Uraraka decided it was time to leave, as she would now feel out of place if she stayed to see or hear more than she should. As she left the amphitheater, it was already night and the stars were barely visible due to the city's light pollution. However, appreciating that patch of sky helped clear her mind. She wanted to put behind her the foolishness of having entered the place out of pure doubt and curiosity. It was an intimate moment for the family, and she internally scolded herself for her lack of tact as soon as she stepped outside. "Okay, San. Autumn-san. Where are you going? I just want to talk to you." Suddenly, an argument interrupted Uraraka's thoughts, and out of sheer instinct or foolishness, she headed toward the source of the heated dispute, which turned out to be her friend Itsuka. Recognizing her voice was another reason that compelled her to approach. As she approached, she left behind the men in suits who were glaring at each other, preventing her from entering when she tried to access the conference. What she witnessed upon reaching the area closest to the parking lot was something she never imagined would happen. "You're a disgrace," said Hikari Kendo, looking at her daughter with contempt. All the while, his father seemed to have the same reaction. Unwittingly, she witnessed her friend receive a harsh slap from her own mother. Itsuka's reaction wasn't one of uncontrollable fury or the serenity she displayed when facing problems during her time at UA. Instead, her eyes revealed the purest disillusionment she could possibly feel toward her parents. Gradually, tears welled in her eyes, and her emotions overflowed. I don't understand," Itsuka said, rubbing her cheek. "I've missed you guys for over 10 years. I love you guys, I don't understand how. During your 7th year, you spoke about a way to return to this world through that strange place, the kingdom between kingdoms. Clearly, you didn't take the initiative to try to see your family again, did you?" Hikari remarked. Gradually, Itsuka's emotional instability became more evident. "That's not true. I spent almost 4 years trying to come back. I just need you to listen to me." Meanwhile, Hikari didn't seem to listen to the reasons or supposed excuses her daughter was giving her. "Besides, this isn't the only thing you've done to bring shame to this family. You're no longer the daughter we raised to be worthy of our name. Look at you. Living a life of debauchery all those years turned you into a tramp," Hikari said, pointing rudely at her daughter. "The proof is that you married and slept with that young man who convinced you to join that group that put you in danger so many times. Do you think he was the right person for you? Imagine my surprise when you told us." Of course, Itsuka was driven to aggression. "I love him," Itsuka said, a little more aggressively. "I thought you understood my reasons. I thought you'd be happy to be with your daughter." Finally, Tenshi Kendo, who had remained on the sidelines of his wife's remarkable anger, entered the scene with the most hurtful question any father could ask his daughter. "Would you be willing to leave your family for that man? Would it be worth it? What will happen to your hero career?" To be honest, I couldn't help but laugh when you told us that, besides sleeping with that man, you wanted to open your own dojo for the community with mutant quirks. Training and teaching criminals is stupid. Maybe I'd be willing to give you another chance if you come with us and we finally put an end to all the nonsense you wanted to do with your life. Just as Uraraka had expected, Itsuka, with tears running down her face, responded very aggressively to her proposal. "Go away. I'm 27 years old, I can take care of myself." What happened next was that Itsuka's mother aggressively shoved her daughter, causing her to fall to the ground. This angered Uraraka, who was increasingly determined to intervene. Not only that, but she herself couldn't believe that Itsuka would allow herself to be treated like that, given that she and all the summoned individuals possessed abilities that surpassed anything known. "From now on, you will no longer be part of the Kendo family. Not until you demonstrate intelligence in your decisions," Hikari concluded, glaring at her daughter with growing anger. "In the meantime, live your life of debauchery and sin." As his wife turned around to go back to the parking lot where the limousine was waiting for her, Tenshi looked at his daughter with a mocking smile. "I know that for obvious reasons you have enough money and support not to depend on us. But keep this in mind. No one knows better than we do what's best for you, you idiot. I'll let you think about it and reflect on whether this is the life you deserve." Suddenly, Itsuka said to her father, while looking at him with clear resentment. "Just get out of here, father. You don't know what I deserve. Well, keep thinking about the life you deserve." Finally, unlike the other families who attended the conference, the man quickly withdrew, leaving a young woman alone on the floor, crying with helplessness. The only family she had abandoned her. Now she had no mother to love unconditionally, nor a father to protect her. Not even in the other. Itsuka-san. Uraraka exclaimed, running to get her friend's attention. When she finally arrived, Uraraka appeared on the scene, much to Itsuka's surprise, who hadn't expected to see her friend so close to the parking lot. Itsuka knew beforehand that Uraraka had snuck into the conference, as had all the other summoned individuals present. After all, she was never very discreet, but when Izuku was telling the story at the end, no one did anything. After all, she was friends with many of them, so the situation wasn't a problem. The only thing Itsuka didn't expect was that Uraraka had probably overheard the conversation between her and her parents. Uraraka-san. Finally, Uraraka hugged Itsuka tightly when she reached her position. Tears streaming down her face, she spoke to her in a warm voice. You're not alone. You have the other clan members in me. What they did to you is unacceptable. No one who considers themselves human would do such a thing. Seeing her friend comforting her like that, Itsuka finally decided to hold on to the hug and let all the pain fade away. Before she could open up, however, she needed to make an important request of her friend. Uraraka-san, promise me something. Itsuka whispered in her friend's ear. Don't tell anyone in the clan what happened here. I know each and every one of them, and I know that if they saw me like this, they'd take drastic measures against my parents. Especially Izuku-kun. He'd punish my father himself if he witnessed this. I don't want anything bad to happen to them, and that's why I'm entrusting this to you. This is my personal battle. I should handle it myself. Do you promise you'll never say a word? Despite the overwhelming pain, her love for her parents compelled her to protect them. Fortunately, Uraraka was the only witness, and as a loyal friend, Itsuka knew she could trust her. Yes. Uraraka replied, allowing Itsuka to finally release all her emotions. They both clung to the embrace, finding comfort in each other's warmth. Although reluctantly, Uraraka had to give in to her friend's request, despite her reservations about not acting against Itsuka's parents. While the events surrounding Itsuka were unfolding, Izuku was grappling with his own issues, far removed from the emotional intensity of the moments his friends and their loved ones were experiencing. Therefore, he knew it was time to step back and let things take their course, so as not to spoil the moment. The conversation with his mother was brief, and with the classic tears that characterized the Midoriya family, she agreed that they could talk more privately the next day in the apartment where he had grown up, as he had one last thing to do. After saying goodbye, he left the amphitheater and headed to the outskirts of the academy grounds to hail a taxi that would take him to his destination in half an hour. Although everyone knew where he was going, he preferred to use the taxi service rather than ask his wife, as he needed to clear his head before facing what lay ahead. Are you going somewhere, Mr. Midoriya? What he didn't expect was to hear Nezu's voice behind him as he was raising his hand to hail a taxi. I know him well enough to know that you already have the answer to that question. Izuku replied seriously, refusing to turn around to look at the principal. Why are you here? I must say, if I didn't have my intellect, I would have completely believed that fantastical story you and the others told. Honestly, I don't know which parts are real and which parts you chose to hide. But what I do know is that you forgot to mention a missing member of those who were summoned, am I wrong? No. He replied sharply. You know, when I was gathering information about your families to invite you to the conference, something curious came up. Several third-year teachers approached me, concerned about the absence of a student, as she had always been an outstanding student. Her friends also came to me, worried that their friend hadn't shown up after going to a practice session in a separate building from the academy. I investigated further, and her name wasn't on the Wolf Clan list you gave me. I assumed she was a member who didn't have a family to notify, or a girl whose family didn't get along, which is why you hadn't mentioned her. However, when I interviewed one of her friends, she confirmed that the girl was very close to her parents. It was. Izuku said as he continued to raise his hand to hail a taxi. Something didn't add up, and my doubts just kept growing. But during the conference, I realized that the story they'd told was highly implausible, and your unexpected departure to go somewhere else confirmed my suspicions. Which leads me to ask you, are you sure you're the one who has to deliver the bad news to that family? Yes, it's my duty. They need to hear it from me. After reflecting for a few seconds, Nezu had his answer. I won't stop you or hinder you. After all, you must have your reasons. That said, this whole affair, the probably fabricated story you told, and the fact that you omitted one of your members, makes me think about the magnitude of what you're hiding. Are you really sure you want to do this? Because once you've done this, there's no going back. As the saying goes, a lie is like a snowball. The more it rolls, the bigger it gets. As expected, Izuku spoke as a leader on behalf of the summoned. This is a path that we as a group decided to follow, and after everything we had to live through, we will be willing to suffer the consequences of our lies. Finally, the taxi arrived to pick up Izuku, who before getting in, turned to look at the principal and said one last time. It was an honor to have been a student at your academy. I would have liked to have graduated as planned. This marked the end, a farewell to his time as a student, a period he would remember with great affection. The director responded with a warm smile directed at the one who was now a former student of his. "The honor is mine. Remember, Mr. Midoriya, no lie lasts forever." "I know." The Highlander neighborhood was considered home to the wealthiest families in the nation, surpassing several local millionaire families who lived downtown, such as the Yaoi Orzas or the Minoru family. It was there that the taxi dropped Izuku off, and he witnessed a dozen or so police cars parked outside the mansion of the family he wanted to visit. Many officers guarded the perimeter, while more were inside, presumably speaking with the family. With a renewed determination after an internal struggle on his way to the residence, he finally approached a police officer and demanded to speak with the family. This sparked an argument with some officers who were unaware of the young man's identity. Fortunately, Detective Namasa Tsukauchi, noticing the minor commotion, emerged from the residence, surprised to see Izuku Midoriya there. Hours earlier, he had recognized Izuku on the news for his actions with the commission and was still processing that fact. Now, Izuku had appeared at the mansion demanding to speak with the family, prompting the detective to try to speak with him privately, calming the officers in the process. "What do you want, Midoriya? Wow, you've caused quite a stir at the commission, and now you look older," the detective said in surprise. "To be honest, I need to speak with the Mawata family. It's about the disappearance of their daughter, Fuwa Mawata. I know what happened to her, and it's connected to what happened to me, detective," Izuku replied seriously. As he expected, the detective, whom he had known for some time, did not believe him, so it became imperative for him to argue the truth, hoping to be able to speak with the family as soon as possible. "Midoriya-san, I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't a good time," the detective said in a worried tone, abruptly interrupted by a distressed female voice. "Do you know anything about my daughter?" A distressed female voice interrupted the conversation. Turning around, she saw Fuwa's spitting image in her mother, a sweet woman on the verge of tears. The man beside her, comforting her, was a burly fellow in an expensive suit with a large prominent blonde mustache and a completely bald head, just as Fuwa herself had described. It was her father. To the detective's surprise, both parents appeared, which surprised him. "Yes, I know what happened to him, but we need to go inside. I need you to hear a story." In the end, both parents agreed, happy to hear what had happened to their daughter from a television hero. Reluctantly, the detective sent the anti-kidnapping unit and the other officers back to the station, remaining with the family to hear Izuku's version of events. It was that night when a painful memory that Izuku had repressed finally came to light. Chapter 17. The sun shone high in the morning sky, bathing UA Academy in its warm glow. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the trees and made the flowers in the gardens dance. The atmosphere was perfect, as if nature itself were trying to convey a message of calm and serenity. However, inside the classrooms, the atmosphere was completely different. Sorrow and tension hung heavy in the air, like a leaden blanket enveloping students and teacher alike. It was as if no one could escape the weight of the recent events that still haunted the students of Class A. The students' faces reflected a mixture of sadness, nostalgia, and bewilderment at the empty desks and the missing students who would never return. Some murmured amongst themselves, exchanging words about what had happened, while others simply remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Izawa, for his part, tried to maintain his composure, but his eyes betrayed his worry about a particular issue that had recently been troubling him. He was supposed to be teaching his class and sticking to the established curriculum, but at this point, he cared little about covering a topic that would surely be irrelevant after what had happened. So, his only recourse to avoid succumbing to the despair of his worries was to rest his feet on his teacher's desk and simply cross his arms without saying a word, just like the new routine that had set the tone for the past few days. Meanwhile, Uraka was one of the students who remained silent, lost in thought, while Izawa didn't teach the class as usual. Ever since she'd arrived for her first class, she'd been replaying the scene with her friend Itsuka and her parents, and the promise she'd made not to tell anyone. Besides feeling a clear internal conflict about this, she also remembered that they hadn't seen each other since the assembly, not only her but all the others who were no longer at the academy. Now, their group chat was emptier than ever, filled with ghost numbers. Phones that had probably been left behind in the other world they'd gone to, leaving no other way to communicate. After several days, she figured they'd probably have to buy new phones. All of this made her miss her friends and long to see them again, at least until they could recover or remember their social media accounts. The next thing that occupied her thoughts was reflecting on what the world had experienced with the arrival of the summoned and their recent actions, which were numerous in just a few days. Starting with her friend Yui, who had announced to the world on German news that she had cured over 100 types of cancer thanks to a treatment she had performed herself using her abilities. A breakthrough for many in the medical community, marking a turning point in modern medicine. Similarly, Russian news outlets reported that her other friend, Mina Ishido, along with her former teacher, Namuri Kayama, had collaborated with the Russian secret police to capture a crime lord who profited from trafficking girls with mutant quirks, while her friends Iida and Izuku had personally spoken with the Russian president to broker a ceasefire in the war in Yugoslavia, among other achievements. As time went on, more and more positive news about her friends and other members of the group flooded social media and news broadcasts. Her reflection focused on the positive impact the entire clan had been having recently. As if that experience in the other world had motivated them to continue doing good wherever they were. That heroic spirit she herself thanked fate for, that her friends and the others still retained. After all, the vast majority aspired to be heroes, or already were, before being summoned. Speaking of invocations. Uraraka muttered to herself. Another thing she couldn't stop thinking about was the strange dream she'd had when she fainted after learning that Mei Hatsume, the odd girl she'd met a few times in the past, was married to the boy she loved. Every detail was hard to believe, even the fact that she'd been talking to a strange-looking boy seemed ridiculous, but something inside her told her otherwise. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when Professor Aizawa received a message and the bell rang in the almost silent classroom, filled with low murmurs. When he checked his messages on his phone, his mood worsened, revealing a middle-aged man dealing with a stressful situation. "Alright, here we go. I'll say goodbye to my sanity." Aizawa complained before getting up from his seat and heading for the classroom door. Now, everyone watched expectantly what their teacher was doing. "Well, today we'll have new students in the class," Aizawa declared grumpily as he opened the door and then let in 2 new students who would be with them from now on. "Hey guys. It's been a long time," said a teenage female voice as she entered the room. "From what I can see, you look just like you do in my memories," the male voice commented as he entered the room as well. The class's surprise was evident. While they knew most of the summoned individuals, not everyone knew the identities of all the members. They were unaware that Eri, the girl they had cared for since the drug raid, was now a young woman of their own age, wearing the official UA uniform, leading them to believe that she too had been summoned to another world like the others. At the same time, another boy of the same age, who seemed familiar, was with her, apparently also a new student. Meanwhile, Aizawa wasn't surprised by the others' reactions. He had even predicted the stupid reactions of some of his male students. "Eri-chan, she's beautiful," Momo murmured in surprise, as if she were an older sister feeling pride for her younger sister. To no one's surprise, among the girls, Momo was the one who cared for Eri the most, aside from others like Mirio Tagada, Izuku Midoriya, and Uraraka Ichako, of course. Seeing her proud was something they all expected of her. As for the other 3 girls remaining in Class A, their reactions were typical in terms of surprise. Uraraka, for her part, hadn't expected her to be a student after everything they'd been through in the other world. On the other hand, some of the boys, while they suspected Eri's absence was conspicuous over the past week, never expected that this cute girl would transform into such a stunning beauty. Hantashiro, in particular, seemed to be drooling over Eri, and Rikito Sato was tempted to ask for her number outside of class. Just as one would expect from hormonal 17-year-olds. "It's an honor to be in your class," Eri said, bowing. "Me too," the young man replied seriously. Eri is a beautiful young woman with bluish-white hair, parted in the middle and falling almost to her waist. She has a delicate curvaceous figure and a well-developed physique. Her eyes are large and have an innocent look, a bright red. On the right side of her forehead, a small brown horn protrudes, which grows when her quirk is activated, at least before she loses it like the others. The young man wears a white button-down shirt, dark shorts, and black boots. He has short, spiky black hair and wears a worn red hat with golden pointed horns on the front. In Hagiraku's eyes, he was an attractive boy. "So, my sister wasn't joking when she said she would attend with him," Shoto murmured, recalling his conversation the day before with his older sister. Fortunately, common sense prevailed in Shoto Todoroki, Injiro Kirishima, and Bakugo Katsuki. The latter reacted most negatively to the idea of that brat joining as a new student. "Wait. Is she going to be our partner?" Bakugo exclaimed in disbelief. Eri replied in response. "Yeah, you sourpuss," Eri retorted with a soft laugh that only fueled Bakugo's anger. "It turns out I want to be a hero, and this past week I was allowed to test my skills on the principal. Also, my fiancé, Kota, will be my new partner." The class was suddenly turned upside down, except for Shoto Todoroki, who had already been informed. Not only was this boy supposedly the one being raised by the wild pussycats, but the young woman who had once been a child was now engaged. To the dismay of the class's single boys, this was a devastating blow to their already grieving hearts. Meanwhile, Aizawa was trying not to faint upon hearing the news for the 10th time, while at the same time wanting to thoroughly interrogate the boy who wanted to marry his daughter. Interesting. Yuga Aoma, witnessing what he saw, couldn't stop jumping for joy. Romance was palpable between the two, and that only heightened the interest in their likely romantic story. He was unaware that, except for the more serious boys in his class, everyone else was upset because Eri already had a boyfriend. I'll have to find out her story later. Even if it costs me my life. I wish I also knew the story of Izuku-san and the other girls. He said seriously. Uraraka, without further ado, seemed to congratulate them, although her moral conscience told her that the girl was still too young to get married. Congratulations. Uraraka congratulated. Yeah, whatever. Good for you guys. Kirishima said in a surprisingly bitter tone. Eri-san, if you want, sit next to me, Kiro. Said Sayu, pointing to the empty seat that Iida left next to her. Kota-san, if you'd like, you can sit where Mina-san was sitting. Kota said kindly, pointing to the seat next to his. Kota was pleased by the warm but brief welcome from his classmates, even though they didn't know his identity and were more focused on Eri. He didn't blame them, though, since they had only met him once before. Hey, enough with all this talking. Because of my existential crisis and what happened to your classmates, we haven't really had a normal class. I think it's time we did some simulated combat practice. Izawa interrupted, seeing that the group was going to spend the rest of the class chatting instead of actually teaching. His negligence as a teacher had to be stopped once and for all, even though he knew full well the disastrous consequences that would follow. Yes. Exclaimed Eri excitedly. I remember when I was a child, I used to watch you practice through the monitors in the practice building, when my father would let me sit on his shoulder, and at the same time he would tell me his point of view about you and your performance. Eri's eyes shone like bright stars as she remembered that this was one of the things she had always wanted to do in her homeworld. She had always longed to participate in training exercises with a group that had taken care of her, but unfortunately, she was too young and inexperienced to fight. Now, she could finally join them as one of their own. Kota also seemed very excited. After all, before being summoned, he had dreamed of attending the same academy as his hero, who was currently its leader. Being in a training session with Izuku's generation seemed like an idea that went beyond interesting. Believe me, I spent years listening to Eri's stories about you guys and how much you improved as a group in the battles against the League of Villains. That albino bachelor also often told us that you guys were a real thorn in his side, despite how strong he was back then. We're definitely going to have some fun. Kota remarked, looking at the group with excitement as well. Seeing the two teenagers so excited sparked a sense of camaraderie among most of the group, leading them to accept the situation without much reflection, all in order to maintain their composure and avoid considering the implications of having two new companions, who were now part of the summoned. Even Shoto was still struggling to process everything that had happened, given his sister's deep involvement. There was a moment when Izawa, during one of the lunch outings he'd had with his new daughter to get to know her better, witnessed the magnitude of her power. It had all started because Mirio Tagata, a former student of the academy and a member of the clan, offered to join them for lunch, as he had finished some business at the same shopping center and had plenty of time. One thing led to another, and the awkward conversation Izawa had due to his paternal anxieties turned into a spontaneous request from Eri for a friendly sparring match in Musafadu Municipal Forest with Mirio himself, as a way to reminisce about old times. When they arrived in the young man's new truck, chaos erupted across a large section of the forest. As a mediator imposed by his daughter's mere whim, he couldn't even properly judge the battle because he couldn't even follow the movements of either fighter. All he managed to observe were dozens of felled trees, countless craters, explosions of magical energy, and so on. In the end, he witnessed Eri's defeat when Mirio's katana grazed her neck and her kick aimed at him was deflected. At the end of the day, she received a congratulatory message from Mirio, who urged her to improve her fighting technique as her speed hadn't yet reached its full potential. This was a blow to the professor's psyche, hearing that she was still slow, considering she was faster than any boy with a speedster quirk and possessed enviable reflexes when the blonde boy unleashed energy blasts from his katana. By now, any evaluator on the commission with two functioning eyes would consider her a professional hero, so he still wondered why she wanted to attend the academy with his students who seemed like novices in comparison. After much thought, he knew he had to convince Eri to reconsider her plans and focus her abilities professionally. At least to spare them the trouble of being humiliated by her. When Mirio left, thanking the teacher for his argument and impartiality, Izawa, consistent with what he had witnessed and thought, implored Eri to abandon the idea of becoming a student at the academy. However, in the end, he lost the argument and had to yield to her tender eyes and obvious pout. Only time revealed to him the magnitude of his grave error when the time came to begin practicing. It all started well, with group activities like capture the flag and infiltrating a hostage situation, where both boys performed as expected given their abilities. Unfortunately, everything changed with the individual battles in the arena of Building 7 during sophomore training. Enough. Practice is over. Miss Eri will not be allowed to participate until she learns to control her abilities, at least during practice with you. Aizawa exclaimed, a look of panic reflected in his stressed eyes, as he declared his authoritarian but fair decision. Oh, I'm so sorry. I couldn't control myself. I promise I'll learn to control myself better. Eri apologized, bowing to her fallen comrades as a sign of respect. Although Aizawa had warned both teenagers to hold back and try to fight on equal footing with their classmates, nothing could prevent the beating the new student gave them both. Toga was left bored, unable to join in the fun, having never had the chance to practice with his former older brothers, since their relationship with his fiancée didn't last long. Nothing had prepared them for their new classmates' new time-related magical abilities, nor for her humiliating ability to dodge every blow they tried to land on her. Out of respect for her, since they had known her since childhood, they decided not to hold a grudge, and most accepted her apology. Uraraka survived lunchtime after being cared for by a recovery girl, as both teenagers were busy with the principal regarding their new class and discussing the incident at practice, something Aizawa himself had informed them about. During lunch, the tables in the recently renovated cafeteria were divided into several groups. The boys from one class decided to eat lunch together, as did the girls from both classes. How could they let Eri and Kota into the academy? Toru Higarika remarked sullenly, holding a thermos of his favorite tea. I have to admit, that kid we met in the forest with the wild pussycats is handsome after his transformation. But the fact that he got bored because we didn't last long with Eri is unheard of. What were they thinking? It's Eri-san. It was obvious she probably always wanted to attend this academy. We should respect her wish after being away for 10 years, who knows where. Momo replied defensively to Toru's comment. Now she's our classmate, whether we like it or not. Besides, that boy we saw earlier clearly got in because of his talent, so he has just as much right as we do to aspire to be a hero. Toru reacted to Momo's response by crossing her arms, completely disagreeing with her friend. Whatever. It would have been better if they were professional heroes instead of attending the academy. After all, it's well known that the commission released Izuku and company very quickly despite acting behind their backs. Toru reaffirmed, looking at Momo with annoyance. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised you support Eri-san and that boy. I remember you didn't trust Izuku and what the others became, the magic, etc. In fact, I think most of us here distrust our former classmates, with a few exceptions. Hirukyoka replied to her friend Momo, while glancing sideways at her friend Uraraka without her noticing. The singing heroine wasn't too surprised that her brunette friend didn't realize she was referring to her, as she was busy playing with her food, lost in thought, as usual. This behavior had been consistent since she returned to the dorms after the summon left the academy. After that, she never mentioned what happened to them, and her absence certainly worried everyone in the group. The only thing that makes me uneasy is their magical powers. I mean, I still find it hard to believe that Izuku is the man who sent his group to practically wipe out the League of Villains, and now, the only thing that makes me accept both of them without much thought, that they belong to Izuku's group, is because of our shared past. Is it hypocrisy? I honestly don't know. All I know is that for now, despite our surprise and suspicions about them, we're welcoming them relatively well. Although, this doesn't make the whole thing any less strange. Pony Tsunatori's strong American accent became apparent when she responded to Momo's reply in the form of a complaint. There's one fact we have to accept, and that's that these aren't the same people we knew. Pony replied, her uncharacteristically displeased. Like you, we don't trust any of this. I don't even know what to believe anymore about having classmates who belong to Izuku's group. What do they expect to learn? I don't know. Kanoko Komori replied, fiddling with one of her mushrooms to ease her newfound anxiety. But what I do know is that I miss the old Itsuka. Even the old idiot Monoma, and we'll never get them back. No matter what they told us when they showed up in the classroom, they're not the kids I knew. Meanwhile, Ryuko Yanagi and Tsuyu Asui simply continued eating their lunch, staying out of the conversation. Although they each had their own thoughts on the matter, they were tired of talking about it and of grieving the loss of their teammates after their recent transfer. What no one expected was that Uraraka would simply get up from her seat, drawing everyone's attention accordingly, and make the following comment to her classmates, with a somewhat gloomy expression. Since the class with Professor Aizawa is over, I'll skip the next one. What they didn't know was that the brunette had a serious problem, an immense rage that had arisen from the conversations she'd overheard for several days. These conversations frequently mentioned her former classmates and what they thought of them. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, the image of Itsuka suffering from her family's rejection and her decision to face it alone repeatedly surfaced in her mind. Today was the day she finally grew tired of listening. Now it seemed that her friends from Class B would never accept the new Itsuka who had appeared in the classroom, nor the other girls who had been summoned. This whole set of circumstances filled her with the fear that she would explode and make things worse. Huh? Why? Momo asked, worried. I just need some time alone. I'm just asking you to take some time to get to know Eri and Kota. Uraraka said, gathering her things and placing her food tray in its designated spot. I'll be in the dorms if you need me. If Professor Present Mick asks, I'll just say I had a stomachache or something like that. Wait, Ahako-san. Kyoka said worriedly. If it's because of what you experienced at that assembly, or because of what you talked about with Mina and the others, we can surely discuss it together. The others seemed to agree with Kyoka. We're with you. Declared all the girls present at the table in unison. Although everyone seemed concerned about her sudden decision and wanted to talk to her to help, in the end she decided that she had reached a point where she practically wanted to be alone, deal with her own anger, and not have anyone else's advice, for now. Perhaps she could resort to her old secret high school habit of sneaking a cigarette in the dorm bathroom. Anything to forget for a moment what was bothering her about her friends and their comments. Luckily, she kept a pack of cigarettes hidden under her mattress. I'm sorry, I need to be alone. Without further ado, despite her friend's numerous complaints, she decided it was time to leave. The boys who saw her leave found it very strange behavior, a sentiment echoed by the girls once lunchtime was over. Once in the bedroom, he decided to spend some time watching a few programs to clear his mind. When that failed, he later went to his room to indulge in his habit of smoking a cigarette, sitting near the open window frame, right on the cold creaking wooden floor. That damn vice. I decided to quit 2 years ago, but… Uraraka stopped herself, realizing her moment of weakness. But in the end, nothing mattered once her chaotic mind was replaying what had happened with Itsuka, her new classmates, the comments from her friends and her new classmates, the success of her former classmates, and even Izuku's success. Meanwhile, all the questions that had plagued her during the assembly, the uncertainty generated by the abrupt changes in her surroundings, only worsened her psyche. Just when she thought she would spend the whole afternoon smoking and struggling with herself, something happened when she tried to light her third cigarette. What? Why am I sleepy? Without warning, a weariness began to wash over her. Finally, with her lighter in one hand and a cigarette dangling from her lips, she slowly closed her eyes as the smoke dissipated into the air. The soft murmur of her breathing grew slower and calmer until she finally drifted into a deep sleep. When he finally awoke, he found himself in the middle of the same forest where he had been in his dream on the day the summoned ones returned to this world. The sun filtered through the canopies of the tall trees, filling the forest with a warm golden light. The air was filled with the fresh earthy scent of nature. Uraraka stood up slowly, looking around in amazement. Even though this place seemed familiar, for some strange reason it felt different. But still, the forest was calm and peaceful, and she unexpectedly felt strangely at peace. It seems I'm back here. She stretched and began to walk, letting herself be carried away by the beauty of her surroundings. It calmed the anxiety and anger she had felt less than an hour before. The sun's rays danced around her, illuminating her face. You did it because I invited you. I liked you, and it's boring being alone. Commented a childish voice that sounded familiar to him, in a carefree tone. Without warning, the same boy she had seen in her dreams startled her with his voice, and in response, she quickly turned to look at him. This time, he was sitting on a fallen log, close to where she was. It's you. Uraraka smiled nervously. I didn't expect to see you again. Although she knew she had to be cautious around that mysterious boy, something inside her told her she could trust him. Something she never thought she'd feel with a complete stranger who probably held power in this place. Once she sat down next to the child, she started the conversation to try to make sense of the fact that he was there. Why me? I mean, why did you bring me here? While she asked the child what his doubts about the situation represented, he simply acted as such and began to draw a tree with a branch in the soft forest soil. Even so, he decided to answer the girl. I have my reasons. It would be silly to tell you now. He chuckled softly in a childlike way. I just wanted to tell you something quickly before you wake up. We don't have much time. Upon hearing this, she knew her prediction about these visits to this strange place usually being brief would likely come true. However, she hadn't expected her visit to be so short. What thing? I understand that riddles exist in your world, right? Yeah. I would appreciate it if, on your next visit to my home, you would be so kind as to answer the riddle I'm about to tell you. It would be fun if you answered it. In return, I could show you an interesting place on your next visit, said the boy, turning his gaze to the girl with a seemingly innocent smile. Going along with this strange child, she accepted with a gentle nod of her head that affirmed her positive response. Yeah. Okay, here's my riddle. I fly without wings, I speak without a mouth, I see without eyes, I walk without a body. I never arrive, but I'm always near. Everyone fears me, but sooner or later they find me. What am I? Something tells me you'll be able to answer in no time. Of course, I've been playing riddles with my father since. Wait. What's going on? Uraraka exclaimed nervously at the abrupt change in events. Suddenly, Uraraka began to disintegrate into particles of light. Her hand started to decompose, and little by little, her body followed suit. This seemed to be something quite different from when she first disappeared from this strange place. The boy let go of the branch he was holding and stood up to focus his attention completely on the girl this time. I knew you probably hated the way you came back the first time you were here. So I thought particles would be another way to help you get back. I'll try another way to help you if you're bothered by being disintegrated. Anyway, I'm sorry our chat was so short. The boy said seriously. Knowing that he would probably wake up again, Uraraka didn't panic this time and instead answered the child kindly. Thank you so much. Suddenly, a strange sound began to drill relentlessly into his head. A tone that seemed familiar, yet he didn't recognize it because of his current situation. I suppose you should answer that call. That grumpy green-haired guy needs your help, I think. The moment she heard a reference to her friend, the girl's eyes widened at the revelation that this boy knew Izuku. Unfortunately, by the time she wanted to ask more about what he knew, he had completely disintegrated. Rying. The loud noise jolted Uraraka awake, making her realize she had fallen asleep and relived that strange dream again, but this time her cigarette was still lying undisturbed on the floor. As she shifted from the awkward position she'd fallen asleep in, she noticed her phone on the nightstand beside her bed was ringing. Getting up to answer it, she realized it was nighttime, which alarmed her as she realized she'd slept longer than she thought. Upon seeing the unknown number on the screen, he decided to answer due to a strange feeling related to his dream. Hello? He said, his voice slightly confused. The person on the other end had a rather mature voice. Hello, are you Uraraka Chako? I'm Shinji Yamada, a bartender at Tropical Seasons Bar, located near the Musafatsu Financial District. Yes, it's me. Why does she know my name? Uraraka replied, confused. Since 4 p.m. That man who was on the news, the one who defeated the League of Villains with his team and turned them over to the commission, came to the bar acting strangely. He started buying everyone drinks for hours on end. Although at first he seemed lively and fun, with an endless supply of gold coins, now that the customers have left, he's become a different person. It seems that being alone with his thoughts caused him to drink more than he should. At this point, I know from experience that any police officer or doctor would say he should be in a coma because of the amount of alcohol in his blood. He's becoming more erratic and aggressive, and he's destroyed several tables in a fit of rage, all while seemingly crying and mentioning a name, Fuwa I think. I could call the police, but I don't want to give my job bad publicity if they arrest a hero who's been on TV with a senator. The girl's concern was evident, so much so that she instinctively started to change her clothes to go out, while still on the call. I suppose he asked who could take him home. Yes, it seems to be you. He wrote your number on a napkin. Please take that man away before he causes any more damage to the bar. The bartender pleaded over the line. Don't worry about the damage. He paid so much with his gold coins that he practically funded a complete renovation. Of course. I'll come with you right away. Hurry up. I don't know how long I can refuse to give him another drink without him doing to me what he did to the League of Villains. Okay. Uraraka confirmed as she dressed in her last winter clothes to head out into the freezing night to that bar. When she hung up and was ready, she couldn't help but wonder if that boy from her dream knew what Izuku was going through and that, in the end, she would end up helping him. Even though what she had experienced truly seemed like a dream. Chapter 18. In light of recent events, Uraraka cautiously opened the door to Momo's ostentatious room, located in the Heights Alliance dormitories. The room was decorated with elegant furniture and exquisite gold details that reflected the light from the lamps. The air was filled with a soft floral scent, courtesy of the numerous flower arrangements that adorned the room. Carefully, the brown-haired girl approached the bed where Momo lay, barely adhering to her strict sleep schedule. The girl looked drowsy, her eyes only half open in response to the gentle touch on her shoulder. Momo, I'm sorry to wake you, but I need to talk to you. Uraraka whispered. Momo blinked a couple of times, trying to focus her gaze on her friend. Then, between yawns, she sat down with difficulty, rubbing her eyes with her hands. What's wrong? What time is it? He asked sleepily. Uraraka sighed, surveying the room with a wistful look. It was in this very place where, not so long ago, all her friends had gathered to discuss whatever frivolous topics girls their age might discuss at a sleepover. Those days were gone now. But now, there were better things to focus on. Momo-san, I need your help. Uraraka pleaded. Seeing her friend at night, begging for her help, caused the girl some concern. Sure, what do you need? Momo asked, as she settled herself under her sheets to sit up so she could see her friend with a proper posture. Momo's bed was elegantly dressed with white silk sheets, and to her right, a solid wood desk was covered with perfectly arranged books and documents. I need you to lend me the keys to your Rolls-Royce, the one parked in the parking lot near Building 2. I don't have any money to order a taxi on my app, and with your parking permit, I can leave the academy without needing my ID. It's for an emergency. I need to help a friend. Uraraka said carefully, avoiding triggering her friend's temper. Still groggy from sleep, Momo frowned and took a moment to process her friend's words. However, upon noticing the cigarette smell emanating from Uraraka's clothes, her expression shifted from surprise to annoyance. Her annoyance only intensified when she realized how ridiculous her friend's request was. What? You want me to lend you my car? It's probably past 10 at night. Of course not. Besides, you reek of cigarettes. Did you smoke again? Momo exclaimed, getting out of bed with an expeditionary expression on her face. Uraraka nervously stepped back at her friend's reaction. Yes, but this time it was for a good personal reason. She smiled nervously, making her lie more than obvious. The thing is, I have an emergency now. I won't be able to get there on time without a car. Momo acted accordingly and approached her friend with a determined stride, noticing that something was off about the situation. Uraraka, who was dressed for a night out in a black coat to protect her from the cold, seemed uneasy as she watched Momo approach. It's obvious you're lying to me. Momo said, adopting a serious posture with her arms crossed. Why do you want my car at this hour? Tell me the truth. Don't forget we're friends, and I'm the only stupid one who hides the fact that you always smoke in the cafeteria trash can when you're anxious. Uraraka remained silent for a moment, looking at Momo with a worried expression. How could she hide the real reason from her? Her friend had discovered the lie, and her conscience was beginning to weigh on her more than she had imagined. I'm sorry, Momo-san. It's just that I urgently need to get somewhere, and I have no other way to do it. Public transportation isn't even running at this hour. She finally said, avoiding her friend's gaze. Momo frowned, feeling even more worried about the situation. Her friend's lie didn't add up at all, and her conscience was ringing. She needed to know the real reason behind Uraraka's urgency to use her car. I don't believe you, Uraraka. Something else is going on here, and you need to tell me. Momo said, her voice filled with determination. I'm not going to let you go until you tell me the truth. Uraraka paused, pondering the idea of telling her friend the truth. She remembered how important her friendship with Momo was, too important to keep a secret. Giving in with a sigh, she decided it was time to tell her the truth, or at least part of it. She didn't want to share her strange dreams with her just yet, not until she was sure of her own sanity. I just got a call from a bar, Tropical Seasons. The man who works there told me that Izuku-kun was drunk and causing a scene. I need to get him to the academy or somewhere safe so he can rest. I don't want the police to arrest him. Uraraka said, finally revealing a glimpse of the truth to her friend. Momo reacted with concern to her friend's revelation. Consequently, she approached Uraraka, her actions slightly panicked, and took hold of her shoulders. Are you crazy? Momo exclaimed, her voice trembling. You want to help Izuku-kun? Uraraka-san, he's not the same boy we knew anymore. He's married to multiple women, a scandalous situation. Besides, with that unknown magic he seems to possess, who knows what he might do to you if he's drunk. Uraraka frowned at her friend's impulsive reaction. On pure instinct, she removed Momo's hands from her shoulders. He's the one who asked me for help to get him to safety. I can't just abandon him. Uraraka replied firmly. He's in trouble and needs our help, Momo. The tension between the two friends was palpable, both aware that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. After a brief silence between them, Uraraka, seeing the potential delay in continuing the argument with her friend, decided to clear things up before finally leaving the room. Something she'd really wanted to do for some time, but had never had the courage to do. For the past 2 weeks, I've been hearing both good and bad things about our former classmates. But even so, I can't help but think that you and most of the others seem to be ignoring the fact that you were once our friends. It's like everything we went through together was so insignificant that you can't even think about letting go of these damn prejudices. Well, you know what? I don't care. Just like Shoto, who's been getting criticized lately because of his sister, I'll do whatever it takes to support them. Now Izuku-kun is counting on me to get him out of that bar, and I'll do it even if it means walking along the road to ask some stranger with a car for help. Uraraka exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest with conviction. Then, she turned her back on her dismayed friend and headed for the door. This brought an end to the argument, which concluded with the truth being spoken. Wait. Momo's voice stopped her in her tracks unexpectedly. Uraraka turned to see her friend reaching out with her hand, and it was clear that her words had affected her in some way. What? Uraraka replied abruptly. As if time had stood still, Momo was speechless, pondering her friend's words. Though not for long, as her frustrated reaction. lowering her arms and clenching her fists tightly. Was quite noticeable. After that, the words simply flowed from her, driven by pure instinct. Good. If that's what you want, you'll have it. Momo exclaimed as she changed direction and approached her bed. In an impulsive act, Momo grabbed her car keys from her nightstand and threw them at Uraraka. The keys flew through the air and she caught them in surprise. Momo's gesture took Uraraka by surprise, but then the conversation didn't end there. But I have one condition. I won't let my underage friend go into a bar alone at this hour. I'll go with you. Wait. What? Uraraka exclaimed in surprise. That's settled. We're both going to get Izuku out of that bar. I own a property nearby. I know because my father sometimes takes his investors there. Unfortunately, bringing him to our building is a bad idea. Besides, Nezu gave him all his belongings last week, so he doesn't have a room here. My plan is to spend the night at my place and let him rest on the couch. Uraraka remained silent, but with a big smile on her face because of her friend's unexpected support, despite what she had said previously. Just wait outside and be quiet. Momo declared, taking a backpack from her closet to fill it with clothes for a change of clothes she'd need the next day. I recommend you take a change of clothes with you for tomorrow. I'll be a little while since I'll need to get dressed for going out in this cold. Yes, thank you. Uraraka replied warmly. Finally, she cautiously made her way to her room and did as her friend instructed. With their backpacks ready, they left Heights Alliance and headed to the parking lot where Momo drove with her trainee permit to their destination. Fortunately, they left the academy without any trouble, unnoticed. Momo elegantly parked her Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit in the exclusive and stylish parking lot adjacent to the Tropical Seasons bar after a half-hour drive. Okay, we're here. Momo said, struggling to muster the courage to keep going. Internally, her anxiety was evident, her sweaty hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, but outwardly she tried to remain calm. The last time she broke the rules to go out at night to a concert, things ended badly, with her and her friends being punished by Mr. Izawa, who forced them to cut a large portion of the Heights Alliance building's lawn with nail clippers. Now, they would practically both miss a whole day of regular classes, which caused her internal conflict, since she was always the girl who had to be a role model for her classmates. The only reason she agreed to this crazy plan was that her friend needed help with Izuku, the man who used to be her partner and friend, but whom she now distrusted. Although she had reasons to back out, the fact that she was doing it to support Uraraka gave her the necessary courage. However, her spirits were dampened when she watched with disappointment as her friend lit a new cigarette with her lighter while they got out of the luxury car. Seriously, now? Momo exclaimed with a disapproving tone in her voice. Uraraka ignored her friend's criticism, avoiding eye contact and responding in a tense voice. I'm really anxious right now, Momo, don't bother me. I've never taken a drunk friend of mine out of a bar before. Despite her concern for her friend's health, Momo decided against lecturing her at that precise moment. The reason for this was that they had practically arrived at the entrance of the establishment. The illuminated Tropical Season sign stood tall, lighting the way for customers with its bright, exotic lettering. When they both opened the door, potted palm trees lined the entrance hallway, marking the path to the dining area. Upon entering the place, the man who called Uraraka soon greeted them in an unorthodox manner. They've finally arrived! Exclaimed a shrill, frightened voice. Shinji Yamada made his appearance, emerging from his makeshift hiding place behind the central bar, crafted from dark wood and adorned with seashells. Behind him stood an impressive collection of premium rums and spirits, ready to be mixed into exquisite tropical cocktails for the area's wealthy clientele. Unfortunately, some bottles were broken, a mess caused by the friend who needed both of their help. Shinji Yamada. I'm Uraraka Chako, I've come for my friend. Said Uraraka, without letting go of her cigarette from her lips. Shinji, a middle-aged blonde man dressed in the typical attire of a bartender, had large dark circles under his eyes, a result of the little rest his job entailed. Wait a minute. Are you two underage? Shinji asked, confused, approaching the two girls, noticing their suspicious entrance into the establishment. You know what? I don't care, it's not my problem. Follow me and see the mess your friend made. Of course. Momo said with a fake smile, trying to hide her anxiety. Both felt nervous at the thought of the man scolding them for being underage in a bar. Fortunately, he didn't seem to mind their presence. That reassured them as they walked toward Izuku. I must admit I've never had such a troublesome customer. I'm glad you came. The man remarked as he led them towards Izuku. As they walked through the bar, they noticed it was completely empty due to the time of day. The place was a large, multi-story establishment, originally designed for social gatherings, with wooden tables adorned with floral tablecloths and numerous wicker chairs. At least, that was the case before the disaster Izuku had caused. Now, many tables were broken, and additional furnishings such as flat-screen TVs, record players scattered throughout the space, and several windows were also damaged. Finally, the girls found Izuku sitting in a corner of the second floor. What they witnessed filled them with disbelief. On their first day back on Earth after their experience in another world, they had seen a powerful leader, wielding great cunning and confidence in the shortest possible time, accomplishing great feats with simple commands to his group. However, what they saw now was a defeated man, mired in utter misery. Yojimbra. Ichako. I certainly didn't expect both of them to come. They must think I'm pathetic, right? Izuku said, with a big drunken grin, holding a half-empty bottle of rum. Izuku wore a white shirt and black pants that matched his trench coat, which hung on a nearby table. Unfortunately, his shirt was stained with recent vomit and large wine stains, evidence of his excessive drinking. Around him lay a collection of empty bottles of all kinds of alcohol, arranged haphazardly. This scene inevitably evoked pity in the female viewers. Uraraka-san, if you're wondering why I called you. I don't want my women to see me like this. I already have enough of their lectures and constant comforting every time I drink too much. This is messed up. Why can't I just be alone with my misery for once? Izuku exclaimed, raising a bottle to point at his former classmates. Every man deserves, or has the right to, drown his sorrows in alcohol. This is our right. He's been like this for a few hours now. I simply don't know what he's talking about. All I know is that he kept crying a lot. Shinji concluded, seeing his client's precarious state once again. I suppose you, who know him, will be able to handle it. Momo couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the shocking situation Izuku was in. She regretted having refused to help him in the first place. We'll take care of it. Thanks for not calling the police. Uraraka said, taking her cigarette out of her mouth and holding it between the fingers of her left hand. Finally, Shinji bowed and retreated to hide behind his bar once more. The strange thing was that he now seemed quite happy despite the abnormality of the situation. With your permission, I'll be going. Thank you for taking it. Please come back again. I'm going to buy this bar with what your friend paid and then fire my boss. I'd be delighted to have you back after the renovations. No, but thank you. Momo replied before the man left, leaving the three of them alone. Now that there were no witnesses, Izuku really wanted to continue his downward spiral. He struggled to his feet and reached for another bottle he'd left nearby, setting the one he was holding down. All the while, he explained his next plan to the girls. Now that annoying employee's gone. It's time to take me to another bar. This place has gotten boring. Don't worry, girls, I'll pay you well. After all, I didn't make you come for nothing. I don't think so, it's time to rest. Without warning, Momo roughly grabbed his left arm with both hands. What? He asked, surprised by his friend's actions. Uraraka threw her cigarette away and crushed it out. She didn't need it anymore. She had a responsibility. Before doing anything, she couldn't help but look at Izuku with pity before speaking. It's time to go, Izuku-kun. We have a nice sofa for you to rest on. I don't want all your wives scolding me for being a bad friend by letting you cause another disaster at another bar, especially at this hour. Uraraka stated seriously, before approaching Izuku and taking his right arm. Wait. I don't want to leave. Izuku said in the midst of his alcoholic delirium. Finally, any remaining bottles were taken from him, despite his stubborn insistence on staying in the bar or engaging in any destructive behavior. They then managed to drag him out of the bar and into Momo's car, but not before struggling to get him to sit down and fasten his seatbelt. Unfortunately, Uraraka forgot a small detail about her friend's personality in relation to her car, which made it difficult to arrange the trip. Since you were the one who called him, you'll be the one watching him in the back seat. Momo declared with all the seriousness in the world, while her friend glared at her furiously. If he throws up, you wash the car, got it? Uraraka complained about it. Yes, but why can't I drive? You know that, despite everything, I still like Izuku-kun, but I don't know how to deal with a drunk. You, on the other hand, helped your mother every time she left a charity event. You're more familiar with this. She argued. He's counting on you. Don't forget that. Momo replied firmly, overcoming her friend's complaints. TSK. Uraraka complained. The worst part was that this wasn't the first time she'd clashed with her friend over a potentially messy situation. This behavior was completely out of character for the girl, whose gentle nature had now become authoritarian. Okay, but weren't you also supposed to offer to help me with Izuku-kun? Do you think I'm going to be demanding that she clean? The responsibility falls on you. End of discussion. Momo said, asserting her authority, before heading to the driver's seat. Afterward, the journey to Yojimbara's property continued, with Izuku taking it more calmly than either of them had expected. Despite his condition, he wore a melancholic expression as he gazed out the car window, his eyes fixed on the city until they finally arrived at their destination. Dawn was breaking over the city of Musafatsu when Momo, Uraraka, and Izuku arrived at their property, one of many they owned in an exclusive private residential area. The winding road that led them to the top of a small hill near the city center took them barely an hour, leaving behind the hustle and bustle of the urban landscape. Upon arriving, Uraraka was amazed to see the house they were heading to. An impressive American-style residence with a white facade and a spacious automatic parking lot that welcomed them. "Is this where we'll be spending the night?" "Yes," Momo replied as she prepared to park her car. "I wish there was another bottle of wine in that residence," Izuku said while keeping his gaze on the car window. "I must admit that you have never been a show-off, Yaoirozu." "Shut up, Midoriya," Momo exclaimed, a little frustrated. "I'm not giving you another bottle. We've already talked about this for over an hour." "Leave him alone, Momo-san," Uraraka said, quite tired after the trip. "He's drunk. Let's just leave him on the couch and I'll sleep on the inflatable mattress you mentioned." Momo finally parked in the residence's private parking lot. "I agree," Momo concluded as she turned off the car engine and then got out of the vehicle. "Luckily, I still have the keys to this residence." It didn't take long for them to unbuckle his seatbelt and carry him between them toward the residence. As expected, he had settled quite comfortably into the armchair where they intended to leave him to sleep. "Great. I'll go get some blankets from the master bedroom so you can sleep," Momo said, trying to put an end to this strange night they had experienced. Uraraka also seemed willing to put everything aside for the day and just give her friend water so he could spend the night as comfortably as possible. However, they hadn't counted on Izuku's unpredictable behavior in his drunken state. "Uraraka-san." "Yeah." The sudden conversation started by Izuku caught the attention of both of them. "I know you were at the assembly. You weren't very discreet and we all noticed you. Fortunately, you didn't attract enough attention from my mother or my comrades' families to notice you." Uraraka was surprised by the sudden flashbacks Izuku had to the events of 2 weeks prior. So she sat down next to him on the couch to continue their conversation, much to the dismay of Momo, who for some inexplicable reason was still there and not resting as she should have been. "Yes, and I'm sorry if I came across as intrusive." Uraraka apologized sincerely, recalling the regret she had felt upon entering an assembly that was practically none of her business. "Uraraka-san, I think we should go to sleep now," Momo suggested shyly, to bring this day to an end. "You shouldn't apologize. In fact, the fact that you and Shoto were there brought back so many memories. We felt like our old selves, like nothing that happened to us was even possible. At least, that's what I've noticed most of my comrades feeling." Izuku continued, as coherently as possible given his condition. "I'm glad, Izuku-kun," Uraraka replied, happy that her friend and apparently everyone else present besides Itsuka felt comfortable with her presence at the event. "Too bad we're such bad liars. You probably noticed the inconsistencies, right? Damn. I'm even starting to suspect my mom is questioning my story every time we talk about it," Izuku remarked, looking at his brown-haired friend with deep regret. That comment did not go unnoticed by any of those present. Especially not by Uraraka, who had been there firsthand when the accounts of the summoned individuals' experiences were recounted. "Wait a minute. What are you saying? Izuku-kun, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the story you told is the real one, right?" she exclaimed, perplexed by what he was saying. "No, mine, the real version, is very different from what I said." "What's happening, Uraraka-san?" Momo asked, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Uraraka clearly reacted to Izuku's confession with an anger and rage she never thought she'd feel. His drunken state was the perfect excuse fate had given him to expose his true feelings. He had confessed that he had lied to his mother and the other relatives of the summoned people. It wasn't just him. Everyone else had probably lied to everyone else as well. "Izuku-kun. How can you say this? All their loved ones believed the story they told. How do you think they'll feel if they know the truth you haven't told them?" "Damn it," Uraraka said, grabbing her temples to calm the irrational fury she was feeling. Could she ever trust his word again? That was the question that flooded her mind as she processed what he had said. "I know, we're all aware of that," Izuku confessed, his voice filled with regret. "Wait a minute. Was it at the assembly where they told their story? You never told us about this," Momo exclaimed in surprise, turning to her friend. Would this have interested them? Would they have wanted to listen to it despite everything they've been saying? Uraraka glanced sideways at her friend, quite annoyed. Now her friend was the one who remained silent, knowing that she was absolutely right. Dealing a severe blow to her moral authority. "We all have our reasons. I hope you both understand. Besides, you probably won't want to hear my real story. Especially coming from an idiot like me." Izuku lowered his head, avoiding looking at them in embarrassment. What Momo didn't expect was Uraraka's next move. To the girl, it was as if her action was a product of her strange behavior since they arrived. Acting without thinking would be an excellent summary of what she was about to do. A stupid impulse she was already used to. "Hey, Izuku-kun. Uraraka said, moving closer to the green-haired boy. You're not an idiot. No one's going to judge you. Especially not us. Unfortunately for Izuku's secrets, the alcohol acted as a powerful inhibitor of his sanity. Now he had become the victim of Uraraka's trick to extract the truth from him. Yes, I am. I'll just be pitied. Of course not. Uraraka insisted with that strange attitude. Yes. What are you plotting, Uraraka-san? Momo whispered as she witnessed this. Uraraka wasn't giving up. Her efforts had to pay off, so she kept trying to convince him. There's a reason you were being pathetic in that bar. We're friends. We're supposed to tell each other the truth. Yes, but I listen to every word you say. No one here is going to judge you. He insisted even more. Don't know. Suddenly, Uraraka pulled a pack of cigarettes out of her backpack, which was next to her, earning a death glare from her friend, who knew she was probably going to make her property smell like a bar. Then she took her lighter and lit her cigarette, then inhaled. All that was left was to exhale, creating a small trail of smoke. I've been addicted to this crap since middle school. My life isn't what my friends imagine either. Momo-san doesn't even know what I was like before I met her, or what I'm like now. What's more, I'll tell you a secret. I don't care if one of my friends is here right now, I don't care if she's listening anymore. I can only tell you that I'm not a sweet girl. I never have been, but thanks to you, to all my classmates, I can finally pretend to be and at the same time feel good about myself. I didn't know. Izuku replied, surprised, trying his best to be sane. Momo didn't know what to say at this point. If you think you're pathetic telling your story, I wish you'd seen me before I met you all. But anyway, don't let our friend's surprised face stop you from confiding in us and telling us your story. What were you? Izuku asked. Finally, the move worked out like a glittering diamond entering a jewelry store display. We're both equally pathetic. I'm smoking my #1 cigarette. A number I've forgotten, and shamelessly recounting a bit of my past in front of you too. He looked at them both. And you're drunk with the pain of some event you surely suffered. Now, I think it's a good time to tell each other our stories. You first, and then I'll tell mine. Are we alright? Defeated by Uraraka's persistence, he finally decided to speak. At the same time, Momo couldn't help but be overcome by curiosity and want to know the cause of her friend's pain. Okay. I'll do it. Now, the true past of Izuku, the leader of the Wolf Clan, will be revealed. Chapter 19. It all started the day I was summoned to another world. My day had started normally. I attended Professor Azawa's class and then went to have lunch in the classroom with you, Uraraka-san. Izuku looked at his friend wistfully. But nothing I had experienced before prepared me for what happened when I was entering the bathroom near our classroom. As he calmly entered the bathroom of the hero department, Izuku noticed something strange. A slight tremor in the floor and a ringing in his ears. Suddenly, a luminous circle with strange symbols formed beneath his feet, emitting a dazzling glow that enveloped him completely. What's happening? I can't see. Exclaimed Izuku, panicked by the unexpected appearance of the circle right under his feet. His first reaction was to try to run out of the circle, but his efforts proved futile. He soon realized that his feet seemed to be somehow stuck to that thing, and his muscles contracted so much that he couldn't move easily. Realizing he was trapped, his panic grew as he assumed this could be the work of an unknown villain in the academy, a trap that left him powerless. Is this a villain attack? The others could be in danger. I can't move. Izuku exclaimed anxiously. Without delay, the strange phenomenon surrounding him accomplished its purpose. The environment slowly changed as the light engulfed him, gradually fading away. Finally, he was completely engulfed by the blinding light. As a result, a tidal wave of overwhelming sensations engulfed him, dragging him into the unknown. Consequently, he could discern nothing around him. Each of his senses was flooded by the overwhelming light. Finally, it dissipated, leaving Izuku lying in a completely unfamiliar place. When he fully regained consciousness a few minutes later, with a soft groan, he opened his eyes and was greeted by the bright sunlight and the cheerful chirping of birds. He tried to sit up, feeling a mixture of fear and astonishment, wondering where on earth he was. But as he made the slightest effort to rise, a brief, sharp pain shot through him, twisting his stomach until he buckled at his knees, gasping from the intensity of the discomfort. His own body, not content with giving him a fleeting stomachache, now spontaneously caused nausea to manifest in him. Damn it. He exclaimed in annoyance. My stomach. The nausea became so unbearable that he had no choice but to run to the nearest tree. There he bent down, bracing his trembling hands against the rough trunk as vomit spilled from his lips, leaving him shaking and exhausted. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt so painfully ill. Having partially recovered, he mustered the courage to stand once more, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand while trying to ignore the lingering dizziness that made him stagger. Where am I? Where did that villain teleport me to? Izuku asked himself, carefully observing his surroundings. After asking himself that question, Izuku slowly straightened up, his gaze still clouded by discomfort, allowing him to observe the surroundings. "One thing is for sure, this is not Musafatu," he declared, his voice laced with pessimism. A sigh of resignation escaped his lips as he realized he was in the middle of a lush forest, enveloped by the warmth of the climate and the exuberance of the surrounding nature. Before him stretched an ocean of countless trees that seemed to be an impenetrable barrier, leading to an uncertain destination. Even with the bitter surprise of probably finding himself somewhere outside the city, that did not prevent him from focusing as he usually did. "Even if they took me to a desert, that won't stop me from returning to the academy. I must go back soon," Izuku thought firmly. Regaining control of his mind, Izuku realized that, regardless of this new and unfamiliar place he found himself in, his only goal at that moment was to return to the Hero Academy, where his friends and his life awaited him. Although uncertainty filled him, an indomitable determination shone in his eyes. With a resolute step, he began to move forward, not allowing himself the luxury of doubt. Moreover, driven by instinct, he wanted to confirm for himself whether there was a villain attack in which they might need his support. Therefore, before setting off, he looked around to determine which direction to take. Taking note of the cardinal points and his limited knowledge of navigation in nature, he concluded that the sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. So he decided to go east, hoping to find civilization, even though he chose that path almost at random. With his goal firmly in mind, Izuku set off, deciding it would be faster and safer to travel through the forest during the day. At this point, he was more than eager to reach the nearest town and resume his journey to the academy. "I think I'll go faster if I use my quirk," Izuku concluded after stopping when he had traveled a couple of meters. Determined to find a shortcut, Izuku assumed the stance characteristic of his quirk. He wanted to use it to propel himself forward with speed and leap between the trees. However, when he tried to activate his power, something went wrong. The expected boost didn't come. Instead, he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. The impact was hard and painful. A protruding root from a nearby tree struck his side, causing a wound that resulted in a noticeable bruise. Izuku groaned in pain and writhed, cursing his bad luck. "Shit." He took a deep breath, determined not to let this setback defeat him, and stood up, using his determination to silence the pain. "My quirk. What the hell happened?" Izuku exclaimed, rubbing the wound on his side, even though he was wearing his academy report card. Without thinking much, he decided to try activating his power again with similar movements. Smash. He shouted with all his might as he threw a punch into the air, hoping that his ability would activate. Izuku consequently staggered backward, staring in astonishment at his hands. He tried to force his power, but again nothing happened. "Damn it." Smash. He yelled at the top of his lungs as he repeated the same movement. "Damn it. Activate. Damn it." Smash. 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 He exerted himself all this time, unaware that any attempt would be futile, until a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, echoing through the air as despair engulfed him. The image of his mentor, All Might, his smile as he bestowed those incredible powers upon him, danced in his mind and then vanished like a dream. Tears filled his eyes, and with a stifled sob, he collapsed to his knees. "This can't be happening. There must be an explanation. My only power." As a result, in an impulsive act, he stood up, his jaw clenched, and strode toward a nearby tree. With a cry of fury, he struck the trunk again and again, ignoring the excruciating pain. Tears and sweat mingled on his face as he continued to pound with all his might. It was only a matter of time before he collapsed, exhausted, his breath ragged, clutching his hands, trying to recapture the power that defined him. Attempt after attempt, his efforts were in vain. Knowing nothing of the previous wielders, his despair grew with each failure, and his mind became a whirlwind of emotions. Again and again, he tried to summon his quirk, but only succeeded in exhausting himself further. The darkness of his defeat loomed over him, plunging him into an abyss with no way out. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, enveloped by the cruel reality of having lost what he valued most. When you lose a quirk, you lose a part of yourself. Izuku remarked, staring at his raised left hand, the part of his body where he had first manifested his ability. "I don't know how to perfectly describe it, especially since I'm drunk right now. All I can say is that something similar to what I felt at that moment can be compared to losing an arm, a leg, even becoming paralyzed. Nothing is the same after it happens, and you have to live with it. I can't speak for all my comrades or my wives, but I can say with certainty that many experienced the same misery I felt when I lost my quirk." As expected, both girls reacted with pity to what Izuku told them. Although Uraraka had prior knowledge of what happened to them when they lost their quirks, she had no idea of the magnitude of the pain they must have endured. At the same time, she felt fortunate not to have lost her quirk after what happened to one of the Wild Pussycat's heroines. Meanwhile, Momo struggled to maintain her composure to avoid looking at Izuku with even more pity. She knew that people who had suffered a traumatic event hated being treated and looked at that way. Despite his drunken grin, Izuku decided to continue his story, aware that he might be able to improve the atmosphere that had become heavy after telling his friends what had happened, a practice he had been following since his stay in the other world. What happened to me was an emotional shock at the time, but even in that state, I knew I needed to keep going. Crying for over an hour wouldn't do much good when I was now practically defenseless in an unfamiliar area. I needed to muster enough courage to venture into the woods without feeling sorry for myself. It wasn't easy, but I finally managed to move my weak legs to walk on the ground full of stones and roots. I still remember worrying about my shoes, since I was wearing the standard academy uniform, and my black shoes weren't going to last long on that path. With cautious steps, Izuku resumed his journey through the forest, convinced that he would find a city near his position, regardless of the continent he was on. This forest is immense. He exclaimed in surprise as he observed the place he was in, a forest that could easily compete with the Black Forest in Germany. Unfortunately, he soon realized that nature was against him. Every step was an uncomfortable struggle against the uneven ground, covered in stones and roots that tangled like invisible obstacles. The sloping terrain demanded extra effort with each stride, forcing him to maintain a precarious balance as he moved forward. As he ventured deeper into the towering trees, the sun disappeared completely, and the forest was plunged into a cold, gloomy gloom, becoming a kind of natural freezer. The scant light that managed to filter through the branches barely reached the ground, enveloping every corner in a darkness that heightened his sense of isolation. Damn it. Izuku complained as he realized that his uniform wasn't enough to protect him from the cold in that part of the forest. The cold seeped into his bones, insidiously penetrating his body, freezing every breath he took. Each breath became a white mist, a visual testament to the frigid atmosphere that surrounded him. He shivered beneath the layers of clothing, his breath escaping in a trembling spurt as he moved forward, his characteristic determination and stubbornness the only thing driving him onward. All with the goal of seeing his friends again and telling them that that thing had probably taken away his quirk. I won't let myself be defeated, I have to keep moving forward. Izuku exclaimed to himself, refusing to be defeated by the adversities of the forest. What he didn't know was that several eyes were fixed on him, watching him intently as he walked through the area. He was unaware that not all the figures hidden in the darkness were human or humanoid in shape. Slowly and deliberately, he advanced, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the forest. The breeze whispered through the leaves, accompanying his thoughts. The sun still filtered through the branches, weaving patterns of light and shadow around him. His exhausted mind desperately searched for a way out, an answer to his desperate situation. Could it be what I think it is? He exclaimed in surprise. Finally, unexpectedly, his eyes fell upon a large rock that rose in the distance. Seeing it from afar, a glimmer of hope sprouted in his chest. Without hesitation, he headed toward it with quick, determined steps. Upon reaching its base, he observed the steep vegetation-covered slope that rose to its summit. Izuku took a deep breath and began to climb, clinging to the roots and branches that emerged from the earth. Each effort brought him closer to the treetops, which swayed gently beneath the blue sky. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his determination didn't waver. Controlling his ragged breathing, he continued, driven by the need to reach a vision that would show him the way. Finally, upon reaching the summit, he paused for a moment to catch his breath. The landscape stretched out before him, offering a breathtaking panorama. From there, he could discern a few possible trails winding through the forest, giving him some direction. Suddenly, the possible smile that had formed on her lips slowly faded, replaced by an expression of profound shock. The reason for this change was none other than the landscape before her. He soon began to carefully observe the oddities of this place, processing what he saw, and finally, he could not contain himself, so he expressed aloud the only thing he could articulate. "This is not my world," he murmured in amazement. In the distance, through the clouds, he spotted something that confirmed his suspicions. A colossal floating castle moving slowly, like a majestic celestial creature. Turning his gaze to the sky in another direction, he was also surprised to see a flock of giant birds soaring through the air, their enormous wings beating powerfully. But what truly took his breath away was the panorama to the east. Floating mountains rising from beneath an immense crater, as if suspended in nothingness. Izuku tried to grasp the magnitude of what he was seeing, unable to believe that such surreal wonders were before his eyes. He wondered if his mind was playing a cruel trick on him, if some nefarious quirk had transported him to this place. However, every detail, every nuance, confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. He took a deep breath, trying to assimilate the reality unfolding before him, but he couldn't. All that remained was despair and a profound panic. The world that opened up before him was alien to everything he knew. My life, my friends, my mother, my quirk and the previous users, my world. Everything is gone. She finished, stammering. Unable to form any words without tears streaming down her face again, she continued. Shit. Shit. How is this possible? It's impossible. How did this happen? Shit. Why did this happen to me? As she processed what had happened, her lips produced a babble filled with incoherence and denials, mixed with insults. Little did she know that, as she paced back and forth on a treacherous shore, her safety was at risk. This predictable accident finally occurred when she slipped on a smooth patch of rock, nearly falling into the abyss into a sea of trees, where she would surely die. Damn it. He exclaimed with one last insult before probably facing his final fate, with the forest floor beneath his feet. Fortunately, just as he resigned himself to his fate, a hand quickly reached out to help him. Turning to see who had saved him, his eyes met those of a girl wearing the same uniform as his academy. However, he had never seen her before. She gazed at him with determination, her eyes blazing with a fierce intensity as she held him firmly. Izuku clung to her hand desperately, grateful for the unexpected help. Finally, after a great physical effort, together they managed to pull themselves away from the edge of the rock. Are you okay? The girl asked, her voice firm but full of concern. Yes, thanks to you. Izuku replied, still amazed by the sudden turn of events. As he caught his breath, he wondered who this mysterious savior was. Why was she wearing his academy uniform? How had she appeared there at that precise moment? But before he could ask a question, the girl offered him a reassuring smile, a feeling he hadn't experienced since arriving in this place. Then, she simply started a conversation, regardless of where they were. For someone who's Izuku Midoriya, a famous member of that class known for being a target for villains, you're quite clumsy. The girl commented, while maintaining a rather friendly tone of voice. Wait. How do you know me? Izuku asked, visibly confused. I'm Mawata Fuwa. She introduced herself, extending her hand toward the boy. I'm a third-year student at UA Academy, mainly in the hero department. Well, that was the case, since, as you've probably gathered, we're in another world. Izuku accepted Fuwa's hand in a friendly handshake. I'm Izuku Midoriya, from Class 2A. Izuku introduced himself. I must admit I wasn't aware that our class had already achieved such notoriety. As he separated his hands, Izuku felt a surge of emotion upon realizing that there was another person from his own world, thus lessening the potential loneliness he feared to suffer. Believe me, you guys are pretty famous. You've had more action than I have during my 3 years at that academy. Really, it's the circumstances we were dealt that are to blame. She laughed nervously. It's nice to meet someone from the same place as me, for a change. I say the same. She exclaimed excitedly. I thought I would be the only one in this world. Mawata is a tall girl with light pink hair that reaches her shoulders. Her bangs are parted to the left, tucked behind her ear, and fall over her right eye. She has round gray eyes that are slightly slanted to the sides of her face, framed by fairly long eyelashes and noticeably dark eye makeup. Her light pupils appear to be shaped like small stars or clouds. I'm sorry you had to rescue me and see me in this condition. Izuku said, stuttering nervously. I mean, I didn't know how to express myself. Don't worry. If I didn't have my self-control, I'd be babbling just like you were when I saw you up on that rock. I still can't believe it, and it's all still not fully processed. But anyway, I don't think it's the time to panic. Luckily for both of us, I have my special backpack that I was going to use for the practice I was supposed to attend. I like the idea, said Izuku, struggling to maintain his composure despite her enthusiasm. Fuwa quickly pulled out her backpack, which was filled with various useful items that would help them survive, at least in this place. Among the things were a water bottle with a filter and some extra filters, a chocolate bar, a forest survival guide, and a flint for starting a fire. Unfortunately, there were also some useless things that they both knew wouldn't be helpful, such as gym clothes, a makeup bag, several textbooks, and school supplies. The only thing that could be considered entertainment was a light romance novel she had brought with her. How did you know we were going to need this? Izuku asked, observing all the useful things she had in her backpack. Actually, I didn't know. This is something I always carried with me at the academy. During my first year, following family tradition, I always brought more things to survive in this kind of environment. I even always carried provisions, a survival knife, and a tent that could be packed in a small space in my backpack, among other things. Over time, and due to pressure from my friends and classmates, I reduced my useful belongings. By my third year, I barely brought anything useful, and most of it was practically useless. How foolish I was. She scolded herself. Don't worry. Izuku tried to reassure her. You were lucky to bring something essential. In my case, I wasn't even careful enough to pack anything useful in my backpack if I'd brought it with me. In the end, she smiled, very grateful for Izuku's words. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I think now's a good time to head to that safe cave I found in the first hour after I got here. Oh. Thank you so much. I never thought of seeking shelter at night. I don't know what to say." Then, she put away her backpack and finally began to descend from the large rock, followed by Izuku. "You're welcome. For now, I think we need to stick together to survive," Fuwa concluded as she climbed back down to the ground. "I share the same opinion and I hope I'm not a burden to you," said Izuku, following in his companion's footsteps. Afterward, Fuwa and Izuku continued their silent trek through the forest. After a half-hour walk, they finally reached the cave. The rock formation loomed before them, surrounded by trees and covered in moss and vegetation. It looked as if the earth itself had been sculpted to create a natural shelter in the heart of the forest. The cave entrance was wide, and the tunnel led deep into the darkness. "I found this place by accident while looking for shelter for the night. For now, it's safe. Luckily, I found it quickly, although we'll have to get organized," Fuwa explained as she surveyed the new shelter where they would be staying from now on. "Yes," Izuku confirmed. Without further ado, they both entered the cave. The floor was covered in sand and stones, and the air smelled of fresh earth and damp moss. They reached a spacious, secluded area at the back of the tunnel, perfect for setting up camp. Fuwa rummaged in her backpack and pulled out a couple of dry branches and her flint, while Izuku gathered some twigs and dry leaves to light the fire they had found along the way. "We'll have to take care of ourselves in the cold. The medicines you'd buy at a pharmacy certainly won't be available here, let alone penicillin," Fuwa remarked as she lit the fire with what they had gathered. "Hopefully we'll have something to cover ourselves with," Izuku reflected pessimistically. Soon, the fire crackled and came alive, filling the cave with its warm glow. Smoke rose lazily toward the cave entrance, finding its way to the sky through cracks in the rock. The fire's warmth enveloped them, dispelling the evening coolness and giving them a sense of security amidst the wildness of an unknown world. Izuku, meanwhile, couldn't help but ask the girl a question as she was staring at the fire, just like him. "What's going to happen from now on?" Izuku asked Fuwa thoughtfully. "Because being in this place, anything I'd planned for my life would be practically impossible. I mean, I won't even be able to be a hero here." After thinking and reflecting a bit, Fuwa, at first glance, seemed to have a concrete answer. "I really don't know. I only know that for now we have one goal. Which is to survive this shit. We don't know if we're the only ones here or the reason they brought us here. All we can do is deny it and keep going." In the end, there was nothing he could say, since Fuwa had already answered his question. All that remained was to remain silent for a while, but he only said one thing before silently withdrawing into the conversation. "Do you just want to sit by the campfire to warm up and quietly reminisce about the good times with your loved ones? I know it sounds silly, but I came up with that idea so I wouldn't think about what happened to us." "That's an excellent idea." Fuwa smiled at Izuku's suggestion. "We'll figure out what to do tomorrow later. We have water and a chocolate bar we can eat today. Besides, it's getting late. Thank you." Fuwa and Izuku sat around the campfire, somehow enjoying each other's company, since they were both from the same world. Loneliness was a feeling they would have to fight from the moment they arrived, and this was the perfect opportunity to banish it from their minds. The first night was hell trying to sleep and get settled in that cave. The only good thing that came out of that afternoon was that I wasn't alone, and I had a companion who was going through the same thing as me. After that, the following days only made our stay in that world worse. In the end, we both concluded that the first week was the hardest, since we had to adapt to a new environment. For me, the second day was the worst of all, since that's when we realized how dangerous that forest was and how lucky we were on our first day. Uraraka was surprised when Izuku mentioned a danger lurking in the forest. So, driven by curiosity, she quickly asked about it. "What did you find in that forest?" Uraraka asked. Izuku responded gloomily. "The true native creatures of that world. Not even those birds I saw in the distance were the closest thing to the danger lurking in that forest. You see, when we woke up on the second day." Chapter 20. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the narrow opening of the cave dimly illuminated Izuku's face. He awoke with a start, feeling the cold, dirty, and hard ground beneath him. Blinking slowly, he rubbed his eyes with his hands, trying to clear the fog of the previous night from his mind. Turning his head, he noticed Fuwa a few feet away, also slowly waking up. The young woman seemed uncomfortable and disoriented, her brow furrowed and her eyes squinting against the light filtering into the cave. Izuku sat up awkwardly, feeling every muscle in his body protest the discomfort of the cold, dirty surface where they had spent the night. He cautiously approached Fuwa, noticing the tension in her posture and the bewildered expression on her face. He couldn't blame her. After all, they had spent the night in a completely unfamiliar and unwelcoming place. Izuku extended a hand toward her in a gesture of help, offering her support to get up from the floor. "Are you okay?" he murmured softly, trying to calm the nerves they both felt upon waking up in such a precarious situation. Fuwa nodded wearily, accepting Izuku's help to her feet. This officially marked the beginning of the second day, since her reality had shifted in an instant. Despite having spent a lot of time in nature, it's always been in a tent or sleeping tied to a large tree branch. I still can't believe I had to sleep on this damned ground. Fuwa complained, her lower back creaking constantly. Izuku, for his part, couldn't help but stretch out his arm to relieve his discomfort. We'll have to get used to it, Fuwa-san. The more we accept that we're in the safest possible shelter, the less we'll think about our beds and how much we'll miss them. Izuku replied, also showing his obvious frustration between the lines. Alright. It's time to work. Fuwa affirmed. Moments before taking action, Izuku and Fuwa crouched near the entrance to take a sip of the drinking water she had brought in her filtered bottle. The cool, clear liquid restored some energy and mental clarity to face a tough day of work and ensure their survival. After exchanging determined glances and nodding silently, they decided to leave their precarious shelter in search of resources to survive in the forest. Fuwa, with her previous experience in outdoor activities, consulted her survival book to devise a plan of action with Izuku the night before. Their first objective was to gather more firewood to ensure they would stay warm during the cold nights ahead. But before venturing into the dense forest, they knew they had to avoid getting lost, which would only be possible by leaving markers with whatever they had on hand. Fortunately, a sharp rock was all they needed to score the bark of trees near their shelter. Each time they strayed farther from their location, they had to score another recognizable tree to ensure they could find their way back. When deciding what to mark, Izuku suggested the kanji kate, which in a Romance language means home. Then, carefully, they made their way into the dense forest in search of dry, fallen branches that could fuel the campfire they had extinguished the night before. After gathering enough firewood suitable for their intended use and storing it within 2 hours, they decided to move on to their next objective: securing their food supply. The single chocolate bar they had wouldn't be enough to sustain them, so it was imperative to find more substantial food sources. Therefore, leaving behind their heavy backpack and carrying only the survival book and some sharp stones they found in the cave, they ventured deeper into the forest in search of wild fruits and possibly some prey they could hunt, using the techniques learned from the pages of that valuable compendium. Fuwa-san. Can I ask you a question? Izuku asked, walking briskly along a possible path where the tracks Fuwa had found of the local wildlife indicated its usual route. Having found nothing after searching for some time, a conversation was the only way to pass the time. Of course. Believe me, I'd go crazy if I didn't have a conversation with a human being. In fact, ask me anything. Fuwa replied cheerfully. What was your third-year group like? I must admit that our group, since our first year, has not been particularly sociable with the subsequent years. Fuwa's question made her pause, wondering what to say. In the end, she didn't hesitate long before answering honestly. What can I say? I was in third-year Class A. We weren't exactly famous like the Big Three and their Class B crew. We could be described as a pretty close-knit group with fairly average academic and heroic achievements, but we tried to live our lives to the fullest, as much as our youth allowed. To this day, I can't imagine being part of another group born with the ambition of being bigger than they initially aspired to be. So, to you, we're a pretty unusual group, right? Izuku replied, remembering everything he and his group had experienced since entering the academy. Faced with this response, Fuwa had no choice but to laugh. Exactly. In fact, I know it will sound a little cruel, but before they moved up to second year, we used to share memes with our third-year senpais about how dangerous they would be if we invited them to outings or parties we organize with various classes, including some from other departments, like the support department. Wait. There were parties. My group and I spent several semesters thinking this school wasn't like in American movies, where there were lots of parties between classes. Izuku exclaimed, somewhat indignant at the revelation. Believe me, dear Midoriya-san, many of us, myself included, were tempted to invite you to one of those parties. However, we ultimately concluded that you're a magnet for trouble, so much so that if we had invited you, we would have been caught up in some attack by a criminal organization or some crazy conspiracy. Many in my group just wanted a normal outing, with our usual silliness. That's how we wanted to be. Can you blame us for that? Fuwa glanced sideways at Izuku. In the end, Izuku had to admit that, in a way, he didn't blame them. After all, they'd gotten used to the fact that whenever they went anywhere outside the academy, something always happened. Actually, no. Izuku replied, reflecting on his answer. In fact, I barely noticed how the other classes were looking at us. I guess being the main group, so to speak, has its downsides. However, Fuwa still had something to say. Although I must admit we made a mistake by excluding you. I've only been here a short time with you, and I can say that you and probably your group would have been the best companions to have fun with. At first glance, you seem reliable, a bit shy, but there's something about you that makes me realize that if you had met my classmates under different circumstances, you surely would have been the life of the party. She smiled at Izuku at the end when she affirmed her point. Upon hearing this, Izuku's mood improved considerably. "Thank you. Wait. I see fresh footprints." The peaceful murmur of their voices was abruptly interrupted when, suddenly, fresh footprints of an unknown animal appeared in the middle of the path they were walking along. Fuwa stopped abruptly and knelt beside the small prints, carefully extending her hands to examine them closely. A look of concentration and curiosity crossed her face as she assessed the freshness of the footprints. "Are they fresh?" Izuku asked. Silently, Fuwa stood up and looked at Izuku with determination in his eyes. Without a word, he nodded for him to follow along a side path, away from the main route and deeper into the thick of the forest. The young people's footsteps echoed in the stillness of the surroundings as they ventured into the growing darkness of the vegetation. As they moved forward, Fuwa kept his gaze fixed on the fresh footprints, guided by his intuition, and following the trail of the unknown prey that had left those footprints. "I wonder what animal it is. Its footprints are small." Fuwa whispered to herself. "I just hope it's edible." Izuku commented, lost in uncertainty about the origin of his next meal. After a while, all their efforts paid off when they finally spotted the prey they so longed to find. "A rabbit?" he asked. "It seems so." While hiding among bushes resembling terrestrial green ferns, they decided to observe the rabbit in its natural habitat, following the advice of the book they had consulted. The rabbit-like creature was resting beside the small river that flowed south, beneath a leafy fallen tree leaning against a rock on the bank. Its white fur, speckled with black spots, stood out in the sunlight filtering through the branches, and its large antlers protruded from its head. "Haven't you considered that, being in another world, we're just guessing blindly which animals are safe to eat? Who knows, even this rabbit could be poisonous." Izuku whispered to Fuwa. "It's a risk we must take. We can survive a couple of months without food. Drinking water from this river or any other we find will suffice. However, the lack of food will eventually weaken us so much that we won't even be able to defend ourselves." Fuwa replied resolutely. Fuwa's statement caused deep frustration in Izuku, who realized the seriousness of the situation, knowing that they had to act quickly if they wanted to get some food that night. TSK. They both knew the weapon they had wasn't ideal, but it was the only one available at the time. Therefore, they both began to devise a plan to hunt the rabbit, with Izuku being the first to suggest one. "I think I've come up with a plan," Izuku whispered. "Anything that allows us to obtain food using these stones is welcome. Besides, despite your reputation, I didn't think you'd be so willing to kill an animal." Fuwa concluded. "I know I'll probably feel bad about killing an animal. However, our survival is at stake, and we won't starve to death because of my beliefs." Fuwa simply added at the end. "If you say so." With his improvised plan in motion, previously discussed, Izuku slowly stood up and began to stealthily approach the rabbit, drawing its attention with quick jerky movements. "Now, Fuwa," Izuku warned. Startled, the rabbit began to flee in the opposite direction, directly toward Fuwa, who was waiting with a rock in her hand. Before the ambush could succeed, the rabbit, in its attempt to defend itself, seemed to want to impale her with its horns. Fortunately, her reflexes were faster, and with a swift and precise movement, Fuwa hurled the rock with all her might, striking the rabbit on the head and leaving it motionless on the ground. That was close. Finally, Izuku ran towards him, picking up the rabbit and looking at Fuwa with a triumphant smile on his face. "It wasn't bad at all for our first hunt, was it? Although I still stand by what I said about feeling pretty bad in the future because we killed an animal. Don't worry, when our hunger is satiated, at least for today, your guilt will gradually fade." Fuwa concluded, somewhat animated. Despite how haphazard and improvised their hunting plan was, they had finally achieved their goal. Which, for them, would be the first accomplishment they had made in their short time on this earth. Without warning, a howl, seemingly from a wolf, was heard. "This is not good. Izuku, we must go," Fuwa exclaimed, fearing the possibility of more unexpected guests. Just then, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and orange, as Izuku and Fuwa prepared to run back to their shelter with the rabbit they had hunted. The exhaustion etched on their faces and their fear of the potential threat ahead were no obstacle to the excitement of having something to eat for the night. It spurred them onward, even though it seemed they had entered unfamiliar territory. "Damn it," Fuwa exclaimed. "Wolves," said Izuku, astonished by what he saw. However, their joy was abruptly cut short when a pack of wolves emerged from the thick of the forest. The animals moved with grace and stealth, surrounding the two teenagers on all sides, preventing any attempt at escape. Izuku and Fuwa exchanged a fearful glance, knowing they were in trouble. The wolves, with their gleaming eyes and sharp fangs, seemed to be planning their attack with chilling precision. But what most caught the young people's attention were the horns on the wolves' heads and the orange stripes on their fur, unusual features that distinguished them from any other animal they had ever seen. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, feeling the adrenaline surge through his body. Fuwa, meanwhile, remained calm, her eyes fixed on the wolves, assessing their every move in search of a possible escape route. It was at that moment that I knew, for the first time, what it felt like to be truly screwed in such a shitty situation. The reason they surrounded us was more than obvious. I had our damn dinner in my hands, and looking into their eyes, it was crystal clear they wanted to take the rabbit from us, as well as make us their dinner. If I'd had my quirk at that moment, maybe I could have scared them off with a smash. But I didn't. I only had a fucking rock and a fear that paralyzed me in that instant. Momo remained attentive to what her companion was telling her. "How did you manage to get out of there?" Uraraka asked curiously. Izuku didn't hesitate to answer Uraraka's question. "We only survived thanks to sheer luck and, of course, Fuwa-chan's ovaries." Izuku grinned proudly. "You see, the key to surviving in a shitty world. And I'm sure my wives and comrades will tell you the same thing. Is to always seize every opportunity to get out of a situation like that. In our case. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care."